All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the tournament. Today it's going to be patch 1.2, so we have the new Regiments of Renown, a multitude of balance changes, a lot of good stuff, certainly. No new maps, unfortunately. That's something I was kind of hoping for, but we are here, and it should be quite a duel of fates. So if we jump on over to the tavern to take a look at the current brackets, we're going to be showing you who is playing the top four, how the tail of the tape went, and we can go from there. So let me go ahead and switch this on over, and we're all set. So refresh this, we will get the most up-to-date brackets. So today we had about 26 people sign up, and in the top four so far, on the top side of the bracket, we have Random Nix facing off against Zone. Random Nix defeating the Paste, also Harley, and now is in the grand finals. And Zone was able to defeat the Big Bs as well as Ditto, and I believe he started in the second round. So yes, we are going to be seeing Random versus Zone. On the bottom side of the bracket, it is going to be Outer Region facing off against the winner of Even Star. I'm not sure. I think these two gentlemen are playing their game. Might be having a bit of lag, but we have to double check in on that. But Subutai is currently facing the Beer, and the winner of that group will now be facing Even Star. And then Even Star and his opponent will fight to see who makes it to the grand final. So this is our first best of three of the day. It's going to be Random versus Zone up on the top side. If anybody's looking to get involved in Total War multiplayer, you can head on over to TotalTavern.com. There is a link over to our Discord where we run the tournaments, and you can also start competing on the leaderboard, which we'll be getting to the end of Season 1 relatively soon. So I'll have some more details about that. And also you can see upcoming tournaments. You can share your miniatures if you're interested. Look at some of these glorious guys. All kinds of fun stuff. Now, back to the event here. Let us go and look at the picks and bans for the first match of the day. So let's do it to it here as we switch on over. And there we go. So first map is going to be the Battle for Itza, and we will see what the players decide to do, what schemes they have in the shadows. And I would imagine we'll be seeing some new stuff today. Nurgle got some big buffs for sure. Well, at least Kugath did. Kugath was big. Cathay got some massive changes as well. So let us see. We have a Tzeentch and Khorne pick coming in. So it's going to be Tzeentch as well as Khorne. I can't wait to get the old world faction. This is going to be so cool. And it looks like Zone is going to be responding with a Khorne pick of his own. So it's going to be Khorne, and then Random is going to be going Khorne as well, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so we have a Khorne mirror match in the first game of the day, going in strong, and it is the Battle for Itza, of course. Maybe didn't want to play Tzeentch against those bad boys, who knows? But some people like mirror matches. Personally, myself, I really dislike them. It gets pretty wild, but you know, some people do enjoy that, so we'll be starting here in just a second. It is going to be a Khorne mirror match on the Battle for Itza. So how this works is essentially the first player, being player one, will pick two factions they want to play. Their opponent then counterpicks those two factions with one, and then the individual will pick from one of their two factions to play with. So he opted to end up going with the mirror match here. I actually do think we might see some Cathay today. They did get some massive buffs. The Crane Gunners in the limited testing I did were quite good, and of course the Wujing War Compass is a little bit more useful now that it has bound spells. So there's a couple different things that they bring to the table for sure. So we'll just get this set up here. Just give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. And we got to make sure the right players are on the name tags. Random versus Zone. Alrighty. So switching on over to the lobby here. Should be able to pull this up. Let's see with the power of technology if we are summoned this day. And it looks like we are. Cool. Yeah, mirror matches. It's happening. Yeah, typically mirror matches are a little bit more boring, I think. I think one of the spice of life in this game really is the diversity of factions and all that. So, you know, personally, I'm more of a fan of, you know, different matchups, but yes, in general, attorney. All right, cool. Just answering some questions from the players, and we will see what they do. Now, Khorne did get very minimal changes as far as, like, you know, overall faction stuff. But we did see the new ROR, which is the Hell-Forged Legion, which are pretty good. Bloodletters are one big weakness, is the fact that they're not really armored. And these demons actually have 60 armor, which is pretty damn solid. So I actually think they're going to be a pretty common pick in some matchups. Like, I see them being very, very good against Cathay, so they don't get focused down by, like, archers and that sort of missile play. But that's pretty nice. Saw the bound spell and thought turns change made it. Yeah, so that was something I suggested to CA, was the bound spells, as well as the Kugath getting the Mortis Engine. So we'll see. I mean, Kugath was basically just a useless turd on a toilet seat. So now he's going to be much better. And I think we'll be seeing Kugath picked. Because he's got the ranged attacks. He's quite a bit pricier, and he's also still slower than the other boy, but he can do some work for sure. Meow Scenary, thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Greatly appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. I wonder if YouTube rolled out the new feature for members. So there's a new feature coming for members where they can, like, it's kind of like Twitch. They have like the gifting membership thing. I'll have to try it out. I'll jump on Sparty stream later and see. Can you ask one player to not play the basic banner? Yeah, that's already happening. So one of the players is playing the I forget what this one's called, the Crimson Slaughter or something. It has like this blade or something like that. So random is playing a different banner. So it'll be a slightly different hue, but for the most part with Khorne, you're kind of just doomed. The Skull Cannon got some big buffs as well. That is indeed correct. So we can take a look at the patch notes right now as well. So patch 1.2, Warhammer 3. Let's pull this up. 1.2, yes, not 1.3. And we can take a little bit of a gander over here right now. So yeah, we got the Regiments of Renown, obviously. Demons of Chaos, Grand Cathay. Cool, I can like jump to all these. So Cathay got some big changes. I mean, look at the units things. That's like massive, right? Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen are cheaper. And like the thing that Cathay really will probably enjoy, if Creative Assembly actually did a good job with fixing like missile units and making them shoot effectively, then Cathay is going to be an exponentially better faction. That was really the big problem, was that missile units just turned weird. They didn't always shoot. Obstruction was a big problem. So we see the Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen getting a pretty decent little buff there. Dragon Guard also getting a cost reduction, which I think is very, very warranted. Crane Gunners got a decent damage buff in terms of their armor piercing. And this is big too, because Crane Gunners projectiles now penetrate infantry targets. So if they're shooting into like a brick of Chaos Warriors, it's going to go through multiple rows and get a lot of damage, which I think is going to be pretty sweet for sure. Have been watching all the former tournaments over the past few weeks. Really happy to finally catch one live. Welcome. Yeah, no, the old school stuff's really fun for sure. Fire Rain Rockets, Longma Riders, Jade Lancers getting a charge bonus increase. I mean, this is pretty massive, honestly. They got a lot of good stuff, and you can see some minor changes to some of their spells, but nothing too crazy there. As far as like other techs go, so Cathay just basically got some reductions. Another gentleman who got some nice buffs. I hesitate to call him a gentleman, but it is going to be Big Nurg. Nurgle here. Cultist got a flat cost increase across the board, 100% warranted. I would have even said maybe a little bit more after I think about it, but Kugath has Mortis Engine, Plague Toads got a buff, and Plague Ridden, the casters, which were basically just absolutely useless, got a little bit of a cost reduction as well, which I think is great. Most of the other stuff's campaign focused, so of course we focus on the most dangerous game here, which is multiplayer. Kislev got some changes. Griffin Legion got a little bit of a buff, which I like. They're basically in line with like Reichsguard Knights now. The sleds, which I forgot to unlimit today, but we're gonna... Well, I think I'm going to do a little bit of testing to make sure the sleds are actually nerfed before we like unleash their full potential. So we do still have the limits on sleds today, but we'll do some testing off stream and find out. But light war sleds and heavy war sleds got pretty heavily nerfed. Warbear Riders got a slight buff to encourage other playstyles, and you can also see a ton of different like stuff pertaining to magic. So really, really big patch notes today, guys. Really, really big patch notes, and it looks like the players are just about ready. So we'll be switching in, but. Yeah, all the greater demons as well, they now have bound spells. And also the Wuzheng War Compass. So this was a big change I had been pushing for since launch, because it basically makes them terrible, right? Like, you are, like, for demons, almost all your lords are casters anyway. So then you have a second caster, you have limited winds of magic. It's just kind of crappy. But now the greater demons have bound spells. And, you know, they can just cast a couple charges of the spells they came with for free, which is great. So I think we could be seeing a little bit more play out of, like... I don't know which one. Lord of Change will be pretty good, I think. He's got what? He'll probably have 2 blue fires and 1 pink fire charge, which I think is an absolute steal. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tzeentch players start bringing the greater demons. Sleds got nerfed last time, but it was actually a buff. Yeah. So we're going to be a little bit cautious on the sleds. Kugath getting a buff. Yeah. So we kind of suggested 2 changes to CA about Kugath. One was to either give him a Mortis Engine so that when he finally arrives somewhere, he can actually be impactful. And the other thing we suggested was poison wind effect on his mortar that he throws. But the Mortis Engine ended up being the option they went with, and overall I think it's good. I think he's going to be nice. He's very slow still, right? So he still has the downside of being a potato and can be outmaneuvered, but at least now, like, when he gets somewhere, he's going to be impactful. Because why wouldn't, like, Kugath, the greater version of an exalted demon, have something that the lesser one has? You know, it just kind of didn't make sense. Yeah, some of the Slaanesh spells were a little bit overcosted for sure. So this is best of 3. First match is going to be a mirror match. We have the double Khorne squad. The Khorne dogs going to be rubbing their corn on the cobs together and having a good old time. I want to look at the armies. I wonder if anybody's going to use the new ROR. I haven't got a chance to try all of them yet. I like the Khorne one. I think it's quite good. It's a little bit expensive, but the armor is really nice. I do think that the Nurgle one's going to be a staple because he has regeneration, super durable, super hard to remove. I would say Nurgle players will probably almost auto-take that one. I'll do a separate video a little bit later tonight on the RORs and my opinions on those bad boys. Yeah, Poison Wind Mortars would have been good. Mortis engines, Loopy, are more of a problem in land battles because land battles often devolve into blobs. But in domination mode, with the battlefield being more spread out, I find that the Mortis engine isn't as bad. Like, I don't mind Mortis engine effects at all that much in domination mode. I mean, obviously they can be very decisive if you choose to take a blob fight with them, but in my experience against Nurgle in general, like, no matter what they're doing, I'm not going to play blob against them. I'm going to play the 2 side points and try and force them and stretch them and make them, play that game with me. Because if Nurgle wants to play the wide objectives, they can't really afford to go Kugath or an Exalted Great Unclean One. If they do, then, their army's going to be too weak on the periphery. Most Nurgle players who want to play wide are going to go with the Heralds and Plague Bearers, because it's just more cost effective for playing the wide game if you decide to do that. Yeah, Cathay's ROR could be helpful. I haven't really got a chance. They do magic damage, which makes them a little bit better of a demon killing unit. Might still struggle against some of the mortals, but I don't know. Time will tell. Let me make sure they don't have any questions here. Looks like we're good. Yes. No need to wait, brother. Just letting them know they can start whenever they are ready. Need to wait for me. Cool. Khorne's ROR Hellblade requires only 40 kills. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, the Hellblade ROR is a little bit better as well. Yeah, I think the Khorne ones are quite good. The problem with the Slaanesh ones is they're still really squishy. So you're paying a really, really big price point. And yeah, you get the perfect vigor, but typically Slaanesh units are such glass cannons that you're not going to benefit over the course of a long game with that perfect vigor. I still have to try them out though. I hope to be proven wrong. And the Empire Ogre Man-Eater pistols, I love the aesthetic of them. I think it's pretty great. They have like the Empire heraldry and like the hats, and they have the Talabheim Reikland scheme on, which I think is really, really cool. I have not had a chance to try them yet, but oh, look at this. Okay, so we do see, obviously, very similar looking armies. The old school double cultist is going to be coming in from random. So cultists did get nerfed today. They cost a little bit more, but it's not that much more. I still think they're worth it. And he is going to be coming in with the ROR Demon, so we'll get a chance to show you that in action. And for the other side, it's going to be Halberd Spam backed up by Spawn. So Spawn obviously are pretty damn good against Bloodletters. So we'll see how they perform against some of the big demons for sure. Trading Charmed for Rampage on Slaanesh is a bit rough. Yeah. Dov, I saw one ROR Nurgle go 1 versus Scarbrand while... Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, Scarbrand would probably even take a bit of a beating from the regular ones. So Mortis is either a game ender. Okay, so a little bit of a crash. It's fine. It always happens. Apparently CA still didn't fix this bug. Come on, CA, please. I'm taking screenshots of the builds. All right, cool. So host battle. It only happens once. Once that happens for the first time, we're good to go from there. So we just have to get it out of the system here. All right, so let's invite the players. Let's get them back. And here we go. There he is. Alrighty. So they should be back in just a second. Let me check this. Very good. Alrighty. Cool. Are we bullish on Total War Warhammer 3 again? Yeah, we'll see. All right, so we're going to be going to, where's the map? Where is the map? It's a me. It's a... There we are. So they should be back in a second. No, so it's not a game, like there's a desync bug with some players. When some players try and connect with one another, for some reason they desync the first time, but when they try again, it works. It's the strangest thing ever. It's the strangest thing. One sec. Why are they playing a best of 3? Hold on a sec. I think some of the players are playing the wrong amount of games here. All right, so one sec. Map is... I'm just giving them the maps for the game. Looks like you did not upgrade the score. There you go. Okay, cool. So Evenstar is going to be playing his opponent right now, and we will see what they do. Okay, Random is back. And then we'll get his opponent's zone back, same armies. And hopefully they'll be able to start pretty quickly here. All right, excellent. The dreaded desync. Let us see if we can dodge its wrath this next game. Khorne got some nice buffs, probably the biggest winners of the patch. I would say Nurgle was a big winner too, though, Dov, because they got a cost reduction on the Toads. They got They got a Mortis engine on Kugath, which really gives them more options, and they also got one of the better RORs, I think, like a regenerating grenade launching durable infantry unit that can hold on to objectives. Like that's crazy good in the new game mode, right? Very, very good. I hope to see some Cathay today. I don't know. I think we could. I think if the map permits it, if we're on like an Arnheim or one of those maps that's very juicy for those bad boys, I think we could. But we will find out. Hey Nakamura, how you doing, man? Hope you are doing well. So we are here. It is corn on corn. Let's get this battle started and let's have some fun. Okay, looking good. Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So for the first match of the day, it is going to be a mirror match. You know, people get sweaty when money's on the line and they're going to go for the mirror matches. So it is going to be Spawn of Corn backed up by not Demonettes, but Demons. Yeah, so these are the Hellforged Legion. This is the new ROR unit. And they certainly look really badass. I mean, I love that scheme. Kind of the more grim, dark look. Yeah, if I were to paint like a tabletop variant of these, I think you would accomplish this by like doing like a corn red base and then like maybe a little bit of dry brushing or layering. That looks super cool. But basically, yeah, of course, magic damage. Their Hellblade triggers on 40 kills instead of on 80. And they have more armor. So they have 60 armor. So if they're fighting like dual wielding Chaos Warriors, or if they do have the unfortunate situation of battling against some of the spawn, they're going to be very nice. So Herald of Corn is here. Double Cultist, and that appears to be it. Now, taking a look here at his opponent's army, it is going to be a Spawn Halberd wall. Now, this is very, very meta. Basically, you know, the Halberds are going to be dealing with enemy spawn, and your spawn will deal with their infantry. It's a classic build, which you can almost use in most matchups. It's very, very good. So, front line, Chaos Warriors with Halberd. Secondary line, Spawn. Heralds of Corn. No big scary demons. But it is going to be a grind of fates here in the middle. Corn armies in general are pretty elite. Like, even if this was kind of an old school land battle, for example, the Corn army would probably only have like an extra 2 units, right? This is 9.2k funds, and land battles are 12.4. So within a couple, you know, seconds here, they're going to be about the size of a land battle army. So this was more or less armies you would probably see. Now, the demons here, the Exalted Bloodletters, will absolutely massacre the Halberds, and so too will the Hellforged Legion. Those guys, if they can get square engagements on the Chaos Warrior Halberds without the spawn really tearing them to shreds, they should be able to potentially do some very, very good damage for sure. So here comes more Chaos Warriors with Corn from the summon. The first reinforcement has been pulled in, and we have not seen reinforcements from Zone yet. If we're looking at Zone's current pool, he's at about 12.5, so most likely going to be banking for some big scary goodies. You know, there were some pretty big buffs to the Hell Cannon today. Not the Hell Cannon, but the Skull Cannon. So maybe we could see that. I would be really hyped to see a Skull Cannon. Granted, it's a little bit risky here. Dob says, no Minotaurs with great weapons. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be a big fan of the Minotaurs with great weapons myself. I feel like it would take a little bit too much damage for their price point against spawn, and with the prevalence of just Halberd Warrior spam, I feel like the Minotaurs are going to be a little bit janky. Like, I've rarely seen them in a top 4 of a competitive tournament do well. But again, I don't know if anything changed for them, but in my experience, the Minotaurs are usually always a little bit lackluster. But perhaps you've had different experiences, brother. Chaos Warriors of Corn with Halberds are going to be preparing to engage in the middle objective. So we're having a good old-fashioned, stare down. The good, the bad, and the ugly style. It's the we just need some epic Western music. God, who did the music for that movie? I can't remember. It was so long ago. But more and more Bloodletters coming out. Exalted Bloodletters are an amazing unit. I think in the past couple weeks, people have really been discovering the power of the Exalted Demon units. Honestly, they're quite good. I mean, the Exalted Bloodletters are absolute just lawnmowers, man. And of course, the new Hellforged Legion is going to be even better, considering they have some armor against the beatdowns of the spawn. So, no fighting yet. We do have the double cultist advantage for Random. His army's a little bit more elite. The army of Zone is a little bit wider, obviously. He's got the 4 spawn, but Random's going to be pulling into a blob. So what I would do right now, if I were this bad boy, is for Zone, I would probably just play the side objectives a little bit, because obviously Random is going to have a little bit of a chub here for playing in a blob. He's got the more elite army. He's going to want to concentrate it in one spot and really maximize the efficiency of those units, which, if I were Zone, I'd probably go for the side points. So we do get the Hellforged Legion coming in. So hey, yeah, Ennio Morricone. Yeah, that's who it was. Thank you. But the Hellforged Legion coming out, or host, I should say. Legion sounds so much cooler. Hellforged Legion, I think, would have been way more rad. So CA, if you're listening, it can make it happen. But nonetheless, the Hellforged host is going to be coming out. And will he take the grind in the middle, man? Probably would play the side objectives. Just send like a spawn and a halberd down here. But no, it looks like he's confident in his army to win the blob fight, which is going to be interesting. I mean, Random's army does have a lot of Exalted Bloodletters, which will make very, very quick work of the Chaos Warriors. Plus, Random's army is kind of designed for a blob fight. He's got, double Cultists of Corn here. So what that means is there's going to be 2 summons coming out. So yeah, this is guys, this is basically a land battle right now in terms of just getting reinforcements as well. So the fight is underway, Spawn slamming into the front line. We're immediately going to be seeing value trading here in the middle, but the cultists I think are going to be big difference makers. Despite the nerf to their cost, they're still an incredibly cost-effective unit because they're also good fighters. That's kind of been the issue with cultists, or you know, the Tzeentch ones aren't as bad because they're not as good in combat, but the Khorne and Nurgle ones are just so good. We get spawn reinforcements coming in, and sorry guys, it's not going to be the most engaging battle here. It's honestly very difficult to tell what's happening because the banners are very different in terms of functionality. Perhaps we should consider banning mirror matches in the future. But the middle point, it looks like one player is getting a little bit closer to taking, but we're seeing random climb up on value, right? And really where that is, it's the Exalted Bloodletters cutting through a lot of the Halberd units. Many of the Halberd units of Zone are already getting broken and smashed. They're running for the hills. So good night, Sweet Prince. And yeah, I think the Exalted Bloodletters are making the big difference, but you have to also remember that the army of random is very much designed to use those cultists and get that temporary buff and strength. And now we get a cultist coming in from Zone. So Zone might be able to get some momentum coming back here if he's able to get these summons out and start trading in that way. And yes, we do get a Bloodletter summon coming, which will be doing battle here with these guys. It is a Sea of Red, yes. It's basically the Blood God's Tithe is being exacted. And Zone's Exalted Bloodletters are being kind of spanked a little bit by these Spawn. Spawn just super, super good against those type of units. And Khorne Spawn are one of the best ones. 190 weapon strength is incredibly good. We see Exalted Bloodletters of Khorne actually dissipating here to the wrath of the Spawn. And the value differential is becoming very, very close. We now have him only down by about 500, give or take. So, yeah, they took different banners. One of them took, like, the sword banner. They should have done the one where it's, like, where it's the kind of the darker one that has, like, a charcoal hue to it. Because this one is just impossible to tell, man. And the middle objective is owned by Random Nick, so you can see the banners up in the top left. Random does have the sword, but, like, yeah, I really, honestly, just can't tell what's going on, guys. It's very, very tough. I mean, Zone losing a cultist here. Random Nix has a pretty healthy goon squad in the center. We do see Bloodletters going, and I would imagine the Hellforged Host has gotten only 54 kills, but the Hellblade is activated on those guys. And is anybody playing the side points? It honestly does not look like it. I think both these players are really taking the Khornate mirror very seriously, just trying to spill skulls. I mean, this is very lore friendly too, and many Khorne players you play against in tabletop will simply try and take out their opponent rather than playing the objectives. It's very Khorne. So that is basically what's going on. So probably going to be seeing the Sword of Khorne as well. I mean, with the amount of skulls that are being shed here, I think that we could see the big army ability. The value is like so close. Like this is probably one of the most haggard 1v1s I think we've ever had. But this is mirror matches. This very much takes me back to the days of old when we had vampire count mirror matches in my tournaments, and it was just pure misery. And you know, it's a good time for us to catch up and bond and really enjoy each other's company here. So Halberds of Zone over here. Zone's got his double cultist, single cultist, which Random Nix is going after the goon on that character. Zone is down by about 500 value, and it could really just come down to simple engagements with like heroes and characters. They both have a Herald of Khorne too. Like no favors are being done. Like no favors are being done at all. Here we do get Zone moving some Halberds over to the side objective, which I love. I wish we had seen that earlier. Hellforged Host has been resummoned by Zone. And now it's going to be moving back to the middle. Certainly going to be pretty scary, actually. They might be able to buzzsaw through this entire army here. Many of the spawn units are gone. And the middle objective has now been taken by Khorne? No, still owned by Random, I guess. Random still has full control of that. Side objective's going to be slowly taken by some of the Chaos Warriors over here, so they will be rolling on this point. And up here, the Cultists of Khorne of Zone probably is going to want to move on to that objective to try and grab that bad boy. Because Random gets a pretty firm control of the middle. Here you can see Random's forces. Yeah, he's got his Bloodletters, his Exalted Bloodletters, but the Hellforged Host, will they pour in and fight? Could have been an okay fight for them, maybe. I think they might have been able to trade okay. We have the Herald Duel, the Duel of Fates, the two very interesting characters kind of bouncing back and forth. And this is why we need Immortal Empire, so we don't have to get stuck in mirror matches like this. Just give us the 20 plus factions. This will never happen again. All right, Herald of Khorne bouncing back. We have the Hellforged Host at the ready. Exalted Bloodletters. It looks like Zone is going to be preparing for this fight. Side objective is being taken by Zone, but very slowly. And you can see Random has some Exalted boys coming over from the spawn, and they'll very quickly get that. It seems like Random Nix is getting even more in control of this game, as the Hellforged Host of Zone is going to be engaging against the basic Bloodletters of Random. Should be able to get a good buzzsaw there, but yeah, there's numbers. It's a numbers game at this point. 2 Cultists and a Herald. The heroic presence is quite strong. Albert's trying to make their way up, but it looks like Random is going to get the Flesh Hounds or Basic Hounds. That's actually a good choice. The basic Chaos Warhounds are infantry size, so the Halberds there aren't going to be super effective against them. Granted, Flesh Hounds would have gotten the job done as well. Oh my god, the Gorse mirror matches were just hell on earth, dude. Don't remind me of that. We We would have like the finals of a tournament, like where you were only allowed to play one faction, and it would be 2 vampire count players just like rubbing their zombies and skeletons together. It was truly a horror to behold. Now Random's really up in value, and it looks like he's got control over this game. He moves over to the side point, and the Chaos Warriors of Khorne are going to get absolutely massacred there, and Random will take that objective. Most likely will take control of the top objective as well. So I would wager to say that with the value differential that we're seeing, the momentum of Random still having these characters, Zone's Herald getting its butt kicked by the 2 Cultists of Khorne, I would say that Random Mix is probably going to be taking this game. You know, much like land battles, even though there's still a fair amount of game to be played, it's usually decided, I would say, in the first, like, you know, between 5 and 10 minutes. Not always. Sometimes, of course, the games can be a little bit closer with a certain objective tactics, but if they're just going to kind of play it as if it's a land battle, the individual who wins in terms of the initial trade is probably going to be winning as well. So you can afford to, like, if you sacrifice value for objectives, you can certainly lose on the main battle and still win on points, but that was not how this battle was played. It was really more played like, let's just rub our sausages together in the middle of the map and see what happens. Zone pushing back his Hellforged Host and Bloodletters and Spawn, actually getting a little bit of value there. And what is Random going to be bringing in now? Yeah, it looks like he's got his own Hellforged Host. Hey, at least we're getting to see the cool RORs in action for sure. Side objective has been taken by Random, top objective by Random as well. Currently he's up by 2,000 points and is up by about 1,500 value. It would take a pretty colossal effort here for Zone to get back in the game. Not really sure how he could go about that. So we do actually see some Fleshhounds coming in from Zone. That's a good choice. They, of course, will beat the basic Chaos Warhounds very, very easily. So parking those guys on the objective right here, just having them sit there, take that, and just kind of serve as a bit of a screen, might give Zone the opportunity to come back. We'll have to see. If Random were to make some blunders or perhaps summon in inefficient units, so I can't tell who won. Well, hopefully you can tell now. It seems a little bit clear. Random is up on points, but a little bit of a 2v1 here. That's unfortunate. So Zone does not notice that some Fleshhounds were lurking in the shadows here by the spawn and did come in and intercepted the Fleshhounds of Zone. So probably going to be able to win that fight, no problem, as Random is going to be running away with those 2 units. And in the middle, looks like we get the Herald of Khorne moving in from Random, as well as the Hellforged Legion and the Exalted Bloodletter. So Bloodletters are just generally good combat units. Really high melee attack. They're not like designed to kill big things, but they can cut through a spawn of Khorne. I mean, look at the, oh my god, look at the spawn of Khorne getting massacred here by the Hellforged Legion. Locust of Wrath giving him 97 melee attack. Man, look at the damage coming in, dude. Huge beatdown. Khorne's melee output is insane. The amount of work they can be doing is very, very good for sure. So, yeah, look at that. I mean, the spawn of Khorne just got absolutely trash canned by that. The Locust of Wrath is quite good for sure. Khorne does not mess around. Now, on the side objective, Zone did get some Exalted Bloodletters up here, which are going to be very tough to remove. So, some more Bloodhounds coming down here to help out. And in the middle, Zone might be able to actually take control of a couple objectives here. He's got some Exalted Boys moving on. And now Zone is going to be wrestling control, but does he have enough to avoid the dreaded triple cap necessity? He might still have to get a triple cap here based on the point differential. Yeah, he's going to have to. Sitting on 2 objectives is not going to win you the game. So Random, if he wanted to, could simply just like Helm's Deep over here. He could move on to objective 3, start summoning in some reinforcements here. And something I would like to see on this map, by the way, I don't know if anyone from the old CA is watching, but if you are, so an issue we've run into on this map quite a bit is the fact that there's only 1 spawn point. So factions like Cathay tend to get stuffed in that spawn point, whereas factions with Vanguard deployment have massive advantages at getting out to the objectives. Whereas, like, I'm not saying that there should be more points like close to the objectives, but if we could get like a deployment point that like back here and one back here, I think that would really, really give factions that aren't like as quick and also are a little bit more range reliant. Because if this position gets compromised as Cathay, you simply can't escape because they're going to be summoning, like your missile units are being summoned to their death. So I think seeing some capture points like out here on the wings would be very, very good for sure. So Zone has not gotten the middle objective yet. Looks like he piled into this fight here. And the fight continues to rage on, and look at the value differential, guys. It looks like Zone is actually caught up. Could he come back from this, man? I mean, the value is close. I mean, Random is only about 500 ahead. Wow, that is actually really, really close there. Jeez. But Spawn of Khorne still generating great value for Zone. His Herald still lives just barely, going to be giving those AoE buffs, which of course is very good. And they continue to just kind of grind here in the middle of the map. Now, side objective not being covered by anyone. It currently is owned by Zone. So Zone not really worrying. It seems like Random is very, very focused on the fighting. Top objective owned by Random, and the middle is still owned by him as well. So it's very much getting to the point where you better triple cap really, really soon or you're going to be in danger. So he's going to have to start playing some objective play. Zone does have a nice bank, though, and he actually tied the value. So now Zone not only has a value, like, equalizer, but he also has about twice the number of supplies, which means that like you got to take some risks. You got to get some units. You got to go for the side objectives, and you got to just play all that. You got to get all three. Like at this point, random has about 4,000 points to your 1,500, right? So Zone actually manages to wrestle that. Dude, this would be a pretty insane comeback if you're able to win it. I don't really know how. It's been very difficult to tell, but it seems like the additional spawn have been very effective. We get Skull Crushers. Oh my god. We're getting the Bulldogs, baby. Check this shit out. Oh yeah, these are one of my favorite units of Khorne. They're so cool looking. It's basically a bunch of Khorne warriors riding some giant hell-infused Wookiees. Yes, and the Wookiee was my little pug dog that we used to have. But the Skull Crushers of Khorne are going to be going to the high ground objective. I mean, they are a meaty unit, man. They are going to put some hurt, so it looks like he's going to be going for the triple cap, and Random might not have the stopping power. Random needs to just hold one of the objectives somehow. But yeah, his army is actually gone. And Zone is coming in for the triple cap, man. Dude, no way. How is this going to happen? Exalted Bloodletters get the objective here, and yeah, so Zone's got that one under control for sure, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, controlled by Khorne. I'm trying to get the icon straight. It's a little bit hard because they're both playing Khorne and the flags look so similar, so making these snap calls is very tough. Random for sure owns the high ground objective, but this one is going to be taken in a matter of seconds by Zone's army. Yeah, he's got spawn moving down there. He's got the middle pretty secured. And up on the high ground, he's very, very close to getting this one. Yep, looks like that one's going to be going to him as well, as the Bulldogs of Khorne are able to move up here, so check it out. Oh lord, they're coming. Yes, they are. And they're pretty good against a lot of Khorne units. 130 armor is no joke. And look at that. Wait, why did he withdraw? Hold on. What? Oh, I had their banners backwards the entire time. Oh my god. So yeah, Random Nicks got triple capped there. That's what I had their banners backwards. Oh, because when they loaded in the first time, it was the other way around. And then they had the desync, and then I got screwed up there. But in the end, Zone is actually able to come back, despite, you know, being heavily capped there. Okay, I just had that backwards the whole time. Well, hopefully you guys don't mind. My bad. And Zone is able to claim victory in the first game. GG, well played. So, next map is going to be Death Pass. I will get it right next time. Hopefully it's not another mirror match. All right. GG, well played. So, yeah, Zone ended up winning. He was behind, and he ended up coming back. Correct. So let's go over to the picks and bans. That is going to be game one going to Zone. And we can start clearing these bad boys out. Preparing for the next phase of the picks and bans. The map is going to be Death Pass. So let's get that up. Very good. And here we go. Khornate plot twist. Yeah, man. I'm surprised he was able to come back, but I guess just the spawn were able to do it. I think it really was the spawn. Alrighty, perfect. So let me see what they're going to be doing for their picks and bans. Just kind of hanging out in the old Discord chat, and we'll keep tabs on all that. Yeah, the Hellforged Legion guys are pretty rad, or the Hellforged host. I thought they were cool. I don't know if I saw any issues. I didn't see any issues here with the new income. Let me go ahead and check. Nakamura, if you're still in chat, perhaps you could explain it. Okay, domination mode. Those will come slightly stronger. Okay, so the comeback mechanic so passive supplies have been changed. So the new income is actually lower, so you get less per second. And increased health penalty incurred from following a teleport withdraw from 20 to 50%. Okay, so when you withdraw units, they don't come back as quickly either. So it looks like we have a passive supply decrease, and I believe the comeback mechanic was slightly changed. But when units are taken off the battlefield, it takes a little bit longer for them to come back. Okay, so yeah, honestly, nothing like terribly crazy. Yeah, I think it felt pretty good. Is Cathay still the worst faction? So they just got a ton of buffs today, and we haven't really seen anybody try and play them yet. So now we have our first pick and ban here. So let's go ahead and fire that up. Oops, wrong one. Sorry, guys. And where art thou? So Zone is going to be going Kislev and Nurgle for his two picks. Kislev and a Big Papa Nurgle. There they are. And now Random is on the pick here. Random is on the pick. Okay, let us see what he does. What will be the choice? Against these two? Maybe a wild Cathay pick on Death Pass, although I feel like Nurgle is going to be pretty rough for you on that map. They have a lot of like forests and things they can kind of creep through on the side. Okay. Okay, so Nakamura says there was no change to the comeback mechanic. It's just relatively more compared to the income. Oh, okay, got it. So yeah, the income being different. Got it. Makes sense. The changes basically mean that you can't waste units as much. Yeah, that was kind of one of my big gripes with domination mode in general, was that like it didn't really feel like when you killed the unit it mattered because it would just be back quickly. But I like the fact that they take a little bit longer to come back now. I actually think that's a good change. I think it's a good change. All right, so what will be picked now? I'm watching to see. Will we see a Chad Cathay pick from random? I would actually be super stoked. I want to see the new efficiency of some of these missile units, right? I want to see how they do. That would be very, very neat for sure. Yeah, the fight was very close. Like, it was the entire time the fight was only within 500 value. And in the end, you know, the grind, his army eventually got worn down by the spawn, I think. Because Bloodletters typically don't trade super well into them. We did see a couple situations with the shock damage where they did, but it was a close fight. It was very, very close. Yeah, very, very close fight. It was only for, you know, it was only for like 500 or something like that. Yeah. It was a tight one. If you could have Helm's Deep on one of the side objectives, you might have been able to get it too. It's hard to say, instead of just like pouring into the middle. So, you know, out of region, so you're saying so the strategy of getting caps and value trading is back. So I don't know, we'll see. Like, people thought that at first, but then that kind of fell out of the meta as a lot of people started just barely losing when they didn't play the points. It's very risky to play that way, but yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that for sure. We'll have to keep an eye on it for sure. All right, so it looks like it's going to be a Tzeentch pick. So random is going to be coming in with Big Daddy Tzeentch. So there he is. Now Zone will pick between his remaining two factions, which I would imagine will probably be Kislev here. I would wager that is going to be the jam. I would wager that is going to be what we see. I want to see some Crane Gunners in action. The problem with Cathay, though, is having to deal with all of the damn Furies, right? Like, especially against Tzeentch. Tzeentch can come in with a basic Lord, and they can summon Furies on top of other Furies, and it's like, with Cathay, it's almost impossible to kill the Furies, like, off your shooting. It's really, and like, you can, but it takes a while, and then eventually they just get all the objectives, and it's a pretty rough experience for sure. It's a pretty rough one, indeed. Medi saying, I like that there are other tactics besides just rushing the points with tons of infantry. Yeah, I agree. And, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with just fighting, like, and playing it as if it's a land battle, and then the objectives are what keep you honest in terms of, you know, draw kiting and things like that. I mean, that's totally fine. That was something that a lot of people kind of wanted originally, was just land battles with objectives, and then if somebody tries to draw kite you, you just capture the objective type thing. But, you know, it still doesn't like solve a lot of the, you know, core issues and whatnot. But I do think the way objectives are working now is fine. But we'll have to see. It's our first tournament in the new patch. Yeah, hopefully Iron Hail Gunners are a little bit better. The problem with Iron Hail Gunners is they can't really shoot when they are when like an infantry unit in front of them is engaged. They can't like shoot over their heads and help. So you have to get really good line of sight with them. All right, guys. So we have our matchup. The final pick here is going to be Kislev. So Kislev is the final pick. And it's going to be Kislev versus Tzeentch. This is a pretty classic matchup that we have been seeing for quite some time. And let us switch back to the lobby. And the players will be beginning their Duel of Fates here in just a moment. Oh my god. The Longma Riders might be able... Yeah, it's tricky though, because if you invest 3,000 or 1,800 or 2,800 gold now, I believe they got a cost decrease, which is really nice, into Longma Riders, the issue being you can't really contest the objective super well. Like, that's a lot to invest in an Air Force, because you're paying like 2,800 gold to cover your shooting, which also doesn't play the objectives well. I mean, but Cathay could become one of those factions that just tries to value trade you to death and then gets the triple cap on you. But they're very slow is also the problem. So they can't like get the objective super quickly. Longma's got 100 gold cost decrease as well. Oh yeah, not having to deal with the whole attacking rule is so nice. I agree. That's land battles that just, they can't exist as the future format, like as they were, because I mean, you could, but it's never going to be like a truly competitive game, because you have to have these community rules with gray areas and like people's opinions put in, and it's just not good for the community for sure. So we're getting there. You know, once we get a couple more maps and all the old factions, I think domination's going to be in a pretty sweet spot. We just need more. We just need more of the old factions. That really is the most important thing. All right. So just going to check here real quick. Looks fine to me. Yeah, cost decrease from 1,500 to 1,400. Yeah, it's certainly a little bit better. Yeah, because they were very overpriced. You had the Pegasus Knights of Bretonnia, which were like, what, like 1,100, I think? Yeah, for the Pegasus Knights, which honestly are about just as good. I mean, Long Riders, I think, are a little bit more durable. I can't remember. Yeah, so they were super overpriced. You can use Jade Lancers to get Harpies off. Yeah, you can, sort of, with the charge bonus buff they got, but it's still not super quick. Jade Lancers have very low weapon strength. Jade Lancers are more designed as a roadblock unit than they are like a shot cap unit, right? They're like Empire Knights, but the Empire wouldn't have that problem because they could summon in Knights of the Blazing Sun. They have other options to kill annoying chaff units, whereas Cathay really only has Long Marauders and Jade Lancers right now. So the big issue was, you know, Jade Lancers, and they don't kill Furies as quickly as you think. They really don't. They don't indeed. Does the Nurgle ROR? Yeah, the Nurgle ROR does regenerate, and it's very, very strong. Yeah. Okay, cool. Looks like we're all set. Thank you all once again for joining. We're back in business. No Cathay today, so far. It is only the first best of 3. The bottom side of the bracket, we're going to be jumping into another best of 3 and then a best of 5 grand finals to wrap it all up. But right now, we are in the second game of our best of 3. Currently, random is down 1 game. So let us update the scorecard here. Yep, we have. And if Zone is able to win this, he will advance on. It's going to be Tzeentch versus Kislev. Very excited to see what they do here. How are the RORs? You know, I have yet to test them a lot myself. But I think they're great. And I do appreciate that approach that Creative Assembly is taking. I think that adding things to every faction across the board is exponentially healthier for not only the campaign experience, but also for multiplayer. Because it definitely sucks to, you know, have like Skaven and Wood Elves get a DLC and then like Norska is just sitting there, you know, crying tears in the corner, right? Like it's nice to have all the factions get something at once, so everybody's getting a little piece of the pie. And it makes the balance way better, because in Warhammer 2, we had entire patch cycles of like 3 to 4 months where like some factions would just be terrible and like the new ones would just be like the Golden Children and there was no fight. Like they were just so much better. So the new approach that they are taking in that regard is good. And, you know, honestly, the game's obviously been in a relatively rough state in terms of the, you know, interest and balance and all that sort of stuff. But I think the future is pretty bright for sure. I think Warhammer 3 is going to be an amazing game like after Immortal Empires comes out. It's certainly better now. Like it's getting better with every patch, but yeah, it's going to be amazing. Like this is going to be one of the greats of all time once we get the old factions added back in. All right, guys. So we see the blazing squealers. I love the name. So what do? They replenish ammo of nearby units. That's really cool. I love that. So very much like Vampire Coast. And they also have the Arcane Mirth, which is very standard. So yeah, pretty cool. They can replenish ammo. They have the Pink Horrors of Tzeentch, as well as the Blazing Squealers, which is, I think, one of my favorite names of all time. We do have a Cultist of Tzeentch in the back, going to be summoning in some more shooting units. A bunch of blues, and up in the sky, we have a Herald of Metal. So the Metal Man is here. Now, looking at the forces of Kislev, this is a very, very unique army. Check this shit out. So basically, going for a mega cheap lord, we have a Boyar on foot. He's pretty armored, so he can take it. He's also got a pretty badass haircut, too. An Ice Witch of the Heart of Winter, it looks like, and a Patriarch on foot with, what the hell is this? He just has the AoE healing item. Interesting. He didn't even bring the AoE healing prayer, just the AoE healing item. Pretty cool. Now for his main core, it's going to be Kossars into the Sunset, backed up by tripled Zargard with great weapons. Now you might be asking, like, why? Why do you bring these great weapons against Tzeentch? They have very little armor. Well, Forsaken spam is very, very common, and Zargard with great weapons will absolutely massacre Forsaken, and they still have good enough armor to absorb shots from some of the blues and pinks and things like that. And honestly, if they come in with flamers anyways, you might as well have the great weapons. I actually like that. Really, really good. Yeah, the names are incredibly awesome for sure. Spence, ask me that after the game, and we'll get to that. All right, so I think it's going to be, yeah, mass shooting basically with tripled Zargard. Very elite. I love this army. It's very cool to see people kind of switching up their strategies. And I would imagine he'll just send like a Kossar over to the side objectives. Because Tzeentch is very much going to be someone who just wants to mouth breathe and move down the middle and just blast you, right? But this is a very, very cool build. I love it. Tripled Zargard with Grey Open. Oh, no, they're not all Grey Open, actually. Did he bring the ROR one? He did not. And yeah, it's going to be a Boyar, just basic kit, bare bones, very wide army. Today I learned that 90 armor is a little... 90 armor is pretty good. It definitely does some work. Yeah, the ROR would be very good here, actually, because they do have fire resist, right? So yeah, they could endure a lot of the Tzeentch shooting, for sure. It's pretty much everything Tzeentch does is like fire-based. So the war sleds did get changed. Yeah, they got, but we still have the restrictions on them until I'm able to kind of test them myself. I don't want to kind of throw them in there and ruin the tournament. So there still are restrictions on them today. AJ Phoenix, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I like this idea too. You can kind of see it in the deployment. We see our Kislev player here. he's going to move up and just get a big kind of classic RTS concave like right here. And then the other elite units are going to move to the side. And this is actually a very, very good tactic, right? They move up here, they pressure that side objective, and, you know, Tzeentch is going to have to send a lot to deal with them, like a lot. Like a Spawn Forsaken and like a blue or something. Or maybe even the Lord, who knows. So the battle is on. The horns of war have been sounded once more in the deep. And the forces of Tzeentch are going to be advancing up onto the middle point. So look at the little cackling gremlins. Locus of Conjuration going down. That is an activated ability from the Herald, and what it does is it gives you tons of wind magic based on the nearby units, so that's pretty cool for sure. The Blazing Squealers are here to squeal, yes, they are going to be squealing all over the place, looking mighty funny. I love that they can replenish ammo. What is their damage? So the missile strength is 43 compared to 28. Wow, that's of course they are the Exalted variant, but yeah, that's some pretty hard-hitting units for sure. Are we seeing any spells? We did. Looks like we might have seen an Overcast. This guy used a blue fire on something. Not sure what. Was it the Frost Maiden? Was it the Patriarch? I'm not sure. I kind of like this original idea better of seeing the Zargard go for the side point here. Obviously, this little flying squeal master is going to be a little bit too swift, right? So what's going to happen is he's just going to bounce back and forth. He pops the Opal Amulet to give him a little bit of ward save, which is very cute. And Zone actually isn't even shooting. Zone just like knows that random is going to be juking here, so he's not even bothering to waste ammo, which I really like that, actually. That's kind of cool, but I liked the original play a little bit better. I think sending the Zargard out here was a very, very strong play, but in the end, he's going to bring them back to the middle. I guess he really just wants to make sure he doesn't lose the team fight here. Now, the Patriarch is the one being sniped, and of course, he's not going to be healing unless he's in combat. So I do think the healing prayer would have been a little bit better for sure. Dude, I love it. This squealing, what are they called? The Blazing Squealers? Dude, that's so funny. That is a really, really good name. Yeah, whoever named these new RORs did a good job for sure. It's pretty great. All right, so Patriarch getting blasted. I think that's a good play. Nailing him with the blue fire and just a little bit of poke and stroke is going to be good. I think Random went for, yeah, he went with fire magic. So the Cultist of Tzeentch is the caster. The Herald is just kind of flying around with his little disc attacks and being annoying, and of course regenerating winds of magic. Side objective, yeah, we get a Snow Leopard moving over there. So Snow Leopard and the new and improved Griffin Legion. So Griffin Legion now have 110 armor and are a little bit cheaper as well. So I think Griffin Legion are going to be a little bit more of a common pick as they move over onto the side point here, which I think is a very, very good choice, and I certainly like the changes we've seen to the Griffin Legion, but the battle in the Moodle is about to take place, both players kind of squaring up, you know, feeling out the battlefield dynamics. We got some pinks moving on over to get Objective 1, and is anybody going for Objective 3? Looks like there's a couple Furies. I would like to see like a single Kossar go over there. I think it would for sure be worth it, but I guess just holding on to the middle is fine, and yeah, the Patriarch's taking it like a champ. Now, Kossars have moved into range. They're going to start shooting for the Orthodoxy or for the motherland, any number of things. Yeah, they've always been good against Tzeentch. The Kossar shooting is very, very strong. So they're going to start melting some of the blues, and the blues have lost their Protoss shields, and now they're going to be moving up to fight. Here comes Random's army. So Flaming Sword of Ruin will probably go down very, very soon, or a Cascading Fire Cloak, and that will give a damage augmentation to these guys. And it looks like, yeah, the Kindle Flame is active, the Cascading Fire Cloak. So all of these Kossars are going to be taking huge damage from the Tzeentch shooting. And you definitely are going to want to scoot back. That is a lot of popcorn being thrown at these guys. And those Armored Kossars, oh, nice play by Random. Plague of Rust as well on the Armored Kossars. So their armor is now down to 40. The Silver Shields are the only thing keeping them alive. Zargar just running through a torrent of fire. This is looking like a pretty good little concave here for Tzeentch. I mean, Tzeentch is probably able to outshoot Kislev in a really tight fight like this, but Zone is still going for it. Now, side objective is going to be taken. Beautiful play here from the Griffin Legion. So the Griffin Legion got back here, and they are just hammering through these pinks. Beautiful damage here. Really cool to see the shot cap being used effectively, and the Absolute Massacre has begun. Side objective is going to be fully taken. It looks like we do have some Winged Lancers moving in, so Kislev is actually playing like Kislev and using their cav and not just spamming sleds, which I think is great. Zargard have gotten into the front line, and the Boyar is back here with his dual-wielding weapons, looking like an absolute man as he chops through some of these demons. He's got that, like I said, the most epic haircut of all time. But the Tzeentch army is certainly getting a lot of value. Value trading, Random Nix is up by about 1,000 value. There's a little bit of healing in Kislev, and Kislev is doing a good job playing the side objectives too. They've taken this, and now the Griffin Legion is going to be space jamming into the back of these pinks here, and they should be able to wreck them pretty hard. So here comes a big charge of Kislev as the Griffin Legion just gets right in there and gets a big thunderous charge. Beautiful damage, and those pinks will probably die shortly after. And now the Winged Lancers need to shut down some of these other units, because Kislev could for sure come back. I mean, the middle objective is owned by Kislev. They have their Kossars moving into melee, which is a little bit strange against those pinks, but, you know, it is what it is. And Kislev needs to get that top objective, too. Like, he needs to get this. If he's going to be playing 2 objectives right now, he needs to make sure to just go all in. Because, you know, the value trading is a little bit rough, right? But yeah, look at these. These Griffin Legion units are doing great. Like, bouncing back and forth between Forsaken, also hammering down some of the pinks. The extra armor they got, of course, quite nice. Patriarch and Zargard with Grey Weapons trying their best to fight here. We get more and more Winged Lancers coming out, so Kislev actually using its cav units. And the value lead right now is only 800, so in terms of the, you know, the come-from-behind mechanic or any of that stuff, it's not really going to be terribly substantial right now. Another Cascading Fire Cloak going down, very nice. Could be giving those pinks up to a 50 melee defense, making them slightly more durable. And the cav of Kislev really are doing the work. I would love to see another Griffin Legion. I feel like they're just huge. And the value lead is very narrow now. It's only about 700 or 800. I think the big MVPs have been the Griffin Legion. And in the back, it looks like Zone has forgotten about his caster, but now the Frost Maiden is on its way back. And we're going to get another big Chungus charge. Griffin Legion meta, dude, sign me up for that shit. I love Reichsguard type units. And these guys look so damn cool. So they just hammer into those Zinch units with their new armor buff, looking extra golden and extra cool. And yeah, the pinks just get melted, man. The pink cores of Zinch are in a little bit of danger, and Kislev is now starting to catch up. Obviously, now that the mass shooting is a little bit compromised, and you know the badass Boyar is able to move in as well, he'll probably help with some of the spawn units. I mean, he's almost as big as one of these spawn. Jeez. We'll see if he can fight those guys. Yeah, he's moving in, and the big chop. The spawn does endure. Heart of Winter going down. Very nice Heart of Winter right here. So you see it. It's in this radius right here. That is going to be hitting the pinks. It hits the spawn, and also was kind of tickling the edge of another unit. Zinch army ability, though, very good from Random. Is able to hit one of the Kossars and the Griffin Legion here. 2 objectives still taken, and now finally we do see Random getting some blues over here to go grab this. I would really like to see somebody get that high ground objective because Kislev could lose on objectives here. We get blues coming in. Random is starting to play the objectives now that the main fighting has kind of gone in the favor of Kislev a little bit. Kislev seems to be wrestling control over this with their shooting and their Griffin Legion cav, and the forces of Zinch are kind of being flattened a little bit. Zargard with Grey Weapons right here. Here they go. Fighting tooth and nail for the motherland. Battling against the Blazing Squealers, who apparently are replenishing some ammunition, which is always cool to see. Another charge of Winged Lancers. Cue the Sabaton. Here they come. Big charge, sending these foul demons back to the warp from whence they came. And I have to say, this is one of the more refreshing games I think I've casted in Warhammer 3. Seeing Kislev being played how they're supposed to be played, not like a million bear sleds with mass healing. This is proper Kislev. This is just badass cavalry and durable infantry. That is what we signed up for Kislev for, right? So Zone's Griffin Legion, honestly, is going to be a pretty good stuffing unit. Come in here, you know, pound these blue horrors into the Shadow Realm. The Boyar pulls back on the objective, but the one issue for Zone is that he's kind of lapsed a little bit on the side objectives. Another Griffin Legion coming in here, and yeah, they need to go up there and deal with those blues 100%. Side objectives going to be taken as well. He does have control over the middle, and yeah, the Griffin Legions should pull back here. There's a lot of shooting. Get back to the middle, far away from your opponent's reinforcements, and do your thing. Yeah, look at the little Snow Leopards and the Boyar fighting like a champ. Some sort of AoE going down here. Maybe going to be a Flaming Sword of Ruin. Yes, it is. Flaming Sword of Ruin will give a minor damage buff here to these Forsaken. No, I guess pretty big. Puts them up to 82 weapon strength and Cascading Fire Cloak. So those guys are basically Super Saiyan right now. But the value is now favoring Kislev. A single Griffin Legion unit could come back here and just deal with this. Like if they're able to kind of wheel over from the center, because you don't want to let Random get back on the score. Although in a way, maybe you kind of do. You're like, okay, well let's let him not get too far ahead for the come from behind mechanic, right? Griffin Legion going to be hammering towards the back objective, thundering across the battlefield. They will kill blues. It's not going to be super quick, but the blues only have 5 armor and 24 melee defense against 34 and a charge bonus of 72, which is pretty huge for sure. Zone has played in a couple tournaments, but I believe this is his first appearance in the top 4. So big charge coming in, baby. Lance is couched for Urson, and here they come. Big one right there. Blues take quite a bit of damage. Their shields almost instantly deleted, so that's basically the equivalent of about 1,000 HP, but I don't know, I'll probably stay there, although there are some Forsaken coming, so you can see a response from Random. He's going to be moving over the Forsaken, and the Kislev Lord is actually battling against the Zinch Lord, and with a little bit of help from the Frost Maiden. Forsaken also piled in there, but yeah, you can't let Random get these points, man. You got to get something over there. Looks like he's going to be continuing to pile into the middle here. Snow Leopard going to be trying to jack this objective, while the Winged Lancers trying to get on the blues, and the Griffin Legion fighting off the Forsaken. Forsaken typically won't be super good. Oh, 69 weapon strength. That's what's up. But the Forsaken here actually trading okay, but the big armor buff for the Griffin Legion has been proven to be quite valuable. So Winged Lancers switching positions, they're like, hey, we got these ones. So the Winged Lancers are just alternating, cycling the charging, which is so micro-intensive. It's great. Here comes another beautiful charge as the Griffin Legion, shining all golden and fancy, able to move in. You can see demons crumbling left and right. And yeah, the back and forth cycle charging really wearing down these Forsaken. Beautiful stuff. The Boyar is actually almost dead though. He got surrounded by Forsaken, which of course with the 69 weapon strength, what is this buff they're getting? The Wand of Whimsy. That seems really good. Who has that item? It probably belongs to the cultist. Is that like a mini Bonewood Staff from Wurzag? It seems so. It's an item that you don't see terribly often, but let's go ahead and double check this. So the Wand of Whimsy, whenever he casts, the entire army gets melee attack. Holy shit, that is really damn good. Why would he even go with a different caster? That just seems so incredibly strong for Forsaken. But at this point, he could just hold one objective. The Kislevites could just hold the middle, but it's a little bit of a risky gambit for sure. I think always, you know, playing for the other ones is going to be a little bit safer. Griffin Legion comes back and hammers into the blues, and might be able to start crumbling them. It's hard to say. They're at 87. They are unstable, losing models, but Forsaken are moving their way across. And what is Kislev going to be summoning in? I like this play. This is a good play. Zargard moving for the back objective. They're going to get that one pretty easily. Kislev still has a good stranglehold in the middle, it would seem. They have some Kossars, their caster. Although these Forsaken are looking a little bit suspicious here. The Winged Lancers doing a great job just holding back the Tides of Chaos. I'm certainly going to be quite interested to look at the value after this game is over here. But overall, the Forsaken and the Blues are going to be paying a bit of a troll toll. And nice crossfire shooting from the Armored Kossars. More Kislev Cav Micro. Certainly some beautiful stuff, as the Lancers do lance into some of the filthy Forsaken and are able to banish them. So shaken and stirred. How many models they have left? A fair amount. Yeah, still got 32 models. The Forsaken spam with the Wand of Whimsy. That little combo seems very good. And now it looks like Tzeentch is really pouring on the pressure on the side objectives. So we're going to be seeing some pinks coming over here and more blues as well, moving to that side point while the Zargard kind of make their way over. Got to hold on to that middle, man. It's getting a little bit dicey here for sure, because the point differential is very, very tight. Currently, Kislev is holding on to this one. A bit of a mistake. These Armored Kossars need to move up on the point because they're kind of allowing Tzeentch to just get this objective. Heart of Winter is going to go down, but it's not going to do too much, unfortunately. He should have moved the Armored Kossars onto the objective, baited a blob fight, and then used Heart of Winter. That actually would have probably won him the middle objective, but at this point, it looks like Tzeentch might be able to get that one back. So we get Griffin Legion sweeping over to the side here, while the Zargard basically absorb those shots like just absolute beasts with their silver shields and their 90 armor. It does not do that much damage for sure. So here comes the Zargard. Yeah, one item does the work of Slaaneish's lore buff. It's true, it kind of does, right? That item seems like that should be on a legendary character, not on like a Haggard cultist, because that item seems a little bit too good for a cultist. But Zargard, here they come, shields up, and they will be able to get this back eventually. It's going to take a minute, for sure. Griffin Legion also coming over. This is a big investment from Kislev. This is a lot of expensive units. And the middle has now been wrestled, so I guess at this point you assume that these two units right here are going to be able to get this point, and then you just kind of move up and fight for the middle here. But it looks like Tzeentch might have clawed their way back into this game. The value is very, very even here, and now the score is also quite even as well. Nice position. The pink horrors up on the high ground shooting in, but again, the armor of Kislev is going to be very, very strong. Griffin Legion, are they going to rear charge these guys? Probably what I would do, just try and sandwich them. The shooting, it's going to be too hard to shut that down because there's blues up here. They're just going to roadblock you, dude. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be charging uphill into blues. Not going to be like crazy devastating, but still, you know, gets through the shields and does a little bit of HP damage. Zargard with the Plague of Rust, their armor is down to 60. They're going to be hurting a little bit, but now it's to the point where you need like a double cap, right? Like Kislev is now in a little bit of danger, guys. In a little bit of danger indeed. Here we have the Armored Kossars being chased by the mighty Forsaken of Tzeentch. Forsaken of Tzeentch waddling after them, should be able to defeat them in combat with their huge amounts of weapon strength, especially with the Wand of Flimsy. Griffin Legion taking a relatively inefficient trade. Good comeback here from Random, honestly. He looks like he was kind of on the back foot there for a while, but Kislev started to kind of waver a little bit as they were pushed back on several points. Their little gambit here in the back didn't quite work out. And, you know, I can't help but think, guys, if Kislev had just captured objective number 3 in the beginning of the game, like, I think that they would have won this. Like, there was a good, like, after the capture, so what, 3 minutes in, I think he didn't capture this back objective until like 8 or 9 minutes in. There was literally 4 or 5 minutes in which he had full battlefield control. Tzeentch was pushed back, and he just did not, for some reason or other, play this back objective, which in the end I think costed him the game. So, you know, obviously some folks talking about pure value trading versus playing the objectives, but I think he needed to play this one quite a bit. And he is going to be getting this one, so Kislev does have this objective back, and the Herald is here. The middle objective needs to be wrestled somehow. We do get some Winged Lancers moving towards the back, which I think is a good play. There's a nice response, though, from Random. Random's going to be coming into the blues and getting on the objective here, while the Snow Leopard actually captures it. Okay, if he gets a double cap very soon, it's going to be incredibly close. Incredibly close for sure. Winged Lancers here, or Griffin Legion holding back some spawn of Tzeentch, which is an MLG play for sure. But this is rough. The Blues are going to get there. Does Kislev have any way of kind of slowing them down? The Griffin Legion might be able to get there soon enough, but he does withdraw. It was very close, but with the Blues coming that way, I don't think he was going to be able to get it. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the value of these units, the Zargard with great weapons were a big bust, actually. They didn't end up being good, because there was no Forsaken in the starting army. The Boyars did fine. Archers, I'm sure, did okay. The Cav were really the name of the game. Good value. I mean, not amazing value, but they like really roadblock things and had a good presence on the battlefield. But yeah, I think Zone kind of threw the game. Of course, he played very well. His micro was awesome, but he didn't capture that back objective, and it allowed Tzeentch to slowly get their way back in the game. If he had gotten that one, I think he would have been fine. All right, so 1-1, guys. We're going to the rubber match. This is game 3, and now the map is going to be Arnheim, which is a map I put into these tournaments so Cathay can have a home and potentially actually have some matches. Yes. It was great. It is great indeed. So let's go ahead and resettle this. It is a 1-1 series. Random Nicks, of course, constantly in the grand finals. And I believe Random has actually won tournaments before as well. We can take a look at the players' profiles and see. We can indeed. All right, so let's switch on over to the picks and bans, see what the players are going to be doing now. Both players saying GG. All right, let's see what Random is asking me. Outstanding. So let's see what their picks and bans are going to be. Just going to stand by for that. So it's a little bit different once we get into game 3 here. Yeah, the Grey Open Zargard was a bit of a gamble against the Tzeentch Forsaken spam, but we didn't get Forsaken spam, so they ended up being a little bit of a risky pick. Yeah, I think if you're going to go for like heavy caps, you got to go for all 3 because he didn't lose by much, and if he had that back objective a little bit longer, he could have fallen back to it and just defended and won the game, for sure. Doesn't comeback mechanic give like 5 per seconds for a 1k lead? I'm not sure how much it gives. I'll have to do a little bit of testing because, you know, times are changing. Can Cathay beat Cathay? That's a tough one. So the map is going to be Arnheim. And there we are. Alrighty. So picks and bans. Good luck, have fun. Cool. My favorite thing about these tournaments is not having to manage like rules drama. Oh my god, that just makes me not want to play the game at all. When people complain about like rules or there's like gray areas, it's just like it's like the most unholy nightmare, man. Dealing with that for like 4 years, I've lost so much hair, dude. So much hair was lost. Yeah, I think if Zone just had sent 1 Kossar in the back objective, he would have won the game. I think so. He would have had like an extra 800 or 900 points and could have just sat back there and won the game probably. Yeah, used his cav to block Tzeentch from getting there, and boom, he's good. Yeah, it was very winnable for Zone, for sure. It was close. I mean, the value was dead even the entire game. It was literally like... So Random Nicks went up to a massive early lead in the early fighting, and then Zone came back, and then Random started to come back, and, you know, there was push and pull in that fight, for sure. There was some push and pull. We need a bear. We need the dreaded bear. That would be quite fun to see, for sure. All right, so... We got the picks. Random is going to go Nurgle, Slaanesh, and Ogres. So I believe we need to switch on over to this. Aha! We have to switch to our bigger pick and ban template. Oops. Gotta fix that. I don't want to ruin the code there. Alright, so... We could just do it here, actually. It's fine. I'll change that for later. So ultimately, the pick is going to be... Random is going to go Nurgle, Slaanesh, and Ogres. Banning Tzeentch. And then it's going to be Nurgle, banning Nurgle, going Nurgle. So it's going to be Slaanesh versus Nurgle in this game. It's going to be the pick. So we have Nurgle, and then we have Tzeentch. Or Slaanesh, excuse me. Interesting. No Chad Cathay yet. Nobody's going to take that risk here in the grand finals, but this is our pick for the matchup. It is going to be Nurgle versus Slaanesh. So you know who you're going to be seeing here, right, guys? You know who's coming from the shadows. It is going to be Big Man Kugath. The legend, the Dark Lord, he comes. He now has a Mortis engine, so he's actually a little bit better. So Kugath playing the 2 low ground objectives, I think could actually be very, very strong. Alrighty. Cool. Let's see what happens. How is it gonna go? Yeah, having people quit because they disagree on the execution of the rules. Yeah, it's definitely stressful. It's definitely stressful. No Cathay yet, no. We haven't had a Cathay pick. I think Cathay, I don't think either of these guys are like Cathay type players. Usually Cathay takes like a special breed of player in my experience. Yeah, it certainly does. Let the Nurglings feast. The Nurglings will feast. Dude, Kugath is probably going to come. Like against Slaanesh, you want a Mortis Engine. And like he's nice too because he can poke you from like far away and he can summon Nurglings. So I feel like Kugath is the way to go here. A little bit slow, but with the way Arnheim works, if you just like play those two low ground objectives, like spam Plague Bearers on one and have Kugath on the other, like I feel like Slaanesh is going to struggle pretty bad there. Yeah, it's pretty great, man. I would have preferred the Poison Mortar buff to make him unique. Yeah, they're both good, Mr. Sharma. I'm happy with either change. But yeah, I think the Poison Wind one would have been a little bit more, would have been a little bit more unique for sure. Poison Wind is a very strong effect though, especially with Big Splash. Yeah, it'd be pretty wild. Outer Region says, I like Inkari here, mostly disintegrating units for his... Yeah, that's the thing. Inkari is very good against other demon factions, because if you kill Nurglings or you're killing Plague Bearers, he's going to be getting a heal every single time with the Reaper of Souls ability or something like that. I forget what it's called, Harvester of Souls. He heals whenever a unit is fully destroyed, which against demons and undead... Dude, do you know how crazy good Inkari is going to be against like Vampire Counts and Tomb Kings? Like every shitty zombie that dies, or every skeleton from the Tomb Kings... That is going to be a fat heal for Inkari. I think he's going to be great in those matchups. Especially against Vampire Counts. Because Vampire Counts, Inkari can outduel anything they can put on the table. And Inkari plus another like greater demon, you can snare them or rampage them. And Inkari can just beat the brakes off Vampire Count SEMs. I actually really can't wait for that matchup. Florian, just got home from work. Glad to catch your stream. Everything's good. So yeah, I'm happy with some of the changes for sure. Like the RORs are fun. It's free too, so like I'm not going to complain. It's free, you know. Like where you can be more critical is if you have to pay for things, right? But like this is just straight up free, so like no complaints. I'm happy with the RORs. I would have liked to have seen some more maps, like a couple, like 2 more maps. I think would have gone a long way for multiplayer. I feel like it's not that much effort to do it, but I could be wrong. But yeah, overall like some good balance changes for Cathay, but really it's too early for me to draw a judgment, brother, because we haven't been able to see like a lot of different matchups. There's still a lot to be explored. A lot to be explored. I bet all Cathay players love to disable formation attack every single game. It's our favorite thing. You know, I wanted to main Cathay when I first started playing the game, but my spirit was broken. After just like playing them like 100 times in a row and just suffering, you know? It was like trying to play the Chinese in Age of Empires 4 in the beginning. They were just so terrible. Spence asking what LA restaurants do I miss the most. Okay, so in the town I live now, we have like no Chinese food whatsoever. There's literally not a single Chinese restaurant. And LA had some really good Chinese restaurants that I liked. Green Dragon was one I really liked in LA. That place was great. That's probably what I would miss the most, yeah. In terms of like just specific food. Yeah, Kugath is good now, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Big Chungus. You know, he's really good at just plopping his toilet seat on an objective, and like he can almost solo hold objectives. If you get Kugath and like a Plague Bearer on an objective, especially the new ROR one, then they will hold that shit against massive enemy numbers and probably potentially kill them with Mortis Engine. But I think Kugath is going to be the way. Inkari beating Vlad. Oh, I think Inkari would beat Vlad. Yeah, I think so, because Inkari is just so much bigger and stronger. Vlad costs like 1/3 of what, like half of what Inkari costs though, so it's not really a fair comparison. Although, if he's able to use Invocation in his items, maybe Vlad could win it. He does also have the debuff, the melee attack debuff. Maybe Vlad could win it. I don't think so, though. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I do miss the Chinese food, since we missed. Yeah, it's called the Green Dragon. It's a restaurant in Eagle Rock, which is where we used to live, but we don't live there anymore. No, Inkari heals by destroying a unit completely. So if a unit is destroyed near Inkari 100%, so like they lose every single model, so it's not as good against humans because you have to wipe every single model. But Slaanesh builds up its army passive from like that routing and stuff. Yeah, that's what's going on. The problem is that Vlad is never alone. Yeah, Vlad's got his girlfriend. He's got Isabella, so they can fight shoulder to shoulder there. Alrighty, cool. So players still picking their armies. Clearly, some big scheming tactics are afoot. But I think we need to see the Stooges. The three Stooges of Nurgle need to come. That's the new ROR. So Nurgle's new ROR Plague Bearer unit has regeneration, which is really good. So I mean, like, dude, regenerating like Exalted Plague Bearer unit, that's like an auto take. Elseef plus Blood Knights is probably your best bet to kill Inkari. Yeah, that could be very good. And or you could honestly use like probably like a Terrorgeist and a Vampire Lord would do it. If you had like, you know, let's say a Vampire Lord on a Hellsteed, Manfred with Spirit Leech plus like a Terrorgeist, like they would probably beat Inkari down, potentially, right? There's going to be plenty of options. Hey, no, please. I'm glad you're learning, man. I'm glad you're learning. Inkari would steal Vlad's girl. Oh, man. Those are some fighting words. Vampire counts are going to be crazy good when they get added back in. And hey, you know, guys, time's flying. We're getting there. What is it? We're halfway through. What year is it? We're in May? Okay. Oh, the Exalted Demonettes versus the Three Stooges. All right, we got the Festering Stooges here and Kugath. And then we have the Bringers of Beguilement coming in for Slaanesh, which they have Perfect Vigor and obviously are just a little bit better than the other ones. Double Cultists on both sides, so apparently the nerfs were not enough to dissuade people from spamming Cultists and being obnoxious. So, maybe more nerfs are required. They're just so good. They're so good. The Slaanesh ones aren't quite as good because they can die pretty easily, but the Nurgle ones are crazy strong because they regenerate on their own. So it's like, man, they do some work. Can't wait for my Vampire Count boxes. The Stooges cause terror as well. Ooh, I don't know if I noticed that. Okay. Pretty rad, dude. Yeah, it's cool to see like some different units being brought, you know? So for the Forces of Slaanesh, it's going to be a Herald. So obviously Slaanesh is not going to want to try and take on the Chungus head-to-head. It's going to want to play the side objectives and maneuver and try and isolate Nurgle in open field. So going to be going with a faster army here. Well, of course, that's a given. But it's going to be a Herald and also double Cultists with the summons and 2 Exalted Demonettes, which these guys absolutely buzzsaw Nurgle units. Like, if you put the Bringers of Beguilement up against, like, Plague Bearers, they're going to massacre them. They Rampage, which, oh my god, that is super good. Okay, that's very, very strong. That is very, very strong. They do Rampage, and they have Soul Scent, of course. Couple Spawn of Slaanesh on the low ground, and it looks like the Spawn of Slaanesh also, I believe, got the Soporific Musk. Man, times are a-changing. Dude, oh my god, the Spawn of Slaanesh might be one of the better ones now. Now that Soporific Musk works, and they still have Devastating Flanker. Dude, man, those are going to be really good. Okay. So now looking at the Three Stooges, we're going to be looking at the Nurgle army. It is going to be the Plague Bearers of Nurgle, backed up by Spawn, Kugath with his new Mortis engine, so the big boys back in town, Plague Bearers back here, and the Three Stooges in the back. So, oh, dude, check it out. These guys are rad. Yeah, it's so cool. So Gloom of Flies, so an AoE melee defense and cause terror, and also, it's only when they're in melee, though. Okay, so if they're chasing you, they can't terror rout you if you're not in melee. And, of course, they heal. And resurrects dead combatants? Holy shit! Oh my god, that is so good! I thought it was just the heal. Guys, it resurrects as well. Oh my god, that is so dirty. These units are going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with. So Kugath is going to be trying to sell his toilet water here to the Forces of Slaanesh as he moves forward, and I would imagine we'll be getting some pokes. But dude, both these factions got buffed pretty heavily. I mean, getting the Spawn of Slaanesh fixed is huge. The Bringers of Beguilement are clearly very good. These Demonettes are going to be super, super good. Super, super good against humans and elves. Like, if the Bringers of Beguilement are able to rampage like a Dragon Prince or like an Empire Knight or something, they're just going to cut them to pieces. Their armor piercing is so damn good. So yeah, Nurgle's going to be very strong now, but honestly, Slaanesh got some really, really nice buffs as well, guys. Yeah, they're rad. Yeah, they're radiated for sure now that they're glowing, yeah. I like the Beast of Nurgle play. I think that's good. One Beast of Nurgle. It's not like that he's great against Slaanesh, but he does have a couple AoE debuffs. He's got the Slime Trail, so he's going to be lowering speed and melee attack, and he also regenerates too, so I think that's going to be good. So Slaanesh is going to be moving up. We have the Exalted Demonettes waiting in the wings. Let's get the drawing tools. So what Slaanesh really, really needs to do here, okay, is they need to get these 2 units right here, and they need to move those bad boys up like this and try and kind of attack the army over here and engage against these guys. Now, all jokes aside, the Slaanesh army probably is just going to want to play the side points because you're not going to beat this Nurgle block. You get the high ground, and then you get objective number 2. And when Nurgle moves to objective number 2 here to come get this, then you just like pressure the center. It's basically like playing whack-a-mole, because when Nurgle is in transition, moving on over to other objectives, that is the best time to goon them and to pick off characters and use your mobility and do all that sort of good stuff. Yeah, Lords. So all the Exalted Demons, the Greater Demons, now have free bound spells, which I think is very, very cool. Very, very cool indeed. And Slaanesh is hanging out here, guys. They're just waiting. What's probably going to happen from random is he's going to snake the side objective, number 2, and when Nurgle tries to come for it, he's probably going to drop like a summon right here, just to like roadblock him, right, and like keep him out. Never gets old, guys, never gets old. And it's Slaanesh, so it's especially perfect. Especially perfect. Can you check if the Nurgle ROR has fire weakness? It does not. They have special Nurgle magic, yes. The Festering Gate. They heal, but only in melee, which is good. If they healed out of melee, that'd be really broken. But they are not weak to fire, which I love. I love every second of that. These guys are going to be an auto take. There's no way. Like you got to take them in every single matchup. Like regenerating, holy hand grenades, basically unbreakable with 88 leadership here. I mean, dude, like they're going to be such an auto take unit. Maybe not against like hard shooting factions. Like maybe some sort of a like mass crossbow build could kill them. But the problem is with how good cultists are, you just can't really shoot down the demons, right? So Nurgle does get the objective, and Slaanesh is going to be chilling in the back, which... Okay, so I think Random Nix is trying to prove a point here. I think he's maybe trying to say something about the comeback mechanic, but I think that's going to bite him in the butt, man. I honestly do. He's going to let Nurgle get up on the points here, and if I were Nurgle, I would just triple cap him right now. I would just triple cap him, 100%. You know, I think people kind of blow out of proportion the comeback mechanic thing. Like, I would just grab this, and I would grab this, and be like, come at me. Because Nurgle's so hard to remove, dude. If you let them get that point lead, you're just going to have such a bad time. So maybe Slaanesh is also going for the high ground here. So he's got Heartseekers. Okay, I see what's going on. He's trying to ambush him. He's waiting for Nurgle to send... I actually like this play from Random. So Random has like these elite killing units hiding in the bushes. And if Nurgle got really casual and sent a unit up here, then they would be dead, 100%, right? The Heartseekers would take them out. So he's trying to see if Nurgle will make a mistake before he pushes out. And Kugath is just sitting on his toilet seat right now, so he's just going to be... he's just engaging, dude. Look at him. Look at this dude. Absolute unit of a man. He'd be pretty fun model to paint. What did the Kugath model look like in tabletop, by the way? Did anybody in chat ever own a Kugath model? Does he have a model? I would imagine he does. Yep. The big stinky boy sitting on the point right now, currently up by about 300. I wonder if Slaanesh is going to really let that happen. They're saving a lot of resources. You can see he's banking 2,600, but again, if I were Nurgle, I would for sure capture multiple points. Yeah, so we see the double cultists over here, and now the Festering Stooges are on their way over with some spawn. And this is going to be hard for Slaanesh to break, man. It's going to be very tough. If you let Nurgle get to the point where they can beat you on a triple cap, dude, or on a single cap, excuse me, you are probably going to lose the game. Because, like, if Nurgle gets enough points to just win on one objective and then just sits there with a Mortis Engine the whole game, dude, you're not going to get that. Yeah, we're in a new patch today, guys. He is an absolute unit. Yeah, he is. Kugath never had a tabletop model. That's too bad. Maybe he'll get one for Old World. I feel like he could get one from Old World. Comeback mechanic has a huge mind game effect on players if it influences strategy so much. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the players are a little bit of mind gaming going on. But yeah, see, now Slaanesh is just waiting for a pick. They're just waiting for something to overextend itself so they can attack and goon it, right? Yeah, look, the trap has been sprung. Random Nix was basically playing possum there. He was just sitting still, like, you know, oh, I'm a possum, and I'm just gonna sit here and not do anything. And then as soon as they move out, he attacks. So Slaanesh clearly wants this fight. And look at that! Oh, the Demonette summon coming in. Okay, he's gonna be trying to trap the Festering Stooges as Demonettes pour out of the warp, and the Festering Stooges are just gonna turn and fight now, which I mean, Kugath should get there. I don't know why he's sitting still with Kugath. Like, micro some of these units here. Help the Stooges, dude. What are you doing? Get over there. So Nurglings are going to come to snake this point, but Heartseekers are going to make very quick work of them, so here they come. Kugath does have a Mortis Engine. I mean, just because your stuff's slow doesn't mean you have to react slow. Because now he's just going to be losing a 1,500 gold unit, like for free. And he's not even casting a heal. Like, you could totally heal them. Is he AFK? Is the Nurgle player AFK right now? Like, why is he not reacting to this? So he gets, like, Kugath could be over here Mortis Engineing this shit by now. And the Stooges could have been healed. Yeah, that's some weird stuff, guys. That was very strange, that reaction there. Like, Kugath isn't even throwing his toilet seat bombs, is he? Okay, he is. So he's been throwing his toilet seat loads here at the Bringers of Beguilement. Now it looks like there's going to be an Nurgle spawn coming in. Oh, is there a Slaanesh spawn, maybe? A little bit hard to say. Okay, both of the spawns have been done. Exalted Plague Bearers in the back are going to be attacked by Heartseekers. And this is really good play from Slaanesh. Using the Heartseekers to just goon any Nurgle reinforcement seems very strong. So Nurgle does have its spawn in here. Kugath, get your Mortis Engine in here. God, get it in there. Get that toilet seat going. There we go, finally. Maybe his like computer crashed or something. That was very, very strange. But anyways, the three Stooges have been completely destroyed. And now Slaanesh is going to go for the Death Thrust for sure. Nurgle does own one objective, and it looks like there's going to be a whip going down, and Fascination as well. One of the cultists also being gooned, so Random is doing an excellent job hunting with these like Heartseekers and these gooning units. He is playing Slaanesh really, really like he's supposed to be playing it. Like he's gooning things with his mobility, isolating reinforcements, making sure Nurgle doesn't get its happy engagements. But this is where Nurgle comes back. Like, I don't think Slaanesh shouldn't get too much of a hard on for trying to finish this fight, because now Big Daddy Kugath, oh, big grenade going down there. But his grenade actually really hurt the Demonette units, but where's that ROR Demonette unit? I could have sworn we saw it here. Did it move over to the side objective? Yeah, so Random actually not getting the side objective here. Nurgle owns this one. Slaanesh does not own this one. And he's going to be taking a blob fight against Nurgle, which is super risky. Like, even though Nurgle did take some beatings, it's obviously going to be rough now, because the Mortis is taking down the Bringers. Is it reaching these guys? It is not reaching the Exalted Demonettes there, so that's pretty big. But again, Big Daddy Kugath is going to be getting his Plague Bearer reinforcements, and they are finally making their way to the middle. But Random Nix just has a little bit better micro this game so far. He was able to goon out one of the cultists here, so this cultist is being taken out. So using this Slaanesh army kind of like a scalpel, right? Picking out these cultists and these vulnerable units. But the Mortis Engine of Kugath is affecting the Bringers of Beguilement here. And what do we see? Oh, the Curse of the Slug going down. That's a good play. So here you can see these guys got slowed, which is going to be delaying the reinforcement time here. The Holy Hand Grenades need to be used as well. If he gets the Holy Hand Grenades from these Exalted Boys and nukes the Heartseekers, that would be very, very strong. But lead is still favoring Slaanesh. But again, you have to remember Zone has healing effects, whereas the forces of Slaanesh do not. But look at the Goon Squad. The three ladies are getting in there to fight the big man. So this looks like some fun stuff, as the three demons and cultists of Slaanesh, I guess there's two mortals and one demon, are going to be piling in to take out the big boy. But he gets Fecundity, so the big heal is going to be going down for Nurgle. Mortis Engine effect, of course, is draining down the Seekers and the Exalted Demonettes, so those units are going to be paying the Troll Toll. We also see the Virulent Contagion, which just wore off. That was lowering melee defense. And the Beast of Nurgle doing its jam, while the Heartseekers are thrown into the wolves here. So let us see if Random Nix's theory here about, you know, not capturing points is going to save him, right? I feel like overall Nurgle's in a good position for sure, but Random has not been capturing points this game because he's trying to, you know, I guess use the comeback mechanic to get a victory. But like, I don't know if that's a good idea, man. I feel like he's going to pay the price, and Nurgle's just going to end up winning on points most likely. Although Nurgle only has 1 point right now, so it's not like they're really getting a lot. Maybe sending a Plague Bearer over here. The Festering Stooges could kind of waddle down here and grab that point. I think that could be quite strong for sure. But Big Chungus is doing great, man. He's beating down one of the cultists. He also has his Beast of Nurgle. So there you go, the Beast of Nurgle with his cool tentacle dreadlocks, it looks like. Yeah, certainly having a nice fight right there. The double cultists are going to be forced back, and this objective still owned very, very decisively by Nurgle. And are any objectives? Yeah, see now, I think Random is kind of, is he abandoning his theory? Or no, he's still going to try to not capture. So in terms of the current resources, the losing compensation is plus 10. So he's going to be getting plus 10 per second. But is that going to save him from Nurgle? He's down by about 2,000 points. That is a pretty big amount of resources he's going to be getting for sure. So when you're down by 2,000 plus, you're going to be getting plus 10. So when I first started playing this domination mode in the early release, Anticity and I were doing a lot of practice games against one another. And that was something that some players, including him, were kind of really trying out, was like seeing if it's worth it just to value trade here. But Nurgle seems to be just doing very, very good in the trades. And I think they have more Plague Bears coming up. The Festering Stooges going to be throwing their Holy Hand Grenades here on the spawn of Slaanesh. So those guys are going to be getting shreked. And I'm curious what the base income will really be. Like, these Marauder Infantry might be good for capturing. It looks like now Random is going to be going for the capture a little bit. Yeah, I think so. And honestly, even though the comeback mechanic, you know, we'll evaluate it. But really, it's like the Nurgle player could simply play it as if it's a land battle too if they wanted to. Oh, beautiful cast. Just a Slaanesh just roasting right there as those Seekers and other units get absolutely eviscerated. And Nurgle seems to be winning many of the trades. The new and improved Kugath is no joke, and I would imagine his value is well over 2,000 at this point. Oh my god, Kugath at 5,700 value. And that's what you get by sending all of your elite units into a Mortis Engine, Heartseekers and Exalted Demonettes into a Mortis Engine. That's what's going to happen, dude. You're going to pay the Troll Toll, and Kugath is just going to punish your whole army. So far, the comeback mechanic has not been saving Random. As a matter of fact, he's very, very far behind on points, and I think Nurgle is going to be able to just sit on this middle objective all day. That's kind of the thing against Nurgle. Like, I don't think you want to maybe play this kind of playstyle. It's very, very risky. We do see the Beast of Nurgle making its way over here. So here it comes. The Beast of Nurgle's going to be moving on to the objective. Yeah, Nurgle, I think, will always be an objective-based faction. I think that's got to be it. And yep, still just getting that base amount here as the Beast of Nurgle is going to be getting hunted down by the Seekers of Slaanesh. So the Seeker is getting a little bit of a surround there and piling in. Probably will kill this Beast of Nurgle. Another cultist getting isolated by the Bringers of Beguilement as they charge in. And these ladies doing their Naruto runs will move in and certainly massacre these Plague Bears pretty quickly. Now, Nurgle's chilling. Kugath is for sure an absolute beast. He's just been manhandling these units. Now, of course, the values of Kugath might be a little bit shocking, but you have to remember that like everything that random is sending in here are super expensive. And they're all just going into the meat grinder. And now it looks like he's going to be trying to capture the objective back. So the Marauders of Slaanesh are going to be moving on to the middle point. And we do also get the Heartseekers getting ready to engage. And even if this had not been Kugath, if this had been an exalted, great and clean one, the value would have been the exact same. It would have been the exact same. Dov saying, say again how AFK and not capping points is the right play. Well, right now it's certainly not working out. But, if Slaanesh can find a way to get this objective, then they would certainly be in a position to do well for themselves. But Nurgle actually owns 2 objectives right now. It looks like the Beast of Nurgle somehow managed to get this point while being beaten down. So Nurgle does have the double cap right now. And, yeah, overall, Bringers of Beguilement kind of getting worn down by the spawn of Nurgle. And the 3 Stooges are here now, too. So the Festering Stooges are going to be very tough to remove, guys. I believe they're still somewhat healthy, too. And their healing isn't, like, that big, but it does, of course, add up over the course of a long fight. And the 3 Stooges going to be going down. We got Larry. It's a Larry, Moe, and Curly, right? Yeah. Larry, Moe, and Curly. Yeah, I think that's it. Cultists of Nurgle waddling in. A big old whip coming in on the Plague Bears of Nurgle. They're going to be intercepted by the Heartseekers, but Plague Bears are, they're probably more than happy to take a beating from these elite, expensive cav units. The cult is coming back from the trees, and it looks like, yeah, finally Random is like, okay, I figure I should capture some objectives now. Might be a little bit too late. We'll have to see. Nurgle can probably just hold on to this middle one and just laugh all the way to the Plague Bank. Yeah, side objective is going to be taken by Random, so he's moving over here. Like, I feel like Random, I don't know, maybe there's a chance he could still come back here. It's hard to say. I feel like he misplayed a little bit this game. Like, he could have just played, to beat Nurgle with Slaanesh, in my experience, it's just been pushing this objective and this objective. And when Nurgle has to go and respond to either of them, you then intercept them on the roads. Right, and pick off their units. That, in my experience, has been one of the ways, right? So Kugath is just chilling, dude. He's just like, I'm good, homie. You send everything you can. I'm just going to keep summoning in Plague Bears. Currently, he's getting 10. So the maximum differential would appear to be plus 10 losing compensation. So Nurgle's getting 15, and Slaanesh is getting 25 resources per second. So certainly a little bit of a difference, but yeah, he's going to have to get this middle point. From the 3 Stooges, it is incredibly tough to wrestle. Neither player really has a lot of resources at this point, and I think this is going to be record. Dude, look at the Toilet Seat Lord. He is so happy, dude. Look at him. Look how smug he is. Kugath sitting here. Oh my god, is that a Nurgling in a cage back there? Oh look, he's got like little disco Nurglings in the back here. Oh, why are they kept in a cage? It's kind of sad. Kugath with the 7.6k value. Now, before anybody complains that Kugath is now OP, I mean, he's a slower version of an Exalted Great and Clean One with more HP, but an Exalted Great and Clean One would have accomplished the same thing here, more or less. Maybe not quite as much value, simply because of the ranged attacks, but it would have been pretty close. So this point is actually in a little bit of danger. Slaanesh might be able to get that one back. Slaanesh now has 2 points, so I think at this point he's kind of like, okay, I'm going to try this. Kugath is getting attacked by quite a goon squad. He's taking a little bit of work, and Slaanesh might be able to finally wrestle this. It's hard to say. Nurgle does have a decent little value lead. Plague Bears are still moving up. We have more Plague Bears here. And as long as Kugath can endure this, like, Nurgle might lose this objective, but then all they need to do is get a couple Nurglings in Vanguard and snake this objective, and then they win the game, basically. So Nurgle has plenty of counterplay options to this. Even though they're a little bit worn down here, another Cultist does get broken by a big chunk of Kugath. And I think Nurgle needs to grab some Nurglings. Oh, he read my mind. A man after my own heart. This is such a great play because now Slaanesh is going to be transitioning into objective capturing units, not speed. And Nurgle can just cackle and get objective number 3 right here, right? So Kugath Plaguefather, still just going like a champ. Plague Bears are going to be moving up onto the point. Looks like some Marauders of Slaanesh are chilling here, but obviously the Forces of Random are going to be taking quite a beating here. And we do get Nurglings going for the high ground point. I love that play. I think that's going to be very, very good, but he does have the triple cap right now, so this is going to be a very, very dicey one. If those Nurglings capture the objective, I think that Nurgle is going to be fine. Yes! Release the Nurglings! Let the Nurglings feast. So here they come. Oh, yeah, baby. Release the popcorn. I don't think Slaanesh is going to be able to get there quick enough, and the Nurgle treachery is here. I don't see any Slaaneshi forces nearby, and that probably should be enough. And Kugath will distract this army down here, and Nurgle also has infantry on the point now. They have Plague Bearers. Kugath is just a raid boss, obviously. He's tanking down there. And yeah, look at the Nurglings feasting, baby. Let the Nurglings feast. That's a voice line from Dawn of War that always makes me laugh. So we're going to be seeing Seekers, but like three Nurglings will easily outcap those guys. And the Plague Bearers in the middle are still threatening too. Like, Nurgle is not done on this objective, right? Kugath is here. There's 2 Plague Bearer units coming, including Exalted ones. So that could be a problem as big man Kugath continues to fight here. So the top objective, Seekers do get in there and pop some of those popcorn Nurglings. And the Nurgling backdoor is here. Oh yeah, look at the whips, dude. The Haggard Nurgling ambush on the high ground. And the Seekers, although a very cute play, are going to not get the objective, and the Nurglings are going to be taking it. So Nurgle at this point needs to just spam everything they can on this objective. They need to just go ham. I would also probably do a Vanguard Nurgling and go for 2, just to like make Slaanesh sweat a little bit. Because Nurgle is going to now win this bottom objective most likely. Yeah, Demonette's going up there. You can also see some of the Marauders of Slaanesh. And the Nurglings here are able to hold on to this. And will they be able to, though? Seekers are very hard hitting. And Nurgle does have a Beast of Nurgle coming that way. This objective, yeah, this is going to go to Nurgle for sure. What do we have here? Marauders, some spawn. Yeah, Nurgle's going to get this objective. When the Exalted Plague Bearers get on that point, you're going to start seeing the capture weight change when these Marauders get pushed off, which is only going to be a second. Dude, Chad Kugath Plaguefather. I love seeing legendary characters that are super expensive actually be good. 9,600 value. Oh, God. That is a record. That is a record, I think. So Nurgle is going to lose this objective, but how are they not capturing this objective? What the hell is this shit? It's Kugath, Occultists, and Exalted Plague Bearers, and like Slaanesh still has the capture weight with like a couple beat-ass Marauders? That can't be right. That seems very weird. But now Nurgle's going to start capturing this objective. The top one, owned by Nurgle for a little bit longer, and we do see the Bringers of Beguilement coming down here. Some Plague Bearers need to block them for sure, but Nurgle should be able to get this one, although I don't know why they're not. That's very strange. Nurgle holding this objective a little bit longer. Guys, Nurgle is within 10 points, and they're going to get it, the Beast of Nurgle, and he wins. He did it. The Chad Nurgle. Oh my God. Kugath with the record MLG 9,900 value. Dude, what is this, a campaign? It's over 9,000. It's over 9,000. So that's what happens. So Slaanesh tried to play the playstyle of, not taking the capture points, right? And using the comeback mechanic to just pour out more units. But that's a risky playstyle, especially against Nurgle. I mean, it can pay off. But against Big Papa Nurgle, I don't think so. I think Nurgle is ready for it. And like the entire army of Random Mix was very expensive units, right? Like Demonettes and just like, Heartseekers. And they were all just like, for most of the battle, they were grinding into the Mortis engine, using the extra resources he had to justify that. But in the end, it didn't seem to work out. So the big man was able to claim victory. And that is going to be it. So let's get those stinky hearts in chat. Yeah, look, you have the Nurgle heart. I love it. Looking at value here. I mean, Plague Bears did good too. How'd the Three Stooges do as well? Let's see. 1,500, not bad. Heartseekers were super good. Random Mix played very well. I think he should have just played the objectives. I don't think playing that playstyle was necessary, and it made it way harder than it needed to be for him. Because he was microing like a champ. He was intercepting, he was picking things off. He should have just played the side objectives, in my 2 cents. Like, he should have just done that. All right, GG, well played. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a 2-1 victory for Zone, who will be moving on to the grand finals. And now we can take a look over at the old tavern, and we can see what the bottom side of the bracket looks like. So let's see. There we go. Okay. So Zone is going to be moving on to face the winner of Outer Region and Even Star. So we have another best of 3 coming up right now. So it is going to be Even Star versus Outer Region. Let's take a look at the current tail of the tape for some of the players as well. So this is the leaderboard currently for Season 1. So as we progress to different seasons here on the Tavern, you're going to be able to look back and see who the champions were for all those seasons, which is quite a bit of fun. So let us see here. Who are we looking up now? It is going to be Even Star. So Even Star currently has 2 tournament wins, a 76% win rate, and you can also look at the players' match history. You can see who they played against, who they've lost against, all that sort of cool stuff, which is very, very fun. So this is their current match, which is versus Outer Region. Now, Outer Region, let's see. So 15 wins and 9 losses, and I do not believe he's had a tournament win yet. So this is going to be his first run at a tournament win here today, which should be pretty cool indeed. All right, so let's move it and a groove it. And GG. All right, so let me talk to these guys. So Outer, you are up now. Outer region versus Even Star. So we need to make some room in the lobby here. See you guys back here. It's cool. So they'll be on their way in. We'll get this all updated. We'll see who the first individual to join is going to be. Even Star or Outer Region versus Even Star. Alrighty. GG, well played, man. Good games. Good games all around. Okay. We even had the dreaded mirror match. That was actually a very fun series, though. I had a good time with that one. It was cool. Yeah, Lord of Supply Block. It's my Age of Empires thing. That's what I go by in that game, so. Yeah, Kugath was a beast that game. But again, elite units were literally just being fed into a meat grinder. There was a conveyor belt, which was just feeding elite units into a Mortis engine. Like, which is basically like the worst case scenario you could possibly experience. You don't want to go fight Nurgle in a blob with Slaanesh. You want to just play the other two objectives with your mobility, which he didn't start doing until very, very late. All right, so Evenstar is going to be resetting his game real quick. Please type picks and bans here. Yeah, they both played very well, man. Always fun to watch those two champs battle. And let's go ahead and go to the picks and bans here. So it is going to be Outer Region. It's kind of a cool name. I'm always curious about the origin of people's names. Obviously, Evenstar is a Lord of the Rings reference, so don't need to, wonder too much about that. And it is going to be versus Evenstar. So Evenstar, of course, is at the top of the leaderboard. I believe he's the number 4 ranked player right now. So very, very strong. And Outer Region is the challenger here, coming in, trying to get a spot on the top of the leaderboard for the grand finals, which is going to be rad. And let's look at the picks and bans. So here we are. We'll see what the players pick in just a second. Dude, Kugath just went Super Saiyan. Yeah, he went nuts. Absolutely nuts. All right. All right, cool. We are all set, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Outer Region was played in Faction Wars in Warhammer 2 quite a bit. We had the Beastmen Faction Wars, and he always, not Beastmen Faction Wars, but he always represented Beastmen. I think he played in at least 3 or 4 of them. He's a very, very good player. Evenstar probably a little bit more practiced in Domination mode, which is obviously a new format, but we'll find out. Yeah, Kugath is a good pick. Yeah, he is. I think Kugath will be great. Like, he has many of the tools now. Okay, so we have Evenstar picking Nurgle and Ogres. I almost accidentally hit Norska there. A tear would drop from my eye here. So Nurgle and Ogre Kingdoms. Oh no, that's for Evenstar shit. Wrong player. Sorry, guys. Okay, all right, come on. You can do it. Nurgle and Ogre Kingdoms for Evenstar. And now we got Tzeentch being picked by Outer Region, which is certainly a good choice. Tzeentch is good against both those factions. And now let us see what they will pick. I would imagine probably, what is he going to do? Ogres here? I don't know. Probably Nurgle. Like, I feel like Ogres really do struggle against Tzeentch quite a bit. The blue and pink fire shooting. I mean, Nurgle can at least, like, send Furies after you. And they have, like, Plague Toads just got buffed too. Plague Toads are quite a bit cheaper now. So we'll see what the final pick is going to be in just a moment, my friends. How's everyone's day going, by the way? You guys all doing good? Life's treating you well? Sure hope so. Oh, it's the dreaded Slow Jira in chat. Pona and I have been playing some Songs of Conquest 1v1s. We played a really good match last night. A nice little 4-hour match. Game's a lot of fun, man. It's a lot of fun for sure. And it's going to be Ogres. Okay, so we haven't seen... Oh, are we going to see the Maneater Pistol RORs? Probably not. I feel like they're not going to be... Maneater Pistols have never been like great in this matchup, so... It is going to be Tzeentch versus the Ogres on this dreaded match. All right, so... Let us move here. Head back to the tournament. We have our pick. Now the players can do their picks and bans here, and we'll... or excuse me, their army picks, and we'll be good to go. In the meantime, any questions you guys have, do let us know. Nurgle versus Tzeentch is okay now. Yeah, Nurgle is definitely a lot better. It's not like before where Nurgle had 0 chance. And the map is going to be Itza, so we got to switch that one over for the players. There we go. And Itza it is. Yeah, so anybody who's new to Warhammer in general, a Mortis Engine is a vampire count unit, which just drains the health of nearby units. That's why we call every unit that has a similar effect a Mortis Engine effect. Correct. Dawn of War 2, yeah, later in the week probably. Like, obviously a new patch just came out, so we want to cover this. You know, jump in there, have some fun. Yeah, there will be more Songs of Conquest streams. Gojira, I'll train you in the sweaty ways. Oh, you'll get there, man. You just need to play more games. So what day of the week is... So today's Tuesday? I think it's Tuesday. Yeah. All right, Outer Region here on Tzeentch. Even Star on the Ogre Kingdoms. Make sure Outer Region and Even, you guys save your builds. So I'm going to tell them right now. Save your builds. Save thy builds. In case we have the desync. It's a weird thing. It only happens once. It is the strangest bug. But now we're going to be loading into our second best view of the day. Let's see if we get through this. It's Dawn of War 3. No, I'm good, thanks. The Maneater pistols? Maybe. I mean, they do, Oh, I wonder, did Stonehorns get a nerf? If you're watching this, Nakamura, yeah, they need a nerf pretty bad. As I'm sure you probably heard. Like, Stonehorn Hunters literally cost 100 gold more than the basic Stonehorns, and you get, like, a ranged attack, anti-large ranged attack, just all sorts of stuff. Turn, in your professional opinion, does the patch justify reinstall of Warhammer 3? If you're a campaign player, like, I would probably say no. Like, honestly, the campaign, like, there's some quality of life stuff, but fundamentally it's going to be the same. But if you're a multiplayer person, then I would say, yeah, it probably warrants a reinstall to give it a try and just feel things out. All right, I got it. Screenshot armies. I always do that just to make sure they don't change anything, because then I look after the tournament, and if they do change anything, it is punishable. They will lose their prize as well as the other stuff. Okay, so loading back into the top 4. We got that desync out of the way. And CA, please. Can we get that fixed? That'd be nice. Okay. Same builds, please. And they'll be on their way back in. So it's going to be Itza. And we'll get this started. Yeah, Stonehorns are okay. They got a cost increase. Good. Very, very good. Yeah, for like multiplayer, I think it's worth giving it another try right now because obviously we've had some balance changes and some functionality changes in the game mode. But yeah, for campaign, I don't think it's like if you're burnt out on campaign before, I don't think this patch is going to change anything for you. Honestly, probably nothing will change it for you until either new factions are added or new lords or Mortal Empires comes back. Yeah, Stonehorns still have the item, but apparently they got a cost increase, is what some people in chat are reporting right now. So, yeah. Oliver, yes, indeed. All right, so just waiting on Evenstar to get back in here. All right, there he is. Dude, look at Evenstar's logo right now, guys. It looks like the Empire flag. Oh, don't tease me like this. Oh, God. Cruel world. Look at the Kislev icon. It appears as the Empire. Dude, what if he's just playing as the Empire? Now, this is the base game. There's no mods. Oh, okay, I went back to Kislev, damn. I got kind of excited there for a second. I was like, wait a second, did the Empire get added? Can we play them now? Is this possible? Are the good times rolling? Okay, Evenstar, not sure what's going on, where he went. He'll be back, I'm sure. I'll be back. He will return. He will return. All right, so Evenstar is back. I have readied up. It's going to be Tzeentch versus Ogres, round 2. Make sure they have no questions in chat. Can you see my build and double check? Yes, but unfortunately I'm going to have to look on stream. Looks to be the same. I will double check it after, but that seems fine. All right, cool. Dude, I got so excited there. CA didn't even sponsor the World Championship of their own. They Park Map, I think they... Did they? I can't remember if they... I don't think they put anything in for it. But I would imagine that CA will probably do another big event eventually. Because they're going to want to push Domination Mode in Warhammer 3 in general. So I think it'll happen. I doubt it would be called Everchosen. Because Everchosen is what Games Workshop calls their painting competition now. So Everchosen is the name that I had originally come up with like way back when we had the first Everchosen with Dogbert and Italian Spartacus. when we created the first Everchosen event. But I don't think that's going to fly anymore because that's what Games Workshop uses for their annual painting competition. So, yeah, a little bit of a tricky one for sure. Oh, map is Itza. Thank you. Cool. Got to do that. All right, ready up? Let's do it. Good luck, have fun. I think they're going to get back to supporting multiplayer. Yeah. Well, the Everchosen was created by us. It wasn't created by Creative Assembly. So how the Everchosen worked is the history of it. You guys want a little history lesson? So I went to TwitchCon with Creative Assembly, and I did a tournament cast there. And then afterwards, I talked with Dogbert from Creative Assembly, who was originally at that time their community manager. Like he basically worked with the YouTube people and stuff. So we kind of pitched the idea of this tournament to him, and we'd like to have CA get involved. And Dogbert has a background in like esports, right? So Dogbert was actually a professional Battlefield player. So he was on Dignitas or something. So he had a really like big passion for competitive multiplayer and stuff. So he took it to CA. We connected with Italian Spartacus, and then we decided to have the first one, the trial run in his apartment, which was pretty hilarious. You can actually still see it on YouTube. So Sparty and I worked on that together, and then Dogbert took the pitch to CA, and then they agreed to do it. And then we did like 6 or 7 of those. Eventually, CA really stepped it up and brought us into their studio. And honestly, the Everchosen kept going very effectively up until the Rona came. And when that happened, it kind of got shut down. The most recent one was like I think a couple months before that. And CA supported the prize pool and also the players and everything. So yeah, that was great. But it's not really. I wouldn't blame CA for the lack of the event, right? Because Warhammer 2 was kind of in a bit of a stagnant state at the end. Warhammer 3 was on the horizon, so it didn't make much sense to invest in that. Also, we couldn't have in-person events anymore, so it was tricky for Sparty and I to meet up. We could do it remote, which is what we did. But yeah, the Everchosens were very fun. But I think it'll come back. I think it's going to come back. It'll be called something different now, but. It's not going to be, it'll be probably rebranded, and if there is going to be something like that. Dov says I had fun. Yeah, Dov, it was always fun to watch you in those. Dov, I think you got pretty far in one of them, didn't you? Well, anyways, guys, the battle's on. A little bit of a nostalgia trip right there. So we have the Herald of Tzeentch coming in for Outer Region. And his front line is going to be Forsaken, backed up by blues and pinks. So very much the standard build, right? Just Forsaken hit very, very hard against everything, like especially ogre units who are lightly armored. Cultist is going to be here with Flaming Sword of Ruin. He did not take a note out of the playbook of random though, using the staff of Flimsy. Herald of Tzeentch does have blue fire spam, and that is it. Now for your boy Evenstar, he has got Hunters galore with the double boomsticks. He does also have the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, a couple lead belchers. And yeah, it's really going to be the Stonehorns. Are they going to be able to tank it? They did get a cost nerf, so they're a little bit more expensive now. And Forsaken will get wrecked pretty bad, and Stonehorns are so cool looking. So yeah, the Stonehorns get in there, and they're going to start giving the dirty to these guys, for sure. Yeah, Hadri says doing them remote led to many technical issues. It did, yeah, it was a little bit problematic. But the Bombards are pretty good, but on that same note, Tzeentch is able to return the favor a little bit. One of the Stonehorns does get very, very beat up here. This one's healthy, but a little bit of an inefficiency here from Outer Region. If you take a look, he has his units stacked, which is very, very bad, because they're going to be obstructing one another, and it's only going to be partial shooting. If these two units had been here and here, that Stonehorn would be at like 70% right now. So a slight blunder, but it looks like Tzeentch is going to be taking the aggressive posture here against these Stonehorn units. And the time is now. So we do get some Chaos Furies jumping in. Chaos Furies are going to be shutting down the shooting. So the Lead Belchers are going to be getting attacked. What you want to do with Ogres is summon Saber Tusks. To fend those off typically is kind of the meta play you see against that. But honestly, basic Ogre Wolves will do the trick as well. But the shooting has been temporarily shut down. And Forsaken in the front have been crumped pretty badly. Value is pretty much the same. It's about 1,500 to 2,000, so 500. Basically a couple shots worth. These Furies are going to be crumped, but they did shut down the shooting for long enough to let the blues and pinks advance to the point where they are able to shoot into these Hunters in the back now. Now, some sort of witchcraft going down. Flaming Sword of Ruin, a beautiful, beautiful spell here for Tzeentch. For Tzeentch, it's very important to maintain... Oh, is this going to be the Great Maw? No, it's the Power Fist. It's so cool. So Power Fist coming down, smashing some demons. So the Ogres are coming to get you, and even though the demons... That must be a really disappointing fight for the Ogres, right? Like, you come in, you're fighting Tzeentch, you wipe out their army, all the demons just evaporate back to the warp, so there's no eating to be had. And the only thing that you have left to eat on the battlefield are the remnants of the Forsaken, which are literally, like, warp-infused, like, monsters that probably taste terrible, right? So, yeah, pretty grim indeed. But the Stonehorn's able to just bull rush through. The Tzeentch army pushed up a little bit close to the Ogre battle lines, and overall they kind of lost their firing concaves. I think there's a couple Tzeentch units that have made a bit of a comeback here, like the Exalted Flamers or something we've been seeing. I think they could have been cool with their 150 range, but a little bit of lag. It does happen, but yeah, hopefully it's able to subside. Sometimes when you have players for two regions, look, we have like a slow-mo cinematic shot. Oh, look at that thing's eyes, dude. That's pretty freaky. Imagine riding this shit too. That's got to take some serious mojo. Well, hopefully the lag will subside, and if it doesn't, we can. I know Outer Region said he had to go anyways, most likely, so we could just, you know, we would probably just have to advance Evenstar anyways. But Evenstar appears to be winning this game. Okay, no way, it's still going. I don't think I've ever seen anybody lag that bad for that long, and yeah, that's wild, man. So something I'm thinking about doing for my tournaments in the future too, to make them a little bit better. So we have this. You'd ride it to work. Oh, for sure. There is software you can use to test people's ping, like between one another. So I'm thinking about using that software. And if like some people's ping connection is like really bad with myself as the host, we might have to, you know, have some restrictions on that. That's something I've thought about doing, because obviously Creative Assembly does not have dedicated servers. It's something that I think they might do someday, but for now we don't have it. So, dude, how is this still going? Dude, somebody's hamster wheel here is just chugging, holding on for dear life. Jesus. And look, we're just back like it's a normal game, dude. What are they? That's like what is an example of that? Where you have like the two competitors? Yeah, that was like when Darth Maul is like staring at Obi-Wan, you know, through the shield after Qui-Gon Jinn gets taken out. He's just kind of like, okay, as soon as this goes, we're back in business. Yeah, somehow nobody disconnected. Now in the middle, Ogres seem to be doing pretty well. Stonehorn's clearing out these Forsaken, but the Ogre Lord did get sniped a little bit. So here you can see the Slaughter Master of the Great Maw getting blasted by Tzeentch Witchcraft. He did overextend a little bit, and it looks like these Tzeentch units were able to get some good focus fire, but the Stonehorns are proving to be a big problem. Really, really causing some grief. I think that Tzeentch players in this particular meta are going to have to change their playstyles against Ogres and start bringing the Lords of Change. Lords of Change actually have 450 weapon strength and really good sniping with spells. I think that if you had like double Lord of Change, or like let's say an Exalted Lord of Change and a basic one, you could probably kill the Stonehorns. For sure. With a little bit of help from like Flamers and whatnot, I think you could just do that and go with a bunch of blues, and you would potentially be in good... Yeah, they had to feed their PC more Warpstone, that's right. So Tzeentch does control Objective 3, but probably not for long. The Ogres are coming to get you. We got Noblars moving up to the high ground objective, so Evenstar is going to be moving up here to grab this. And down in the middle, the Stonehorn here is getting nuked into oblivion by the blues. And overall, it seems like the Chungus Kingdoms are in a good position. Evenstar has kind of quickly emerged as someone who still plays the Ogres quite a bit. I felt like the meta started to shift more towards like Khorne and these demon factions, but the Ogre Kingdoms, of course, still got some teeth for sure. Trollguts is down. Trollguts going to be healing this bad boy up quite a bit. And at that point, Tzeentch is going to withdraw, feeling as if the game is over, which it probably was. So Stonehorn's still a pretty big menace. Not like insane value, but this army had like very little answers for them. I think you need Flamers of Tzeentch, and you need to bring in the Lords of Change. Lords of Change would be really good too. You could summon fake Furies to shut down Leadbelchers, and then you could kill the Stonehorns. I think you got to play more of that playstyle. You could bring in Kairos for Gaze of Fate plus another one. You could just like goon them together. Like I think Tzeentch has a lot of options against the Ogres, but we did not see it in that particular game. So that is going to be game one going to Evenstar. Now the second map is going to be Death Pass, and we will go ahead and switch over and see what these mighty champions have in store for the next game. All right, so where are you at? So here we are. Let's go over to picks and bans. Very good. So Evenstar is up 1 in that series. Always finding his way to the grand finals. He usually finds a way to make it happen. And the battle map is going to be Death Pass, which of course is a pretty good shooting map. Outer Region might as well go Cathay. Just go for the Chad play. Outer Region goes Khorne and Nurgle. Okay, so we got Khorne. We got Nurgle. And Evenstar has yet to pick. So Evenstar is going to be on the counter pick here. All right, so somebody tagged me somewhere. All right. Perfect. Okay, looking over here to the tournament chat. And cool. We'll see his pick in just a second, and we'll update it from there. Tzeentch has a lot of options, but that just wasn't one of them. Yeah. Tzeentch clearly has other tools that they can deal with the Stonehorns now, especially with the cost increase. Exalted Flamers are good versus those tough. Yeah, they are. They are. But like, you need to have Gaze of Fate with that. I think like Stonehorns can be a little bit elusive. They're relatively mobile, so I think having like Gaze of Fate would be very, very strong there. Go Kairos, go Exalted Lord of Change, which is probably better now, considering the Exalted Lords of Change are actually have bound spells that they can use pretty effectively. Yeah, man, I think they might be worth it. And like the great Unclean one too. He's got that really good spell. So it looks like he's going to go Tzeentch this time. So Tzeentch is the pick for Even Star. So let's set that up. And boom. Nope, that's in the pool. You guys want some Beastmen? Does it work? Oh, look at the Bray Herd. I wish we had them in game. So it is going to be Tzeentch. Now, Ogre and Khorne. Who's the pick going to be for Outer Region? So Outer Region has to do his picks right now. And we'll see what he does. I think that to make Total War multiplayer battles really take off, needs to be non-symmetrical with one player having less funds, but a good... no, I don't think so. I disagree with that. I think like the best RTS games are like even. Like if people start with even resources. You know how happy I would be if imagine if we got like a Warhammer-based like true RTS game too. I don't think that'll ever happen because Total War's done a really good job, in general with Warhammer Fantasy, but I know there's an RTS game coming out for Age of Sigmar, if I'm not mistaken. I think somebody's working on that. I think it's a couple years off, but I know there is something on the pipeline. All right, so it's going to be Khorne. We got the corn dogs coming in. You guys ready for some carnival food? Man, it is on. All right, so let us go ahead and switch back. We got Khorne versus Tzeentch here in the second semifinal of the day. The winner will be going on to the grand finals to face Zone, who had a 2-1 victory over Random Nicks. It's not the grand finals at the moment. Hey, Bobby, thank you for joining. It's your first time on the stream. Well, I'm happy to have you here, dude. And yeah, we're going to keep the good times rolling, dude. We're going to keep it rolling. They just need Turin to take over balanced formats. I thought about that. Like, I don't know. I would love to do YouTube for the rest of my life. I love doing it. It's just so fun. I have this like awesome social life with you guys. And, but someday, like assuming the sun and stars die out here, which hopefully they won't. I'm going to keep trying my best. I can assure you that. I would love to get into like RTS game balance and be like a designer for RTS games. Or even like, yeah, just like work in a promotional side of things for RTS games that I'm passionate about. I think that'd be really fun, but I'd prefer to, do this. Obviously, this is fun, but is there a chance to play Caradron? Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, there is a Frontier is working on it. Yeah, Nakamura knows. He says Frontier is working on it. So Nakamura, what other games have they done? Frontier, like have they worked on any other RTS games? Because I'll definitely cover the hell out of that. What the hell, are we stuck? Anakin, please. I'm too weak. Okay, there we go. We started the countdown again. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure if the modding tools allow for us to do... the hell is this? I don't know if I've ever encountered this bug before. Hopefully there's not something new here. Let's see. We may need to remake lobby. I will rehost. Okay, I think it has something to do with the lobby. So I'm just going to rehost that real quick. Okay, 1, 2. Domination. And boom. All right, we'll get him back in here. And the map was going to be Death Pass. Seems fine. And great. Did they switch sides, though? Looks like they did. All right, so we need to switch that. Very good, my friends. We'll get this game going. Now it is your turn to desync. Yeah, hopefully not, dude. Hopefully not. I'm just downloading Songs of Conquest. I'm excited to try it out. Thank you for the videos on this. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Where Songs of Conquest really shines as a game is you just sit there late at night with one of your good friends. You just shooting the shit on Discord, whatever. You could even have a phone call. Depends on your preference. But you're just sitting there having like a nice decaf coffee and just playing like a good 3 to 4 hour match against them. It's so fun. Pone and I played one last night. My wife and I played one recently. She's very good at that game as well. And it's really good. It captures the HOM 3 spirit pretty well, I would say. In a more modern package, of course. The one thing it's missing is simultaneous turns. That's for sure. Yeah, Frost Giant Studios is doing the big RTS game, isn't it? I see you saying something over there in chat. Yeah, Frost Giant Studios is working on a big RTS game. At least last I looked. I don't know if there's been any updates on them. All right, so Marines in chat, and you guys, this is a very important question. All right, what's the best type of cheese to put on your burger? So I'm allergic to dairy, so I can't eat it without getting a stuffy nose. So for me, I'm terrible. I haven't tasted real cheese in, okay, so the year is 2022. I haven't tasted real cheese since 2011. Yeah. Nakamura says, Frontier, who are the individuals who are making the RTS game, okay, the Age of Sigmar one, haven't made an RTS game. They made Elite Dangerous and a ton of zoo simulators, but they've got a few Total War Warhammer crew now. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, Pone is the Dark Lord in Songs of Conquest. Him and I have been having fearsome battles. He's very scary. He's always got good schemes, and he'll just appear out of nowhere and raid your villages, causing problems. So goat cheese for Turin. Yeah. I mean, I just eat the fake cheese. It's depressing. I think Turin could even enjoy... I'm not sure what you're saying there, bud. Yeah, not sure what you're saying. I love super mature. You know, my wife is a huge fan of like really classic like stinky cheese. You know, the stuff that like... I don't know where it originally comes from, but she loves it. And every time I smell it, it makes me gag. I'm just like, dude, that is the most foul shit ever. Oh my God. Centigore cheese, there you go. Okay. How many of you guys like, okay. I'm curious about like how, if I'm the outlier here, do you enjoy stinky cheese? Like, I'm curious if I'm the outlier here, guys. Am I just a madman? Because I think that, like, the really stinky cheese is terrible. Lars says, I'm allergic to dairy as well, but sometimes you just go skulls for the skull throne and eat the pizza anyways. Oh, man. Yeah, French cheese. Wow, look at that. Holy shit. 55% of people enjoy it? Damn. Cheese in general is great. Yeah, cheese makes me congested too. Yeah, Nakamura, it does. Like if I ate cheese before I casted, I wouldn't be able to cast very well. I would be like sniffling and my throat would be tightened up and it's just like, okay. The vote's getting a little bit more. Hey, the wife is here. She heard the discussion. Your wife loves it too? Yeah. I've heard like my dad liked it. He lived in New York City and he was able to get some really, really high quality stinky cheese. But myself, it makes me gag. I'm just like, I can't do it. All right, so you guys can vote on that during the battle. We'll take a look afterwards. All right, guys. So here we are. It is going to be game 2 in the best of 3 between Evenstar and Outer Region, the winner of which will be going to the Grand Finals. Of course, Evenstar is up a game, so if he wins this, he goes. Now, looking at the Tzeentch army, it's going to be Blues into the Sunset, backed up by the dreaded Pinks. Oh, the Blazing Squealers! The Blazing Squealers are here. The ROR, it is the new unit, and these bad boys do have Warp Flame, of course, but they regenerate ammo, more importantly, with the Conduit of Infinity. Very cool. Doom Knights of Tzeentch coming in. Doom Knights are probably a countermeasure against the Corn Dogs, so they're very good at dealing with elite kind of harass units. So you can use Doom Knights in their armor to deal with Corn Dogs, and they will defeat them in combat. Some Blues are being sent to the side point from Evenstar, so clearly Evenstar is not trying to use the comeback mechanic to his leverage. It seems like he's playing more of a consistent, steady style of play, and it seems to be working out pretty well for sure. Now for the Khorne army, dual weapon warriors, not bad. They do have 100 armor and they can buzzsaw through pretty much any of these Tzeentch units, but I think the shielded variant might be a little bit safer against Tzeentch. We do also have the Spawn, a Herald, and double Cultist. So the Blue Fire is a really good spell to use right down the line like this. So you'll notice your boy Evenstar is going to be lining up on the side and just getting a big shot like right down the pipe with these guys. So Blue Fire is basically a spell that's good against everything. It's good against armor, it's good against the SEMs. It has good enough armor piercing values to be pertinent. It's just one of the best spells probably in the entire game in terms of pure value. On the far side, I love this play from Outer Region. So getting the Bloodletters of Khorne to overwhelm the side objective, taking advantage of the fact that your units are individually stronger than the Blues is very good. But Evenstar does have a response for this. He pulls his blue here, and the 2 blue horrors should be able to defeat the Bloodletters, but not if they have some Corn Dogs with them, which there are. So here we do have the dreaded Fleshhounds of Khorne. So they're coming, and yeah, those 2 should be able to kind of uproot Tzeentch from that side objective. In the back, Doom Knights kind of looking for some opportunities. The blue fire spam is very, very good, obviously melting some of the Chaos Warriors and some of these Chaos Warriors of Khorne here. It's only about 600 value, so it's not that crazy, but this is a risky position for Khorne to play. What I've seen most Khorne players do in this matchup is they actually play the side. So they do this. So Khorne will just get their back objective, and then they overload the side, force Tzeentch to waddle back here out of position, and then they just bull rush the middle. Like, that usually has been the play I've seen from, like, really, really high-level players. I don't know if you guys have watched, like, Anticity play recently, but that's something we see quite a bit. So, wow, look at that. The Stinky Cheese poll is concluded. So it would appear more of you guys enjoy the Stinky Cheese than not. So, Anna, you have won a glorious victory this day. Now, great play here from Evenstar. The Khorne Dogs went in thinking they had a bit of a freebie, but he actually sandwiches them using Furies. Furies do have 40+ weapon strength, so they hit pretty hard against light armor. And the Chaos Furies here are going to get just absolutely dunk on these Hounds. So the Flesh Hounds get broken, the Doom Knights coming in as well, and overall this kind of whole gambit back here from the Khorne player outer region did not work out well. It just seems like Evenstar is playing a very, very clean game. Like, good executions, good allocation of resources, and is able to defend a couple of those points. Now, big shooting coming in as well, so here they come. The Blues blasting. We do have some Flamers of Tzeentch coming in, and they actually get friendly fired by their Blues on the way out, which is pretty funny, but they'll be okay. Khorne Dogs trying to split the seam. So going through right here, maybe to jump on the Squealers. But the Blazing Squealers, a lot of people don't know this about Exalted Pinks, is that they have 38 melee attack and 48 melee defense. They're actually extremely good fighters. So the Squealing, the Blazing Squealers, I love that name, it's so good. They probably will be able to fight off these Khorne Dogs in melee, or at least hold their own. As far as the rest of the fights go, we get Exalted Pinks shooting into the spawn of Khorne, so we're seeing a lot of elite Tzeentch demons here. And we do see the Exalted Lord of Change also coming in and just crushing the Furies of Khorne. And overall, it seems like Evenstar is just dominating most aspects of this game. The trades are just quite favorable for him. The Doom Knights circling about, going to be rear charging into the Khorne Dogs. We do get a Cultist Summon coming down from Khorne as well. But the Doom Knight rear charge doing brutal damage. And I have noticed today, so one of the things that Creative Assembly did fix in the patch notes was flying units engaging properly on the ground. And I have not seen any of the humping animations going down, where you have like a flying unit just kind of like stuck on top of something there. So my wife in chat says, go and eat stinky cheese in my name, Younglings, because I had to cut it out of the diet. Yeah. It's rough. So, a little bit of lag. Hopefully the player who wins this will not be the one who has this haggard connection, but at least we get some cool cinematic shots and we can admire the art team there. So, look at that glorious eye. This spell is really good. It just basically kills like Khorne warriors and these different units, but this gives us an opportunity to kind of take a look around the battlefield, and we do see some Khorne Dogs looking to move over there, but the Blues and Forsaken should be able to get them. The value lead is pretty massive for Evenstar, and I think it's going to continue going in that direction. Hopefully it's not Evenstar who's having this, because it seems like he's in a position to win this game, and we definitely don't want to deal with this perpetual lag in the Grand Finals. Do the ROR Pinks replenish ammo? So they replenish ammo. Let's go ahead and read them if they're still alive. The Squealers. They're over here somewhere. Yeah, nice cinematic shots. God, man, if CA got his dedicated servers, like, that would just be like the greatest thing ever. That would take Total War multiplayer to another level. So the Squealers, they replenish ammo, effect range 55 meters, and it has one use. Okay, it's pretty cool. Well, anyways, the battle's back on. It seems like they just have like a burst of lag, so somebody's internet is certainly struggling. But again, we have players connecting from all over the world, from Asia to Eastern Europe, Western Europe, United States, like South America, just all over the world, right? And shots coming in from the Chaos Warriors with dual weapons. It looks like the Doom Knights do get caught there. So Outer Region actually gets a pretty favorable little fight. He traps these very expensive Doom Knights, which do cost about 1,600. But the Herald of Khorne able to get a good fight there. Khorne does own the two objectives too. They own the back objective with some Chaos Warriors, which aren't going to be going anywhere. And the middle objective is also owned by Khorne. So Evenstar actually pushed off the objectives a little bit. Looks like Outer Region might be able to do it. The game just got stinky cheese congestion. It did. Yeah, I got that Quicksilver mode on. Yeah, no, that's a good reference right there. So Tzeentch is up on value, but Khorne is definitely playing the objectives very, very well, which is a big part of it. But Tzeentch needs to get like a consolidated push and just punish Khorne like to the point where they can't come back. These Exalted Pinks are running to the Shadow Realm. Probably want to waddle those guys back right now, move them back to the middle. Over here on the side, the Forsaken are actually losing to the Khorne Dogs and Furies. If Khorne is able to wrestle this back objective from Tzeentch, dude, that would actually be extremely devastating for sure. Did I accidentally turn the game sound off? No, I didn't. Okay. I had to like zoom in for a second and double check right there. Nonetheless, in the middle, Khorne is chilling, and yeah, they're enjoying objective number 2 to the best of their abilities. We do get the Blazing Squealers with that beautiful damage. Let's look at the value. And yeah, we can see their ammo. Look at the Blazing Squealers ammo. Talk about a good unit. Do you know how like oppressive these guys would be in land battles? Imagine if you're in a land battle and these guys like just constantly regenerate ammo or whatever, or can regenerate their ammo quite frequently, and then they just like kite you around. Oh my god, that'd be horrible. They can do it. I think dedicated servers are ultimately a Sega decision, but not sure. I think it'll happen. Like, I think it could happen someday. I believe in a thing called love, and I definitely know there's some folks at CA who are quite passionate about multiplayer. So I think it could happen. Even if it's a minority, you know, if as long as they speak loudly, I think it could be something that could get done. Because you have to remember, multiplayer, it's not just about PvP. Like, one of the big launching features for Warhammer 3 was simultaneous turns in multiplayer campaigns, which honestly, if you guys watched any of the big streamers on Twitch, right, these huge streamers who did launch coverage and like 8-player campaign streams, they were generally pretty horrible because it was just lag fest, right? Like super laggy, just tons of like issues with the crashing and player connections. So that feature is basically just kind of dead in the water unless you're just playing with like one other person. So I think like dedicated servers justification could be very pertinent for that. I think it could for sure. Because there's campaign justification for it, you know, like even for, that's a big feature. Now, this is a good opportunity for Evenstar here. There's a bit of an overextension, and the chicken does land. He's going to be turning around and drumsticking all over the face of that Herald of Khorne. And yeah, Lords of Change are pretty good fighters. He can certainly turn around. He's got 50 melee attack, and yeah, can go fisticuffs with that Herald of Khorne. Now, the back objective, though, Khorne is still fighting really hard over here. We get more Bloodletters, more Furies, and more spawns coming in. So yeah, Hounds and Furies, and that's one thing Khorne does very well. With how good their Hounds are, and you know, obviously their Furies hit very hard, they can really push in there and do some work. Dimitri asks, Turin, are you happy about the biggest Chungus? Yeah, I'm really happy about Kugath. Dude, Kugath had a game earlier where he got 9,000 value, which is just nuts. Just absolutely nuts for sure. Now in the middle, looks like Tzeentch is going to be able to wrestle this one back, but Khorne is doing a really good job playing the objectives, despite kind of losing the battle here. We see the Herald of Khorne just getting drumsticks super hard. Dude, look how cool that Lord of Change. I think my favorite thing, oh my god, he just sent that guy back to the warp. Khorne is not going to be happy with that, but the glowing on the wings looks so damn cool, man. I love the aesthetic of that character. So now he's going to be drumsticking on the Cultists of Khorne. Cultists, of course, did get a cost increase, so not quite as good as they were before, but the middle objective is now owned by Tzeentch. But Evenstar now has to find a way to get his back objective back because a couple of Chaos Warhounds, or Fleshhounds of Khorne, were able to jump on that objective, and, you know, the points are getting closer and closer, man. Evenstar is up by quite a bit. You know, he's got 12,000, give or take, in terms of damage value against about 9,000 for Khorne here. So, yeah, man. And the army here of Tzeentch isn't, like, super quick. I mean, Blues do have 38 speed, I guess, and now we have the dreaded lag. Oh, my God, what is going on with someone's connection here? It's very strange. It's not, like, consistently bad connection. It's like somebody's on Wi-Fi, and, like, you know, every couple minutes, or somebody's on dial-up. Like, every couple minutes, you know, one of these guys' moms is like picking up the phone and it interrupts the internet connection. Then she finishes her call, hangs it up, and we're like back. Yeah, live turn while I play Songs of Conquest. Hell yeah, man. Sounds like fun. But nonetheless, Khorne can still very much win this game. They have a nice back pressure here. We see they have a bunch of Hounds kind of chilling in the Shadow Realm here. And then also we have some Fleshhounds here that are on Objective 1. And this one's going to be a bit of a tough one to get, right? Like, there's some shielded Khorne warriors hiding. Khorne has quick reinforcements here. So Evenstar actually could be in a little bit of danger right here. I love the Tzeentch entire cotton candy and, yeah, the cotton candy color scheme. We haven't seen anybody try the new Crane Gunners, Melody. We haven't seen a Cathay be picked today. Cathay, I think if they're going to be picked, it'll be on Arnheim. One of them is on a Wi-Fi hotspot. Yeah, I don't know. One of them, this is internet. One of their internets is, this is not computer. This is like internet, yeah. Mom, I'm in a tournament. This is important. Yeah, you know, it's a decent prize. Mighty $25, you know. The grand finals, of course, for the first season, I'm going to be trying to put up like a $500 prize, like something pretty substantial. Which will be happening, I'm not sure when. I'm not sure when. Man, oh man, this is some potato action though, Jesus. Let me go ahead and check here. Yeah, none of them are saying anything here, so seems like we're all good in the realm. Outer Region is withdrawn. He is withdrawn. I think Outer Region had a hot date anyways that he had to go to, so he's kind of like... And it could have been him, it could have been Evenstar. We don't know who has the bad internet. We don't know whose internet that was. But nonetheless, Outer Region had to go. I mean, Tzeentch was probably slightly favored in that. Khorne could have won, but they were down by about 4,000 value, so that's hard. But yeah, he lost all his lords and characters. His opponent still has, you know, big magic man, so I get that for sure. Oh my god, dude. Somebody's internet was just struggling so hard. So in the end, it looks like Evenstar is going to be emerging victorious. We will quickly find out if Evenstar was the culprit in this next match, or if it was Outer Region. GG out of region. Hopefully you did it. All right. Are there rules about playing at a coffee shop? There should be. There should be. McDonald's. He's probably in a Jenny's parking lot. All right. So let me go ahead and reinvite these guys to the next match. Now we have the grand finals, guys. So let us find the glory. There we are. USR versus, and then zone. That's 1, 2, 3. Maps are Itza, Death Pass, Galleon's Cove. Then we will do Crossing and Arnheim. All right, so we gave the players the map. And let's go ahead and invite them. Hopefully we don't have any issues. If players do have... if players do have some more connection issues, though, I might have to start putting some restrictions just for the sake of everyone, not only you guys, but also the people that have to play against them, because it's certainly tricky. So we'll see how this goes here. But after this event, I might have to put some restrictions. If people have like that kind of constant lag, unfortunately, it's just very rough. So it's going to be zone. And the first map is going to be Itza. It's me, Itza. All right, there we go. Perfect. Who is the biggest winner of the patch? Nurgle, definitely, I think. They got a really good ROR, and they also got Mortis Engine on Kugath, which is crazy strong. Playing corn in a Denny's parking lot to earn his favor. That's right. Yeah, Professor Pellin probably was flicking some switch to lag the game. That would be my best guess, based on the circumstances of things. All right. God, I can't wait for them to add the old factions back. God, man, I just want it so badly. Give it to me, precious. All right, let's see if Zone is around. Zone, you are up. I've messaged him. He appears to not be online. Oh my God, don't do this to me. Am I going to have to jump in and play Evenstar and suffer through the lag? Maybe it wasn't him, though. It could have been out of region. We don't know. We do not know. Perfect. One sec here. Alrighty. He's back. Good. He returns. The mighty champion will do his picks and bans. And now we're going to hang tight and see what they do. All right. So picks and bans here, please. So we'll reset the pick and ban screen. So it's going to be Zone. Zone coming off a 2-1 victory over Random Nicks. Go ahead and clear out these picks. And the map is going to be Itza. Itza's for sure the best map, in my opinion. It's just hands down the best map. Nothing close in my humble opinion here. All right. We need someone to do a faction unlocker like in 2. Yeah, it already exists. Somebody already did it, but we're not allowed to use it. So yeah, it already did happen. It already did happen. Hey, well played, Outer Region. I'm sure we'll see you back. And could be me. That's the sad thing. Oh, Outer Region saying it might be his internet. Okay. The plot thickens. So Zone is going to be going Korn and Tzeentch. God, it's so nice not having to deal with tournament rules, guys. It is so nice. Oh, my man. All right, Korn and Tzeentch are the picks here for your boy Zone. So let's go ahead and switch on over to give you guys the perspective on the picks and bans. You can see what they're doing. Yeah, Outer Region, you played a great game, dude. That last game was like maybe winnable, but it definitely looked like Tzeentch had that one. Because yeah, it's not just all about... Nurgle is probably the best faction to sacrifice your army for objectives, for sure. They're very good at that. It's just like tabletop. Like Nurgle plays like they do in tabletop. If you take them in a blob fight, you're going to lose. So what people do in tabletop against Nurgle is they just go hold all the side objectives and then like try and overextend you or... yeah. Pretty cool. All right. So we got a big donation. Oh my God, look at that one. Huge donation from Garland Green. Thank you, dude. Really appreciate that. He says, dinner's on me. Treat later. We will. Garland, thank you. Holy shit. That is a big one. So Garland, man, hope you're doing well. I think the notification popped up. Oh, it didn't because I'm on this screen. Okay. Man, Garland, thank you. Thank you. Hope you're doing well, man. I never got around to sending those minis out to you. God, it's just been a nightmare, dude. I got to get those out to you still. I got some Death Guard that have your name on them. I have some extra Plague Marines and stuff to help you start your collection. Thank you, Garland. Hope work is treating you well, life's treating you well, all that good stuff. So what is the pick going to be here? Evenstar is going to be counterpicking here. Yeah, the notification didn't go off because I'm in the wrong screen. I'm not like in the battle screen. I'm on the picks and bans screen where I don't have it set up there. You're welcome. Thank you, man. All right, it's going to be the big man Nurgle for Evenstar. So now you guys get a chance to see Kugath in all of his glory. So Nurgle comes for vengeance. The big Chunguses will roll. And we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Random Nick says, bring all the RORs as Demons of Chaos and own everybody. That's true. The Demons of Chaos do have access to every single ROR in multiplayer. So, you know, I was kind of like, always like, oh yeah, maybe we should let the Demons of Chaos be played. But now that they're getting every single Regiment of Renown for all the other demons, you're like, okay, that's not going to happen. Yeah, Garland, man, thank you. We'll get it there eventually. So it's going to be Tzeentch for Zone. So Tzeentch is the classic like counterpick to Nurgle. It's gotten better though. It's a little bit more of an even matchup now, I would say. All right, so we got Tzeentch versus the big man. Garland, thank you one last time for that. Greatly appreciate it. Let's get this grand final started. See how this goes. Make sure to save your armies as well. If you don't see Minotaurs today, you'll cry. Well, you better get those tissues ready, man, because I don't think you're going to see Minotaurs. They're pretty terrible in my experience. Are Demons of Chaos banned? Yeah, they're banned. You can't play them. It's not fair. You have access to like all the rosters, and then you also get all the RORs now. So it's not a thing. Yeah. The only time we would bring out Demons of Chaos would probably be for like a faction war or something, but yeah. I don't know. We gotta wait, man. We gotta wait. So the battle for it says the map, pretty flat. Tzeentch is gonna like all that shooting. Nurgle would probably like some more terrain blocking, just like in tabletop. They would want something big to hide behind. Yeah, Demons of Chaos are typically banned in competitive, correct, because they get everything. Like with Demons of Chaos, you can bring Bellicor, who's like absurdly broken, and then you can just bring like Fleshhounds and Blues and Nurglings and like just go crazy. You can just go absolutely crazy. Yeah, maybe in just for fun tourneys, exactly. If there's any money on the line. Would you say it's an Evenstar matchup? We'll see about that. We'll see about that for sure. All right, so one of the players is ready. Minotaurs are buffed, were they? Oh, okay, well maybe if they were buffed then, perhaps they could be used. I'm still not a big fan. Like, I'd rather go Spawn than Minotaurs, because Spawn hit hard. They're a little bit slower, but they're unbreakable too. So, I don't know. Minotaurs, I think, might have some meta in other matchups. Like, if you have Minotaurs of Khorne against, like, Empire, like, you can wreck their Empire Knights and Knights of the Blazing Sun and, like, all those kind of units. You tried them against... I would love to see some Minotaurs. I would love to be proved wrong. I just have the suspicion that they won't be that much better. Garland says, I just won $3,000 on a slot machine, so spreading the good fortune. Okay, now I don't feel so bad. Dude, congrats on the victory, man. Garland with the massive slot machine victory. That's pretty wild, dude. $3,000? Jesus. That's a lot of money. Misha in chat saying, I should try the slots. Yeah, that's how everybody gets wrecked by, that kind of stuff, right? They'll be like, oh, I heard this one guy won $1 million. I'm going to go try, and then they just lose their life savings, Pone says, what if I tell you I am Bellicor? Yeah, I would believe it. I would believe it. I know, where's the Wu Jing? Where's the Wu Jing War Compass? After the tournament's over, I might play a little bit myself. I might play a couple games with some of the new units on ladder. We'll see. We'll see how long we go. The Minotaurs are all buggy, yeah. Yeah, they're a weird unit. So Nurgle, do we see Kugath in the Tzeentch matchup? Or is he too much of a toilet seat to get sniped? Like, is he that good? Maybe we don't. Maybe it's a little bit too risky. My grandpa used to go to the casinos a lot. He used to just go, but he would only take like $100, like $200 when he was like in his 70s, and he would just like enjoy himself, Yeah, he would always play like the smaller machines, and he'd come back and have won like a couple $100 and be super stoked. Or if he lost like 100, he didn't really care because he was just retired and chilling, Disturbing lack of Cathay. I agree. We'll try some Cathay today ourselves. If we don't get him in the tournament, I'll play a little bit at the end. So, is there a question? No, it looks like he's still just picking his army. Okay, he's really taking it quite seriously here, which is good, because let's look at the stakes for this tournament for these gentlemen. So we are back on the old tournament esports site here for Total War. We see currently Evenstar is ranked number 4. So if Evenstar wins this, he will take over the number 3 spot, which is pretty cool. So then when the grand finals come, he would be playing Teddy. So how it's going to work in the grand finals. So if you're at the top of the leaderboard, you have the best position. So like Anticity would play the number 16 player. Houseplant would play the number 15 player. So obviously like that is giving you a more favorable seed going into the grand final, which is cool. Looking at our up and coming challenger here. So these are all the tournaments. You guys can go look through all the past tournaments and stuff. We have Zone. So Zone is currently 4 wins and 4 losses. Wow. Okay. So he's like 50-50. Let's look at his match history. So Zone he lost to Evenstar before, but 2-1. So they've played before. Zone and Evenstar had a duel of fates in a semifinal. Okay. And then he lost to Anticity. He lost to Batman Freak, he lost to 2 tournament winners, to be fair. And he lost to Outer Region in a tournament as well. But clearly he's improved since then. So yeah, overall Zone has had some really tough opponents. He's got 7 wins and 5 losses, which is totally great. It's very respectable. But he had to play Anticity. He had to play a lot of these guys in previous tournaments. So he's done his thing. Yeah, Anticity's record's pretty insane. I mean, he's the kind of guy who figures out games really quickly and finds out min-maxes them and just absolutely terminates. Yeah, very, very strong player. All right. So, we are ready. You can see the leaderboard if you guys want to head on over to TotalTavern.com. You can follow all the tournaments, all that sort of good stuff. Typically, a lot of tournament hosts put it up on there now. I think there's a couple people who don't use the website. I think my son Herbert Walker might be one of the only ones. I think most other people do host tournaments on there. Yeah, it's really cool having it. And there's going to be more articles and blogs and things like that eventually, but right now it's just not worth it. But when the old world comes back, I'm going to be hiring people to write guides for different factions. So it'll be more filled with content then. But right now it's just kind of like just mainly oh, this is best of 5. Yeah, I need to update the leaderboard. Thank you. So let me just like not minimize while I'm loading though, because I don't want to crash the game. So yeah, with Nurgle against Tzeentch, you have to go Walking Dead. So he basically has Mass Plague Bears, Double Cultists, and a Herald. So it's just like a super wide army. And for Tzeentch, it's going to be just a ton of shooting in blues and pinks. Wow. Oh my God. 6 pinks. Jesus. So 5 of them, including 1 of the Exalted Boys. We have the Flamethrower guy. So the Cultist is going to be giving Kindle Flame firepower to these guys. And then we have a Herald of Tzeentch as well. Pretty nice for sure. Pretty nice. This is best of 5. This is best of 5 indeed. Anticity's entire YouTube is full of data and theory testing. Yeah, oh, of course, that's his specialty. Like he'll get into the nitty gritty of how things work, and that's pretty big. Okay, so this is the first and only crash we're going to suffer here. It won't not crash, but desync. Hopefully CA can fix that. It's a very annoying thing, and if CA were to have their own big tournament and that were happening, it would be a very bad look. So I think fixing that would be certainly high on the priority list. All right. They'll be back in just a second. All right. We will see. And the map was Itza. And I can send them screenshots of the army. It's the ROR Exalted Pink Horror. Yes, correct. The Blazing Squealers. Or Squealing Blaze something. Yeah, it's something along those lines. I'll have the name memorized in a couple days. They just came out today. But for now, we're trying our best here. All right, so end zone. Very cool. Anticity was streaming earlier, said he's making YouTube content today instead of competing. Yeah, it makes sense. Obviously, a new patch came out, so he's going to want to jump on all that. That's totally fair. He'll be back, though. He's number 1 on the leaderboard. He doesn't really need to even... Anticity could not play another game the whole season, and he would already qualify for the grand final. So he's in good shape. Yeah, I think cultists need more of a cost increase. Anyone here from Felcon? Yeah, I've talked to him. So basically what I can gauge from Felcon is that he is waiting for the old factions to be added in before he plays again. Yeah. Yeah, Hadri's, I think it was 200, but you know, most of the time you want to take more conservative approaches. Oh, they're going to add more maps. They have to. They have to. No, I agree, Meow Scenario. They need to add more maps. Do you think wide armies are better with the buffs? It depends. I mean, there's a lot of different playstyles you can go for, man. Like, wide armies with Nurgle are very good, but not every faction plays wide well. Like, Cathay doesn't play wide armies well at all, because their individual units kind of suck alone. So they need to play a little bit more, like, tight. But Cathay is actually not bad on this map. They have good cannon line of sight. But against Demons and Furies, it's, again, like I said, very hard to protect them for sure. Who's waiting for Total War Warhammer 40k in 2030? I think Total War Warhammer 40k is going to be coming in before 2025. I would wager that, okay, we're going to have Warhammer 3 like going hard in the paint for like the next 3 years. There'll be a historical title, a big one that comes out, while we continue to get content for this game. And then 40k is going to be in development in the shadows. I bet you 40k comes out 2025. If not sooner. Maybe 24. Yeah, 25 probably. Yeah, 25. Like first quarter 2025 would be my wager. I'd put some coin on that. Yeah, Falcon is... There's a lot of really high-level players who are kind of taking a break from the game right now until the old factions are added back in, which I completely understand. But like you guys are going to see, the makeup of Season 2 is going to look massively different than Season 1 for the competitive scene. 100%. All right, looks like we're in the game. Let's get this party started. Thank you all for joining. And for Nurgle, it's going to be the Walking Dead. So it's a wide build of Plague Bears and Nurglings. Going to be sacrificing some of their army to play the objectives. That's how it's going to go down. Herald of Nurgle here has the basic spells, healing, and Stream of Corruption. Now for the Tzeentchian army, it's going to be mass shooting. Obviously Nurgle is pretty good in melee. Very slow though, so you're going to want to punish them. Blazing Squealers as well as the Pink Horrors should do some work. You'd bet against that? I think it's going to happen. Three Kingdoms 2 is being developed right now. I doubt that. I don't think so. You bet later than 25? I think it's going to happen sooner, man. I do. So, yeah, I guess depending on whenever we get the historical title. So whenever the next major historical title comes out, like 2 years after that, I would say the 40k one will come out. I don't know. You like the optimism, that's right. How much coin? Well, we'll talk, Koji. We'll talk. So the Herald of Nurgle up here in the sky is certainly going to be a target for blue fire spam. He is a very, very choice one. Also, the cultists are also a good target. So Zone's army is going to be moving up right here. And this, I like this angle a lot, like the way that he's going. He's going to basically just create like a battle line like this, like all the way across. So what happens is he controls this objective and he has a good firing concave on this, and he could just like park one unit here and shoot off the Nurgle units. Because you don't want to engage them in melee, you don't. Like, Nurgle is just going to give you the business for sure. So, I think for Tzeentch, that's probably your best bet. Now, Plague Bearers into the sunset. We got Plague Bearers of Nurgle all over the place. A little bit of shooting going down from the Herald of Tzeentch up in the sky. Wasting his ammo, unfortunately, into Plague Bearers. You're going to want to put that on not auto-fire. But, oh, there's the first pink fire. Not bad. Does some good damage. Yeah, one of the Plague Bearers gets taken down. So, that's a pretty cost-effective spell to spam for sure. It doesn't cost that much Winds of Magic, and yeah, you could eventually kill one of the Plague Bearer units. This is prime time, though. Like, these units are all, like, stacked up right now. If he could come over here and get that, that would be very, very strong for sure. Very strong indeed. And now, up in the hills, we see Nurgle looking to play the objectives. We have the new and improved Plague Toads. They had a cost decrease. So these are actually the Pox Riders. Do they look different? I feel like they got, like, a new, like, skin rework, but I guess the Pox Toads are here. And these guys are quite good against Tzeentch. If they're not being focus fired, they can actually get through infantry pretty quickly with their 64 weapon strength, so we'll see. We will see. But Tzeentch is going to be getting the objectives initially. Nurgle will probably advance as soon as the, probably like at the 20 or 30 second mark, Nurgle is going to start moving up. Because there's no sense in engaging Tzeentch early and giving them value against you when the objectives aren't at, stakes here. Hadri saying, is there any hope for Nurgle here? I think if anybody's going to be able to do it, like Evenstar probably knows a way. Like clearly he has very strong practice partners. And, he's going to be able to probably scrap. He'll probably bum rush here. Drop Cultist summons back here. So Cultist and Cultist try and tie up some of the shooting. Maybe overload from the high ground once he gets this objective. Pull some Nurglings down. Like, he's got a lot of options for sure. Yeah, the Toads look a little bit different. I don't know if he's maybe using a different banner or something. It's a little bit hard to say. Oh, yeah. Creative Assembly's going to do 40k. Come on. Like, it would be silly not to. They've had a very lucrative relationship with Games Workshop. And, they're both in the UK. It just makes sense. So Plague Toad's getting sniped by the blue, and it takes out 2 models, which isn't bad. Not a ton of damage, but it does send a message to the Nurgle army, at least, that Tzeentch is here and they mean business. And Nurgle has yet to advance. So what is going to be the game plan here for Nurgle? Are they going to move up? Are they just going to kind of get the come from behind mechanic, which I feel like doesn't really help Nurgle that much? Like, this feels like a big mistake from Evenstar. And we saw somebody try and do this earlier. We saw Random try, and it almost worked. He almost got there, but in the end, it seemed that the individual who had the 2 objectives did have a slight advantage overall in the game, and really the other person was on the back foot. So Nurgle is chilling. I think they're getting the high ground objective. Okay, so Nurgle is definitely playing the objectives. They're just biding their time. I think Nurgle is going to be trying to get a critical mass So we see the Nurglings up here probably will crash down. Forsaken going to loop around as well. Dude, I love my John Madden drawing tools. I love them. It is so much fun. But yeah, Nurgle's going to advance eventually. Yeah, you see the cultists moving up. Like, they're looking to maybe go posture and juke some of the firepower. You got to be really careful, though. If these cultists get nuked, they are weak to fire, so, like, all the Tzeentch shooting will just kill them in, like, a matter of seconds. But Evenstar does have the high ground objective, and he's got some Forsaken creeping around there, like, as if he's interested in maybe pushing. But this is what I'm talking about on this map. Like, you can cut off the flanking angle here by just, like doing that, like, pattern across the two middle objectives, which is very, very strong. But he does have one objective, and yeah, he's just waiting for the alpha strike. It's very much like a land battle where somebody's like posturing and playing. And now you can see that the Forsaken are moving down and getting ready to party. So CD asks, how do objectives work in this mode? Well, each objective is going to be granting you 5 victory points per second. If you get up to 5,000, you win. But you can also, you know, some people just, it doesn't even get to that point. You just like wipe out the other guy's army and that can work too. But in this case, it's basically, in Total War, there's no like bases, so you need a mechanic to make people actually fight each other, right? Ooh, that could hurt pretty bad. Evenstar needs a juke. He's taking a lot of shots right in the face, man. Ouch. I do not know if that's worth it. So Evenstar moves in with the cultist. This guy's at 7 HP. He's trying to juke now. He's going to get that summon off, but he's probably going to break. He's at negative 36, and does the summon get off? It looks like it does. And the other cultist, look at that. Mission Impossible, creeping into the back lines. He did not get the Blazing Squealers. Okay, the Blazing Squealers are now being attacked by the cultist, and the 2 Plague Bearers have been dropped on top of the shooting here. Tzeentch very much has its castle up and seems pretty cozy, but Nurgle is collapsing from the high ground. We got Toads coming from the side, Forsaken, and Battletoads on their way in. You guys remember the game Battletoads? Man, that was a fun one. But the Plague Toads as well as the Plague Bears also going to be crashing in from this side. We do get a Stream of Corruption, which also is able to break through those shields. So yeah, good engagements from Nurgle for sure. Value lead is clearly up for the Forces of Zone, as he does have a shooting army, and the other army had to close the distance. But yeah, this is a tough one for your boy Nurgle. Here, this objective, oh, he didn't quite get that. That's a bit of a mistake there. Nurgle did not finish capturing that. I think they still have some units on the edge, so Nurgle will eventually get that. Okay. So now is Nurgle going to be going for the side objective? They are. We get Nurglings moving in. We got Plague Bears on all sides. And Nurgle, you know, entropy is the name of the game for these bad boys, slow and steady. So they might be able to eventually grind down some of the Tzeentch frontline units in tandem with the healing and the fecundity and all that stuff, and maybe get back in ye old match. Because currently Tzeentch is just getting so much value. Forsaken on the flanks, just busted up. Pox Riders of Nurgle battling Forsaken. Not the best fight in the world, but not the worst either. And more Plague Toads of Nurgle being used to kind of stuff in the Tzeentch army. And the side objective, is it going to be taken? No. Forsaken of Tzeentch actually over here able to really clean up the Popcorn Lords, and oh, the poor Nurglings. That's always sad. They're gone. They're down for the count. But this objective is being wrestled. There's a Plague Bearer and a Nurgling unit, and the Tzeentch units on this side are crumbling. So we see the pinks and the blues on their way out with the Plague Toad support. But the Forsaken might be able to come in and resecure this. But Nurgle does have a pretty solid 2-cap right now. We actually see a lot of crumbling. We see the blues in the front crumbling, and now the backline of Tzeentch is going to be a little bit more exposed as the Toads do move in there. So let the Toads feast. And that cult is still going like a champ. Of course, he does have passive healing, and I think the Blazing Squealers could be in a little bit of trouble here for sure. Back objective, Plague Bear is being blasted, so looks like Tzeentch is going to be in a pretty cozy shape here. Nice Stream of Corruption going down from Nurgle. That does a ton of armor piercing, probably one of the best spells in the entire game. Just really nails those guys. Unless they changed it in the patch today, I'm not 100% sure. Army ability from Tzeentch going down, so it looks like they were able to use enough magic to justify that, but Tzeentch is certainly fighting pretty hard here, but so too is Nurgle. Nurgle does have a good stranglehold on 2 objectives here. I have no idea how these Forsaken got beat up, but a little bit of housekeeping needs to be done here for sure. But in today's Domination patch, there was a pretty positive change. Units take much longer to regenerate now, so when you actually kill a unit off the battlefield, it's going to be more felt. Like, they don't come back quite as quickly into your pool. So that was a change that I think I really liked for sure. Yeah, who is the ultimate frog? Is it going to be Lord Croak, or is it going to be the Plague Toads of Nurgle? We'll have to find out. Hopefully Nurgle gets like a Plague Toad hero that's like super cool. I think that'd be really fun. But here, the Herald of Nurgle is going to be battling against the Cultists of Tzeentch. Negative 22, he does get the pick there. Nice blue fire going in as the Nurgle Furies are going to be trying to cover that Herald, who's pretty tanky, but the Cultist does get, you know, kind of broken back there. 2 objectives still being held by your boy Nurgle, who finally pulls ahead on the points, but Tzeentch is pretty well ahead in terms of value by about 3,000, but in reality that's more like 2,000, 1,800 due to some of the healing from Nurgle, but it still is a significant enough lead that Nurgle is going to be kind of on the back foot. But over here we do see Nurgle actually getting a little bit of a pick. The Herald of Tzeentch is actually poisoned with 69 leadership, that's what she said, and also his speed is down to 89, so the Plague Fly and the Furies might be able to put some pressure on, but In response, Tzeentch is going to be summoning in some Chaos Furies and should be able to fend off the forces of Nurgle. Unless Nurgle can get some help here, we'll have to find out. Ooh, Curse of the Leper going down, putting some armor here, but I think from Evenstar that's a little bit too late. Unfortunately, his Furies are just going to get surrounded and circle beaten, and he's going to have to find a new home for his Lord here, I would imagine. 2 objectives still being held by Nurgle. The middle objective is being threatened, but it looks like there are some Plague Bears hanging out here. I would like to see the 3 Stooges. I feel like they could be kind of a nice holding Helm's Deeping type character, but overall, it looks like Tzeentch is going to be wrestling the middle objective while these Plague Bears do pull back. High ground objective is being threatened as well. So these blues are going to be grabbing that one, and it's looking a little bit dicey for Nurgle over the battlefield. One thing that Nurgle really, really hates is being spread out across the battlefield. So, you know, Dav, I actually think that the Pox Riders of Nurgle are really good against Ogre Kingdoms. They hit really hard against light, and they have good mass and can block up the ogres. In general, I've had pretty good success with them myself, but I don't know, maybe some... Not the basic Toads, not so much, but the Pox Riders I have. But it's looking like Evenstar is going to be falling behind in this matchup. Even though the matchup is better, you know, Nurgle does have its weaknesses, and one of its weaknesses is big shooting. And, you know, basically the entire Tzeentch army is shooting fire and is roasting effects, and Zone might be taking game 1 against the number 4 player on the Total War Warhammer leaderboard here. So this is going to be pretty big, to say the least. So here we have the Forsaken of Nurgle. They're going to be hustling up to try and get this objective back, but they're going to lose for sure. They're getting 2v1'd, right? You have an intercept here, and also Furies coming in with the sandwich. Those guys are probably going to get dunked on pretty hard. Nurgle manages to hold on to this number 3 objective. Nurgle is up on points, man. If Nurgle could somehow wrestle an objective back, like maybe in the middle or something, there could be some sort of a hope. The Legions of Frogs are being summoned, so here we have a whole bunch of them. You hear the thumping when they move? Oh, that's pretty cool. It's kind of like, sounds like Cav a little bit. Nah, that's very rad. Nurgle has Tamarkon, though he rides a Dragon Toad. Dude, give me the Dragon Toads. Oh my god, that sounds like the coolest unit in the game. Absolute coolest unit in the game. Alright, so the Hordes of Hell are moving in. Plague Toads of Nurgle trying their best, but I think that Zone has got this game in the bag. The mighty ODM training is certainly coming in strong here. ODM certainly one of the very prominent clans here. They have a ton of great players. We obviously saw them very dominant in Warhammer 2. There's a lot of great clans out there, which we'll be putting up some pages on the website. I believe the great RTK clan is going to be working on a page on the site as well. People want to learn more about them, but in this case, looking like Zone is going to get this one. And honestly, if there was a crash at this point, I probably would just give it to Zone. So yeah, this is looking like a Tzeentch game. There's a couple beleaguered Toads on the battlefield, and I just don't think there's going to be any coming back. We can get a little bit of a pause, which is great. You know, I can take a break from my casting and just have a nice sip of water here, which is great. Dude, Toad Dragons are massive. We're talking as wide and half the height of a mammoth. Oh, that is super cool. That is super cool, man. Was there, Lich109, was there ever a model in tabletop for Dragon Toads? Like, what did Tamarkon have a model? Hold on, I gotta look this up. Tamarkon. Let's see. I think somebody made one. Wasn't there a Forge World model that was super cool? Oh my god, that model is so rad. Damn, dude. We're gonna have to look at... I'll show you guys after this this battle's over here. Anyways, yeah, it looks like the lag has subsided. So it was not you out of region. It was Evenstar, and he withdraws from the game. He knows it's over. So Zone is going to be taking game 1 from Evenstar, from the Warhammer 2 World Champion. Very well played to Zone there. Clearly, it's a favored matchup for Tzeentch. You know, Evenstar kind of got put into a tough matchup there, but, you know, hey, it's part of the game, dude. Zone, drawing first blood here in this match. And the second map, looks like Evenstar is going to be resetting his business here real quick. Let's see. And the maps are... Where are the maps? I posted them up here somewhere. Curse the Baggins, man. I just can't find it. Come on, where are the maps at? I could have sworn I put those maps up there somewhere. Tamarkon had one, yeah. It's AOS legal too. Yeah, we'll show you guys the model right now. Hold on, I just got to figure out the maps I put. Oh, okay, there we go, Death Pass. And then we're going to do some different maps. We're going to do Galleon's Cove and the Crossing of Sea of Claws next. So let's go look at Tamarkon. Okay. Tamarkon. Oh man, that model is rad, dude. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Give me that. He would be such a cool character. Trying to find like a model on a website that isn't like some weird proprietary thing. Okay, here we go. All right, there we go. You have any like good quality pictures? Okay. Dude, look at this guy. Oh man, so this is a toad dragon. Look how cool that is. That thing is so rad. Yeah, so he's got like this guy with a huge battle axe riding. He's got like a crazy banner. Oh man, that thing is so rad. I would be so down if Nurgle just had some giant beast dragon. So fun fact is Tamarcon is not... So apparently Tamarcon, yeah, that's an ogre tyrant. But there's like a parasite that buries itself inside the bodies and body snatches them. So Tamarcon, like in the lore, he's like a little like worm of Nurgle. And he just like infests these characters and snatches their bodies. And then he rides like a giant dragon. That is so cool. Yeah, there was some art depictions of him up here as well. Like, look at that. Oh, that's really cool. Can we zoom in on this? Yeah, it's a little bit of a low quality picture, but that's really neat for sure. There he is. Yeah, we need that. We need it. All right, we got to pay attention to the picks and bans here. So for the picks and bans, let's go ahead and switch on back. Tamarcon cometh. I'm sure many of the lore YouTube channels have done videos on him and things like that. It's happened. You know why I'm excited for a best of 5 here, guys? Because there's a chance we get Cathay. It could happen. The dream that was Grand Cathay would rise once more from the ashes. Picks and bans, yes. So Zone is currently up 1, and Evenstar is going to be picking Tzeentch and Slaanesh. And Slaanesh. So now Zone is on the pick here, so we just got to wait and see. So Lich109 says, Turin, on tabletop, if Tamarcon's body was ever destroyed, he'd immediately attempt to body snatch the model that killed him. Oh, that's so cool. God, can we get special rules like that? Give it to us. Yeah. Outer Region says, I knew the lag was from Evenstar. Yeah, he could be having internet problems today. The games aren't like... That game, we didn't have any lag until the very end, so it's very weird. It's very weird. Yeah, the body snatching thing is pretty scary. Nurgle is terrifying, dude. Like, Nurgle is really scary. Evenstar being the higher seed should be required to play Cathay as punishment. Yeah, absolutely. He has to play Cathay every single game. I don't know. I don't know if even Anticity could win if that was the case. Yeah, we need some Cathay, and we need it. I don't know if it's going to happen here. I would not pick Cathay into Tzeentch or Slaanesh. I would not feel comfortable with that. On this map either. I don't know. This map's okay for shooting, but overall I don't like it. The special rule was called Feast of the Maggot Lord, says Lich109. Wow. That's pretty scary, dude. That's some creepy stuff. Yeah, Kislev would be a good pick here. Kislev against Slaanesh and these guys would be fine. So that's the thing, like the demon factions seem to just be the go-to picks for most people. We don't really see the other factions being picked too much. So it's a bit of a shame. Meowcenary says, with Nurgle and Slaanesh getting these upgrades, Cathay really becoming the people's champ. So I have in tabletop I have a Death Guard army in 40k. I have a Black Legion army in 40k. I have an Empire Warhammer Fantasy Battles army that I'm working on right now, which is about 60% painted. Yeah, it's almost. I painted like 5 halberdiers yesterday. I just went ham. Not yesterday, but the day before. So that one is in progress. So I'll be playing Old World with that army. And Age of Sigmar, I played a couple games. I haven't found an army that really calls to me in Age of Sigmar. If they were to make like a human-based army that was really cool, I would for sure play them. If they made Chaos Dwarves in Age of Sigmar, I would definitely play them. If they made like a Dark Elf-styled army that isn't, the Daughters of Cain, I would maybe be interested. There's just nothing that's really called to me in Age of Sigmar yet. I really dislike the Stormcast Eternals, so... all right. So Zone is going to go Ogres. So we got the Ogre Kingdoms as the pick. And there you have it. Now we have to see what the response is going to be from Evenstar. And I would wager it's going to be Slaanesh. I mean, they're both good. Like, I feel like both these factions are good against Ogres. So we'll have to see what Evenstar picks in response. Unbreakable front lines and great magic make demons really good. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Slaanesh. So yeah, Slaanesh has been pretty commonly picked against Ogres. All right, guys, so there we have it. Let us go ahead and switch back. And I need to update this. So this is best of 5. All right. And we're all set. They recently got rid of the Chaos Dwarves in Age of Sigmar. You know why I think they did that? It's because they're going to relaunch them. I bet you they'll relaunch Chaos Dwarves with like a plastic line. I wouldn't be surprised. So Melody, I'll post the minis once I base them. They're not based yet, so I want to do that. I painted them, but they don't have bases at the moment. Hey, thank you. Thank you. I got the changes through your guys' support here. And finals. Even Star's probably like resetting his router after every game, just like praying to the dark gods that it works. Yeah, the new Age of Sigmar Human Crusade is coming. Yeah, see, I would play that faction for sure. If it's actually like a fully fledged faction, I would 100% do that. Especially since I could probably mix in some of my Warhammer Fantasy models, like my Great Swords and different things like that. Romulan Dog says he's building a Halfling Cities of Sigmar list with a dragon. Holy shit, that sounds cool. You got to share some pictures of that, dude. You got to. We have to see that glory. In the meantime, too, while the players do their picks and bans, I will ready up so they can just start whenever they're ready. Over on the Old Tavern, we have some minis to show you guys, which is always fun. So let's go ahead and scroll down here so we can take a look and do a shout out to some of the community miniatures, which is always fun. So here we have this like slider on our website. So Melody has been uploading minis here, as have I. And it's a cool place to kind of show these off. So these are some Lannister Guardsmen by Jay Phoenix. We have a Dacunin Crew by G. I think his name was just quite literally G. Pretty cool. Those are the new Age of Sigmar orcs, which are actually pretty cool. It's a pretty rad faction. We also have some classic Chaos Warriors by Valcrom. Sounds like a very, very Chaos name. I love the burning effect on those swords there. It's pretty cool. We also have an Emperor's Children by Kios. So yeah, I like that scheme. My Emperor's Children units that I have a couple are very similar. I have like black armor panels or black trim, and then with the pink highlight there. Pretty rad. Dude, I love this. Neiman has a... Melody says, no, I haven't uploaded. Hey, no worries. No worries. I'll upload some more later too. But we can go through some of the classics as well. Dude, look at these proud Dowie warriors, dude. These guys are just waiting on their hill for the mortal empires. They're like, yes, let us rain terror once again over the forces of evil. Oh man, Source Old Blood by MacIver here. That thing's pretty cool. Very colorful, dude. Looks like a lot of airbrushing on that one. I think there's definitely some airbrush. That looks like too smooth to be brush. Oh, give us those units back. Look at this Vampire Lord. MacIver is just such a talented painter. Dude, like, that armor is so good. It is so good. Like, how do you even do that, dude? It looks like a combination of dry brushing. Like, I think he did a dry brush over the armor, but also did an edge highlight, too. Dude, and the base is just, like, killing it. It's just too good looking, man. I just can't handle it. A couple Stormcast by Dean. I believe he said they were some of his first minis he did. Certainly very impressive. I mean, getting the white and the shield like that, white is a hard color to paint, so that's very solid, man. Look at this. We have an Ogre Cook. Cunnin Crew is from the Underworlds. Not sure you've tried the game, but it's pretty fantastic. Yeah, I've thought about trying it. Dude, look at these big boys. This Ogre Cook. Yeah, some classic fantasy stuff here. I love that. This is like a terrain piece that you could like throw on your battlefield if you're playing with your friends and stuff. We got some Chicken Walkers by Warguts, some Sentinels, the Guardsmen. Skaven by Ratboy. Dude, how cool is that Skaven model? Yeah, Romulan, if you send me the updated minis, I can, yeah, they're still making their armies right now. Yeah, I clicked ready up, so I would see the game starting down below here, so I'll double check just to be sure. Yeah, they're still making their armies, which I'm in no rush. I'm just hanging out with you guys, so whatever. All right. We got the Skaven by Ratboy. Nice Doomwheel by Ratboy as well. Romulan Dog with his Thankful and Bone Ripper. I love the purple scheme. And the blue armor, too, is quite nice dry brushing. Looks like you did... What did you do? You did Pallid Witchflesh with no, you did Rakarth with some sort of a purple wash over it. And then it looks like you dry brushed or layered with... Is that Pallid? Or is that another layer of Rakarth? I can't tell, Romulan. It's a pretty cool scheme. Reach out to Heir of Carthage. If he sends me his minis, I'll post them, yeah. Oh, it's hard. It's hard to paint minis. All right. Some Chaos Forces by Friend or Trader. Look at that. Dude, that army's pretty rad. You got Be'lakor and Exalted Lord of Change, Bloodletter. So for anybody who's never played tabletop, these are the minis that, like, you're seeing these guys in battle right now. Yeah, and then this one got a little bit compressed, but these are Chameleon Skinks. Like, the picture looks like it might be a little bit compressed. It's hard to tell. Yeah, look at the Slann in the background. Oh, the purple guy in the foreground. The most annoying unit in Total War Warhammer 2, right here, ladies and gentlemen. You mixed acrylics for the skin. It looks really good, Romulan. Yeah, it looks really good. Did the players have a question for me or something? I don't know why they're taking so long. All right. I'll give them a slight nudge. I'll say, let's party, lads. Let's get this going. Yeah, Song of Ice and Fire looks like a fun game. Any Bretonnian minis? No, not quite. We'll upload more though. I'm gonna get a bunch of my minis posted on there so I can show you guys, and we'll take a look over the course of the streams, which is always a good time. I'm gonna look at their armies and see. I'm gonna see what they're struggling over so much. Okay, I mean the armies look more or less done. I'm on the right map. Maybe he's like trying to iron out his internet. Yeah, post your models. We'll get them uploaded. Absolutely. Yeah, Romulan, that's probably one of the best parts of your model is how well you did the skin, because it's so hard to do that. Like on my Empire guys, I'm so lazy. I just do a Kissel of Flesh and then I wash it and then I just do Kissel of Flesh over the top again and that's it. That's it. Pretty basic stuff. Slaanesh being slow at getting ready. Yeah, seems out of character for sure. For sure. I'll give them, I'm not going to say anything now because they're just about done anyways, but I'll give them a warning next game. Be like, hey guys, let's keep it under 5 or 10 minutes, please. This is quite long. Oh yeah. If you guys haven't seen Troll Trader, this is where I get all my minis, by the way. Shout out to these guys. And the owner of the site is like super nice too. I've actually talked to him in email. So this is where I get like all my fantasy minis. And next game, in between, we'll go through and look through all this. Yeah, it'll be awesome. Okay, both players are ready. Let's get this party started. Thank you all for joining once again. Romulan says, I'm using Rakarth Flesh for my current Stormfiend, the Journey to 9. Yeah, it's brutal, dude. It's brutal. Maybe they're just painting the armies they picked? Yeah. Frontliner Delta says, I just started painting, finished 2 Armiger Knights. Oh, dude, who cares, man? Your first models, who cares? $300 for full battalions? Yeah, you really got to want them. Well, you know, my conspiracy theory about Bretonnia is they're going to get a full rework in Old World. Like when Old World comes out, I think Bretonnia is popular enough, and like the Empire minis still look good, the Dwarves still look good. They don't need to rework those. I think Bretonnia could definitely use a rework. Like the High Elf models from the end of 8th edition don't look bad either. But Bretonnia is pretty dated, so I think Bretonnia will get a new line. I think it'll be Kislev. Kislev and Cathay are going to get full model ranges when Old World comes out, I think, and then they're going to do like a little rework for Bretonnia. That's my conspiracy theory. We have to talk Turin into buying some nonsense. Oh yeah, we could. It would be possible. All right, guys. Here we are. Game 2 in the Grand Finals. It's going to be Even Star facing off against your boy Zone. So Zone currently is up 1-0. He won the first game again with Tzeentch against Nurgle. And he's going to be using Stonehorns, which are clearly still very good. So he's got 2 of those, backed up by Noblar Trappers. Looks like Evenstar is having one of his builds used against him. Oh, why would you do this to us? Zone brings Maneater pistols, but he doesn't bring the Empire one. Why would he do this to us? Just pay the troll toll. Pay like 200 more gold and bring us the cool ones. But it's okay, I understand. It's the end of the Grand Finals of a tournament. There's, you know, a leaderboard position. Because if Zone wins this, he's basically guaranteed a spot in the Grand Finale tournament. So, like, this is big. Because winning a tournament pretty much guarantees you a spot in the big finale. Yeah. We got a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. Very standard. And for Evenstar, it is going to be Spawn of Slaanesh, backed by Spears. We have a Herald hiding in the bushes. Spawn and Spears back there. Oh, and a Soul Grinder as well. Okay. Soul Grinders are actually very good against the big Hunters. Yeah, the Stonehorn Hunters can get bullied pretty good by the Soul Grinder. So I love this pick from Slaanesh. This thing is a very, very serious menace for sure. Very, very serious menace. All right, guys. So, the Ogres are going to be advancing up. Will he bring the Sigmarite pistols? I wish he would. The Maneater ROR pistols are so cool. They actually have a little bit of extra range as well, so they can do some work. But, you know, the cool thing is the fact that this is a best of 5. If it goes to game 5, the players will eventually run out of good factions to play, and they will have to start playing Cathay. So it could happen. It could happen. We could see some wild Cathay. Although, more than likely, we're going to be seeing Cathay being picked, like, probably after a couple days when people, like, learn to use their new units and kind of get a feeling for some of the missile pieces. Because it seems like most players are just kind of going for a bit of a safer pick today, right? So the Hunter's waddling back. Dude, look at these big Chunguses. Oh, just hear the ground rumble, dude. So damn cool. Now, ogres, though, can definitely get overwhelmed by cheap Slaanesh spears. Like, cheap Slaaneshi spears are very cost-effective. They are shielded against some of the light poking, like the Noblars, and also they do have the anti-large, but I would imagine the Herald of Slaanesh can also summon some Furies, too, to attack the Man-Eater pistol, so probably doesn't want to be dealing with that. Ogres coming to get you, it looks like. So ogres are coming around the chop. Ogres down here, ogres down here. Is that what they're going to be doing? At least up here, yeah. They're going to be forcing Slaanesh to... This is risky for the ogres. Slaanesh really, really wants you to split up, and so they can isolate you and pick off their prey. Nurgle is good now, Jake. Nurgle is good. Yeah, Nurgle is a strong faction. Yeah, Double Hunter is pretty annoying. And they did get nerfed, though, so they do cost 200 more apiece. So it's a pretty substantial amount. It's a pretty substantial amount. But Slaanesh isn't going to have so much of a problem against the Hunters, right? Because they have, like, plenty of armor piercing. They can goon them with Soul Grinders. Like, they have tools to fight back against those bad boys. All right, so... Ogre Bulls in a bit of a defensive formation. Slaanesh going to be pushing up in the middle. Parking some spears in the back objective is certainly a good call from Evenstar. And we do get these Soul Grinders of Doom blitzing across the battlefield, looking to do glorious total war with these guys. And are we going to be seeing a Demonette summon? It looks like the cult is here. She's certainly not wearing any armor. Classic fantasy trope there of the ladies not wearing proper armor. So the cultist gets run over, although Slaanesh, it kind of makes sense. Right? Kind of makes sense. I mean, everyone in the Slaanesh roster dresses like that. So one Herald is engaged. Soul Grinder coming in for the kill as well. I think the new Slaanesh spawn are going to be big MVPs, and the Whip of Slaanesh does go down. And the reason why you saw it cast there is to give the melee attack buff to the armies here. Soul Grinder does kind of push back the Hunter, although it's not quite able to get in there. And we are going to be seeing Demonette summon. First attack, Hunter is taking big damage, and Soporific Musk is really, really good here. Going to be debuffing those guys. So Slaanesh gets a very good engagement, actually. Marauder Spears into all the Ogre Bulls. We get some Cav coming in with Anti-Large, which will be doing big damage as they lance into the Ogre units. And I feel like the Ogres are going to be buckling on many fronts, actually. Although the two Hunters are coming in for the Gooning as well. Looks like diving into the Soul Grinder and the Herald. But I honestly think, yeah, the Ogres are getting run over here. I mean, the value is pretty close, but I feel like Slaanesh is eventually going to be out trading here. Slaanesh also ninja the back objective and also has objective number 1 as well. Looks like Evenstar is now going to be moving on to that point. So will the Ogres be able to repel this aggression? Because now you can see the Spawn and the Marauder Spear combo, which is so incredibly good. These pointy arm boys. I love how every single one of these guys has the same mutation. They're just like, oh yeah, mutation homies, yes. So pushing through, Ogres are buckled off the objective. Number 3 is going to be taken by Slaanesh. And I think if Slaanesh gets the triple cap here, they are going to be able to really put a lot of hurt on the Ogres. Even though the value differential isn't that crazy, the Ogre front line folded like a piece of paper. Slaanesh's blitz is brutal, right? The Hunters, and that's what partially happens if you invest too heavily in Hunters. Although the Hunters might pay the Troll Toll, or make the Slaanesh player play the Troll Toll here, as the Herald of Slaanesh seems to be trapped by its own spawn. Yeah, she's like getting knocked over on the ground. Oh, she's on foot. That's why she can't get away. And Stonehorns are anti-infantry for sure. So they can really run over. They're kind of anti-everything, to be fair, but the Herald of Slaanesh is in danger. But that Soul Grinder is getting a lot of value, man. Grinding down that one Hunter, the other spawner moving in, and that Herald, I understand not running away. Although, honestly, you could probably get the Herald away if you use the spawn. It's a little bit hard to tell. So Slaanesh does have the triple cap, and aside from like the gooning on the big Stonehorn Hunters, like the rest of the battle is going very badly. Like the Demonettes are just overwhelming the Ogre Kingdoms. We got Exalted Demonettes probably pouring in. We got Hellstriders in the back. Like, the Ogre army is just in mass rout. Essentially, Slaanesh is getting its two kind of joined forces right here, and they are just driving the Ogres back into the Shadow Realm. Absolutely no hope whatsoever. Now, as far as the Lord duel goes, Slaanesh does lose its Lord. Obviously, if you invest that much in gooning, it's going to be possible. But here, you can see the Hunter is just going to be getting taken apart by the Soul Grinder, man. Just absolutely taken apart. That's some big damage. Melody saying, I wish I had a mutation, homie. Yeah, I know. Don't we all? Don't we all? But Ogres are driven back to the Shadow Realm, and the triple cap is still good. I know there were some people in chat saying that triple capping is like an auto loss because of the comeback mechanic, but I still think it's pretty strong. I still think it can work for sure. One Cultist is broken, a couple Ogres doing its thing, but this Soul Grinder eventually will kill these Hunters. We got more Demonettes moving up. Ogres, do they have any hope of getting these side objectives? We got Hell Scourges here and Spears here, and honestly, Ogres can't seem to get their bearings. And it looks like he's hiding. Zone is hiding his Ogre Lord. He's just sitting up in the trees, looking like your Magic the Gathering club there. And yeah, man, looks like the Hunters are going to get wrecked. This Hunter is getting trapped by anti-large cav, and Master Tactician turn strikes again. You love it. You love it. Come on, guys. You can't keep getting away with it. We're gonna keep getting away with it. It's gonna happen. Take away the John Madden tools? Hell no, dude. Hell no, it's happening. And for Slaanesh, it's relevant. I feel like Slaanesh really deserves that. So currently Slaanesh is just getting so many points. The Ogres probably will eventually push them back, but Slaanesh is up by a lot of value too. So not only is Slaanesh out capping, but they're also out dueling the Ogre army. And you see the spawn just crushing, Evenstar putting on an absolute clinic here as the Sweet Sorrow is activated. So that is going to be giving just a massive speed buff to the entire army. And yeah, really it's just a composition thing. Like the Ogre Bulls are just getting absolutely dumped on by the Spears and you know, other units. It's just a bad trade for them. So in the back, objective 1 is taken by Slaanesh. I'm not seeing any Ogre treachery here. The Soul Grinder, a very good counter against these Hunters. I mean, it's gotten 1400 value. The Hunters literally can't escape either. They're getting hunted, they're getting beaten, their stats are being lowered. Spawn are hot on their tail as well. This is just a masterclass of what can happen if you're playing Ogres and you just go too heavy into Stonehorns. Like in some matchups it's good, but not against Slaanesh, I don't think. I think Slaanesh was prepared for this with a full chub. And yeah, like the Ogres are just being driven to... They're being... You remember in 300 when the Spartans drive them off to the edge of the cliffs? This is what's happening. They're being like Sparta kicked into the ocean right now. While like thunder and lightning is going. It is very much that scenario. So Spears and Hellscourges living their best lives. And looking around, man. One Hunter's in the back trying to clear things up, but the Slaanesh units just do not care. This Hunter is going to be karate chopped, you can see. He is getting the crab claw of doom. Time for Helm's Deep now? Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think a Helm's Deep's even going to be necessary. I mean, we see, yeah, obviously the Ogres are getting 10 extra supply, but it's not going to save them. And even if they did drive back Slaanesh, Slaanesh could probably just hold at least 2 of the objectives using their mobility, right? They summon some cav here, they roadblock you. Ogres are going to be trying for a comeback. We see the Noblar Choppers moving here, but they're going to get hunted down by the Hellstriders, and probably by, yeah, there's just a ton of Hellstriders. Though they're not like great against infantry, they'll keep those Noblars in check and probably keep them from getting onto the objectives. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening. Dude, 300 was great. 300 was great. I love that movie. I don't care how like corny some of the bits are. 300 is one of my favorite movies of all time. Just the bro rage in that is just so good. Oh my god, I love it. Sign me up. Just the stylized, just exaggerated. Yep, Hunter's down. Oh, and the steel chair bringing down everybody's favorite unit. I know people typically hate Stonehorns, so I'm sure there's some catharsis for some of you guys seeing that Soul Grinder get the job done. So the Soul Grinder now moving back to the middle. Absolutely no chance. I don't know why Zone hasn't left yet. Maybe he thinks there's some sort of a chance. Like, I don't see it. You know, this happens kind of in Age of Empires too. You'll see people who are like, you know, just trapped in their base getting crushed, and they just won't leave. They'll just turtle. I mean, you can come back, but there is a limit to that, and this limit has been exceeded, especially against a player as good as Evenstar. So big charge. The Ogres just get hammered by these Slaaneshi forces. Going to be trying to fight in the middle, but it is going to be the end of the road for these bad boys for sure. Stonehorn Hunter here. He's waddling in zone withdraws. That was a Slaanesh clinic. That was an absolute Slaaneshi clinic from Evenstar. Evenstar was an early adapter of Slaanesh. He played them a lot. He played them a lot for sure. Yeah, Spears did good. Soul Grinder did great work. But really, I mean, the Ogre... Look at the Ogre lines. The Ogre's starting army, guys, was like one true Ogre unit and a couple Noblars. Of course, that army was going to get steamrolled. Like, and the Stonehorns aren't going to hold back an army. So, like, the Slaanesh army basically just steamrolled this really haggard small force, and the rest was history there. So that is 1-1. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Warhammer 2 World Champ is back on the board. And we'll be heading on over to the next match. Yes, we will. I hear my phone ringing. It's making me nervous. All right, Galleon's Cove. Perfect. First time we've had this map today. Cody, Spartans, what is your profession? Thank you, Cody. Really appreciate the donation, dude. Yeah, that was great. That movie is just so fun, man. And the cast, like, the 300 cast is crazy, too. You have, like, Michael Fassbender's in that. Obviously, Gerard Butler was really fun, but ever since then, Gerard Butler's just kind of done mostly Walmart movies, but he's still great. Gerard Butler's still the man. It was fun. All right, so Evenstar is back. It looks like he just like resets every time, and it has mitigated some of his problems. So now we can go hang out in the pick and ban screen. Cody, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so it is 1-1 in this series. We'll switch on over to picks and bans here, and we need to reset them. And cool. So time to see what the players pick. So Zone is going to go Kislev and Nurgle for this one. Kislev and Big Chungus. And the map is going to be Galleon's Cove. So this is not a Cathay map, sadly. The Cathay maps are coming in the next games. But it is going to be Galleon's Cove here, which is more of a brawler map in my experience. You know, tight corners, kind of poor line of sight. It's definitely pretty dicey. Yeah, there was a sequel to 300. It wasn't very good. Yeah, it wasn't very good. Wasn't very good. So Nurgle and Kislev are the picks for Zone. Now we're waiting to see what your boy Evenstar will do. What has he not played? So he played Nurgle and he played Slaanesh. So I don't think Evenstar has played Tzeentch yet. Tzeentch wouldn't be a bad pick here. Tzeentch would not be a bad pick. Also, Khorne is still on the table. You could go Khorne, but Khorne against Nurgle isn't super fun. It's possible, but it's possible. Yeah, Lena Headey. Cersei. Yeah, Cersei's in that movie. Plays the wife of Leonidas. She was also in the Judge Dredd movie. If you guys haven't seen the 2011 Judge Dredd movie with Carl Urban, dude, that movie's awesome. It was so good. The soundtrack is awesome too. Yeah, Cathay is very map dependent. Very, very map dependent. 301, 400. So many options for that sequel. That's right. Yeah, Professor Pone, here's the thing. The 300 sequel wasn't great, but I also enjoyed it too. Like, I had fun watching it. Whatever. Like, it wasn't as good as the first one, but I still enjoyed it. I understand it's not a great movie. I also enjoy Steven Seagal movies. I know they're terrible, but I still enjoy them. So, like, you can enjoy a movie that is, not amazing. It doesn't. And hey, to you, that movie's great, right? It's all in the eye of the beholder. So what will the counterpick be? Still waiting for Evenstar to make his choice. And we will see what they do. Her as Mama was awesome. Yeah, she was great. She was really good in that. By the way, I was actually curious. How was the Halo TV show? I heard it was an atrocity and just terrible. But I wanted to hear it from you guys, from my people. Let me know what you guys think. Halo movie, not worth it. Anybody seen Northman? Dude, Anna, the wife, and I loved Northman. It was awesome. We loved every second of that movie. It was good. So good. Yeah, it was brutal. It was just brutal. Okay, Nakamura. Gladiator is probably my favorite movie of all time with the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Like, if I had to pick my top two favorite movies, it would probably be The Two Towers in the Lord of the Rings trilogy and then Gladiator. But that would be my favorite. Like, Gladiator and Lord of the Rings trilogy are hands down my favorites. I think the recent Dune movie might actually qualify as one of my favorite movies of all time. I loved the Dune movie. It was so good. The adaptation was amazing, and the ambience and how creepy it was good. Okay, so people are saying the Halo show was awful, absolutely atrocious, awful, really bad. All right. Yeah, exactly. Very well put by Robin here. Your movie enjoyment isn't tied to the objective quality of its content. See, much more well put than I could articulate here while I'm trying to focus on the tournament. It's not really great. Yeah, the Halo fan base calls Master. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, I heard it was pretty terrible. I watched some clips on YouTube of like some of the fight scenes, and I was like, ooh, that looks bad. Okay, so we're gonna get an ogre pick. All right, so we get Ogre Kingdoms. So let's go ahead and make that official. Ogre Kingdoms for Evenstar. Ogres are pretty good on this map. They're pretty good. They butchered the lore of Halo. Oh man, I was a big Halo fan as a kid too. I played the hell out of Combat Evolved, and yeah, I played that a lot. And then Nurgle. So it's going to be Nurgle versus Ogres, which honestly is a fine matchup now. Nurgle can definitely win this. You just swarm them. You just swarm them with bodies. And Plague Toads are actually, Pox Riders are actually pretty good here too. All right, guys, so we got our matchup. It's going to be Ogres versus Nurgle. Let's go ahead and switch on back. It's 1-1. First thing Master Chief does is take off the helmet. Oh no. They should have just pulled like a Mandalorian and just kept his helmet on. I still can't believe the Halo series forgot to paint one of their foam guns. The character is literally standing front and center with unpainted foam. Melody says, I bet you Turin likes Eurotrip. I do. You caught me. I love those really crappy early 2000s like comedy movies. Yes, I like Van Wilder also. Van Wilder, Eurotrip, Old School, Beer Fest, Anchorman is one of my favorite movies of all time. Dude, those movies just bring me so much joy and nostalgia. As a matter of fact, I was sitting on Discord with Professor Pone last night, and we were like talking about the Anchorman fight scenes in the first and second one when like all the news teams show up, and it's just, I wish we could just like watch that on stream together right now. It's so good. Like remember MTV shows up with Kanye West, and Will Smith shows up with like ESPN, and like the History Channel shows up with the ghost of Stonewall Jackson and the Minotaur or something. It's just like BBC with Borat. It's just like, oh my god, that shit is so funny, dude. It's so dumb. Scotty doesn't know, dudes. Stop, man. You guys can make me cry. Taking me back. The nostalgia, it's overwhelming. All right, so players are picking their armies here. Turin is a great man based off those movies. Yeah, basically. Melody says, got him. I love Talladega Nights. I own Eurotrip and Road Trip. Hell yeah, Pone. Other Guys was really good. Yeah, I love that one. When they jump off the building, they're like, aim for the bushes. Like, yeah, aim for the bushes. Dude, the news anchor fight scenes are just like the funniest shit. It's just so good. I named Escape an Acrylite Brick. He has a grenade. Oh, that's so good, Romulan. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds he played Van Wilder. Yeah, it's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Brick killed a guy. Yeah, those are taking me back, dude. The mullet's going good. My hair is long as hell right now. It's super long. Super, super long. I got some, the hair is approaching Bible length. Like if you were to read like the Old Testament and whatever their hair length was, that's what mine's getting to. Actually, about that, Brick, you killed a man with a trident. That's so ridiculous. Oh yeah. All right. So let's take a look at the minis. So we're gonna head to Troll Trader. Oh, by the way, the gentleman from Troll Trader. Hold up. Oh, we need to have a raffle somehow. We'll do it on the next stream that we have for Total War, because the gentleman who runs Troll Trader, he's a friend of the channel. He actually sent like a giveaway like code, so somebody can get like a voucher for the website. So you guys could like get a mini from this website. I think it's like a $50 voucher for the website, so you guys could get some like fantasy stuff. So we'll do a giveaway next time. You know, maybe we'll do a painting contest for that, and we can look on the website, and then you guys can vote for like which one is your favorite. Apostle Turin, yeah, straight up, dude. It's happening. All right, so they're still picking. I'm readied up, so I'll see when they're ready now. All right, so heading on over to the website. Yeah, so because he gave us a raffle. Heading over to the website, boom. So you can look at all the Warhammer Fantasy miniatures. So let's look at Bretonnia. So if you wanted to get into, oh yeah, they have the old Battalion boxes. Oh wow, they got 2 of them. So this comes with a full Bretonnian army, basically. It's pretty big. Like, this would probably be enough to play like an old world, I would imagine. Although, I don't know if they go with bigger or smaller armies, but you got questing knights. Oh my god, look at the Bretonnian knights here. And the archers. You got the damsel on horseback here. Oh yeah, look at these classics. Like, see, this actually isn't even that bad. Yeah, we'll do a painting contest. I'll announce it on the channel. Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with the changes TA's made. It's good. Definitely a step in the right direction. Oh man, look at these classic boxes, dude. Oh, the questing knights are so rad, dude. Look how cool those models are. And you got the field trebuchets. Bretonnia is super expensive because they're all like super. They were like limited run. Yeah, Cathay is the best, dude. Oh, like this isn't even that expensive. Like, this is only $30 here. That's a pretty good deal. Yeah, if you wanted to get a bunch of Bretonnian knights and peasants, you could battle pilgrims. Holy shit! Look at the battle pilgrims. They were about 1K points. Oh, look at these vintage battle pilgrims with the Italian Spartacus haircuts. No, actually, they have the friar tucks. Never mind. I thought some of them were bald. Bretonnian boxes. I know they're there. Chat poll for the winner. Yeah. We'll do a painting contest. I'll announce it on the channel. We'll make like a video or something. Mounted yeomen. Look, they got some mounted yeomen here as well. Pegasus, they got like a paladin. Oh man, this is classic. Jacob says, I remember the release day of those. I'm trying to find like a legendary lore. Yeah, there's a damsel right there. Oh, somebody went with like a ghostly scheme for these knights. That's pretty cool. See, they have like the ethereal look. Never got around to finishing those. Here's some old school metal men at arms. Jesus. These are ancient, dude. These are ancient. Pegasus Knights, yeah, single Pegasus Knights. Here's a trebuchet. Damsel. Here's a trebuchet crew. I wonder if they have King Lewin. Do they have Lewin on the website? Let's see. Lewin. All right, let's find out. Come on, team. Oh, they do have Lewin. Here's the king. Wow, that's actually a nicely painted one. So here's an unpainted Lewin you could actually get if you're really like a diehard Bretonnian fan. They have one for sale on the website. But this is a painted one. This actually looks pretty good. Yeah, look at that. That's an old school metal Lewin right there on his mighty bird. His mighty beast. Okay, the players are loading in. I see the loading going right now. We'll look at a little bit more while they load. And we'll look at another faction after this. We could look at some High Elves, actually. They never get any love, so. Oh, yeah. High Elves still have some good-looking models. Some Dragon Princes. Like, if you wanted to get these, like, I often recommend for people who are new to the hobby, if you want to get into it cheap, you can buy, like, these High Elves for, like, 18 pounds, and then you just, like, strip the paint. You just put them in some, like, whatever solution, and then you just use a toothbrush, and they're, like, going to be, like, new after you spray prime them. Yeah, look at the Phoenix Guard. Oh, that's cool. Archmage Techless. It's OG Techless. Yes, look at that. Oh, yeah. He needs a little bit of a paint job there. Someone clearly sold their High Elf collection and they like had this blue and white scheme that they just never got around to finishing. Oh, it's Prince Tyrion. It's Prince Tyrion, dude. Yes. Look at the Chad. He definitely needs to have his paint stripped. Somebody just put way too much paint on that. All right, we'll get back to that afterwards. We'll look through all the glorious models of old. Jay Phoenix. Jay Phoenix says, Turin, I need those. Jay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jay. Now everyone's going to go rob all those cool minis. Of all those models, the Sky Cutter is one of my least favorite. I have so many of these. Hell yeah, Melody. Hell yeah. All right, so the battle is on, guys. We're in Game 3 of the Grand Finals. I know it's a bit of a jarring cut, but it's going to be Ogre Kingdoms facing off against Nurgle. And the Ogres just have a massive hard-on for Hunters. So we got 2 Stoneheart Hunters from Evenstar. We do also have an Iron Blaster coming out, so this is like a launch build. Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, Ogres with dual weapons, and a couple other units. So yeah, obviously going to be trying to blob with Nurgle, but good Nurgle players can use double Herald, or Herald plus double Cultist and some Beasts of Nurgle, and they can actually defeat the Hunters. So we'll see. Cathay doesn't have an army yet, Demacia. They will when Old World comes out. I would imagine Games Workshop will make a new army for them. Jay Phoenix says, I'm buying the Tyrion. Do it. Yeah, do it. Treat yourself. Just as a disclaimer, I don't have any like relationship with that website. I don't get a cut. There's nothing like that. I just legit get all my Empire minis from there. And the owner of the website's a really nice guy from the experiences I've had with him. So yeah, you know, treat yourselves. Plague Bearers into the sunset. We do also have the Festering Stooges. So we have the ROR Plague Bearers with the Holy Hand Grenades. And double Cultist for your boy Nurgle. And yeah, pretty much going to be it. Herald of Nurgle sitting up in the sky trying to avoid some of the firepower. The 2 Hunters do get an initial shot, so they are able to get a pot shot on the Spawn of Nurgle here. So the Spawn of Nurgle taking some of the spheres. Iron Blaster also shooting from downtown. My only concern for this Ogre army is it's not going to have enough objective holding power, right? You know, the Nurgle army is going to get this objective. They will 1000% get this objective, and they could also Vanguard some Nurglings up to this point as well. I think that would be very, very strong for them, so we will see for sure. So here comes the team. Cultists of Nurgle and Spawn moving up. Plague Bearers as well. Yeah, Nurgle's just going to be cackling on the objectives. That's their plan. Spawn are not bad against Hunters either. They don't have the best AP, but they still can tarp at them. Look at that. One of the Spawn just getting Shadow Realmed there by the Iron Blaster. Iron Blasters typically don't make their value back these days. Ooh, a little bit of a mistake maybe having the Cultist on foot. We'll have to see. He does kind of trip and fall. The Cultist just literally tumbled into that Hunter right there. And Nurgle does need to use its Holy Hand Grenades. So Exalted Plague Bearer Grenades are really, really quite good. Now, here comes the damage. We have 9,500 HP, and he gets brought down to about, 8.7. So that's pretty good. About 700-800 damage right there. So just use those Holy Hand Grenades. Cannonballs coming in from the Stonehorns, but not really going to do much. And the Holy Hand Grenades continue to do really, really good damage. So what you do is you probably leave the 3 Stooges right here and then move up to the middle with everything else. And the 3 Stooges are going to be very, very tough to remove for sure. Gornier says, is it bad that every time Turin gets out the drawing tools, I expect something phallic? Yeah. I know. I put the fear in you. I'm sorry. Iron Blaster blasting in, as the name would infer. Spawn of Nurgle getting wrecked pretty bad, but, Nurgle's getting up on those objectives, man. And, Ogre's invested in so many SEMs that they're not really going to be able to play the objective game super well. Plague Bearers will fight Noblars all day and basically take no damage whatsoever. And, yep, this objective's unlocking. Good luck getting this objective from the Festering Stooges. Larry, Mo, and Curly are down there hanging out, and they're certainly not going to be taking any prisoners. Middle objective being taken by Ogres, but Nurgle might be able to get onto that. They certainly want to. Nurgle needs to play the objective game, and I would love to see some Nurglings go to the high ground objective like right away. I think for Nurgle, you need to triple cap the Ogres because they can usually outvalue you, so you need to be playing that kind of a game against them. But middle objective does go to the Ogre Kingdoms. The Festering Stooges kind of chilling down here in the bottom. Another cannonball coming in from the Ogres, and does a little bit of damage. I mean, honestly, probably not even worth the gold there. That barely did anything. But Nurgle appears to be kind of trying to value trade a little bit rather than play the objective super heavily. We do get some Exalted Plague Bears up on the point. Exalted Plague Bears with Curse of the Slug going down, slowing down the Ogre army. But yeah, Exalted Plague Bears will kick the butt of many of these Ogre units. But, you know, numbers are numbers. Slaughtermaster is there as well. And they might be able to kind of drive them off the objective. We will see indeed. So in the back, the Festering Stooges just camping that objective, doing the work of the gods. Nurgle finally goes for the high ground cap. I love this play. This is super necessary. And the Noblars here will get wrecked. Nurglings will excuse me. Nurglings will decisively defeat them in combat. Anakin, I'm too weak. Been having really bad allergies lately. Sorry about that, guys. It's just, it happens. It happens. Now, Nurgle's still bumping and grinding here, but the Ogres are managing to hold on to the middle objective. We do have another unit of Plague Bears kind of waddling through, and also there's going to be a summon from one of the cultists. So Nurgle might be able to get this. Forsaken also going to get the charge on these dual weapon Ogres who are going to miss their charge bonus. And Ogres are not a faction that they need to get that charge. They have big charge bonuses, and they really benefit from it. But Nurgle will probably start to wrestle this objective. I mean, if the Plague Bears can push off the Noblars, and this fight continues to go well for your boy Nurgle, that's going to be very strong. Up here, Noblars are fleeing the scene, so they're like, screw this shit, I'm going home. And the Nurglings are going to be rolling onto the objective. They're going to be rolling, and here they are. So the objective will be theirs in probably about 30 seconds, give or take. Bottom, nobody wants to mess with the Festering Stooges. And, you know, for all of you Dowie fans out there, these guys are basically going to be Nurglings Ironbreakers. Dwarves are going to do the same shit. They're going to put Nurglings on an objective, and they're just going to fight over the other one. That is how Dowie are going to play. Can you imagine just glorious Dowie gyrocopters flying and just doing like bombing runs on Nurgle? Oh my god, it's going to be so good. So Nurgle holding back the tide here. We do have double Beasts of Nurgle. This is a very good answer. For 1,600 gold, 2 Beasts of Nurgle will be able to defeat a Stonehorn. A little bit slow and less mobile, but they can defeat it in steady combat like this. So the 2 Beasts of Nurgle really paying for themselves. And in the middle, Nurgle appears to be wrestling the objective like ever so slightly, but they need to get some of these Ogre units off. And the Chaos Fury is also going to be rear charging in to break the Ogre Bulls. But, you know, the Chungus Kingdoms are not going to take this sitting down. They're moving in here, and the Hunter and Ogre Bull units going to be fighting for the middle. Though Nurgle's not that far behind in value, I really think they're actually in a pretty decent position, all things considered. It doesn't seem like Nurgle has taken too much damage overall. So Nurglings are here. Look at these guys. They're living their best life. Little Nurglings rolling down the hill. Isn't that adorable? Ogre Bull's going to be getting charged. Here they come. Downhill charge. Nurglings will be a little bit happier about that. And the Ogres didn't appear to get... Oh, they did get the charge. Holy shit, those Nurglings got sent flying right there. But yeah, Nurglings will hold that for quite some time. They might want to reinforce this too, because that's like a guaranteed objective. If I were Nurgle, I'd maybe send some like Pox Riders up here to just like flatten any of the Ogre units, because they're fighting pretty heavily over the middle now. It's a very pitched fight. Definitely a lot of anarchy going down. It seems like the Iron Blaster really hasn't gotten too much value. Let's go ahead and look. Yeah, only about 600. So Iron Blasters did get nerfed a while back, and they're balanced now. They're not just like absurdly broken, but they certainly try their best. Ogres pushing back Nurgle here a little bit. Stonehorn Hunter leading the charge, and you can see the double Nurgle blob here. The Plague Bears and Forsaken kind of getting wrecked a little bit. Some more Nurglings coming in to reinforce with some Furies as well as the Herald. And the 2 Beasts of Nurgle, have they been able to get the Stonehorn? It looks like they got a little bit trapped up here. And Nurgle is winning this fight over here, it would seem, with their Spawn and Plague Bears. So both players are kind of winning fights all over the board. The good old 3 Stooges are on their way up. So the Festering Stooges are coming in. Such a cool looking unit. And they will be making their way to the middle. They could use their Holy Hand Grenades too on the Iron Blaster, but I don't think it's really worth it. The Iron Blaster doesn't really seem to do that much. I'd probably use my Holy Hand Grenades on the Hunters. But Ogres can ninja this. This is what's so scary about Ogres. They're very quick, right? So the Ogre Kingdoms can come down here with Ogre Bulls and Noblars, and they were just waiting for the 3 Stooges to leave that. We do get some Plague Bears coming, but I think the Ogres will get there first and probably secure that objective. Up on the high ground as well, the Ogre Kingdoms have gotten objective number 1, so they're certainly enjoying their best life there. While the poor Nurglings are just, left to pop like popcorn. Ogres overwhelming Nurgle. It seems like Evenstar is starting to take over the game a little bit. I think Nurgle probably needed to reinforce its top objective better. The middle fight is very dicey, but if Nurgle were able to just hold on to a 2-cap with the 3 Stooges and some Plague Bears up on the high ground, I think they could have a pretty good chance of winning, considering they're doing good in score. I mean, it's a close game. They're only down by about 100 points, give or take. But in this case, the healing for Nurgle does compensate for some of the damage differential, but I don't think be quite enough. Now, we do get the 3 Stooges up in the middle. This is a big one. And they're going to probably get some good capture weight once some of the Ogre units get pushed off. Ogre Bulls have amazing capture weight, though, so typically you have to route them off. Looks like a Cannonball is going to be coming down. The dreaded Even Star lag coming in, but looks like he will be okay. The game is pretty much lag-free, except for these like sporadic moments and things like that. But the bottom objective is going to be taken by the Ogres, and Nurgle does have Plague Toads coming in. So Nurgles, Plague Bears, and Toads should win this fight. Looks like we have a classic battle down here. Yeah, here they come. Let the Toads feast. Toads are really actually excellent against Gnoblars. Like, Gnoblars will get broken super, super quick. It looks like the Bulls are going to be charging in, but the Toads will feast. So Gnoblars immediately getting attacked, and the Plague Bears will be there shortly after, and they should be able to win this objective back. Did Nurgle lose it? Oh, wow! Nurgle actually did not lose the objective. The Ogres didn't manage to capture that. Now, the high ground objective they were able to get. So Ogres do have a 2 cap on them. Nurgle does have the 3 Stooges holding down here, and one of the Stonehorn Hunters is actually almost dead. But not quite. Able to bully down that cultist there. But the Holy Hand Grenades from the Festering Stooges is so good. Putting this Hunter down to about 1,000 HP, so this bad boy is certainly in the danger zone. And yeah, he's going to be breaking down, man. And now we have the lag, so hopefully Evenstar's hamster wheel internet will be able to kind of stabilize here. And, you know, I'm going to explore putting in rules for internet as well. If there's someone who's like having perpetual lag over the course of a tournament, I think disqualification in the earlier rounds could be warranted, because it's not a fair experience to put your opponents through, and also for you guys. So I'm going to think about that. It's hard though, because there's a lot of just great people who just have bad internet and just want to play, and I don't know. I'm kind of torn about it. We'll have to ask the community what they think and get some feedback on that. The top objective for sure was he could have kept that. He for sure could have kept that. But Evenstar is going to withdraw from the game. Interesting. So Evenstar withdraws. Okay. Maybe he crashed? But no, a crash would be a little bit different. Yeah, Evenstar withdraws. Interesting. So did he think he was going to lose that game, or is he just going to concede based on his internet being really bad today? Because I'm sure it's frustrating for him as well. Because that game was close. Like, either player could have won it still. I don't think it was decided. But I'll check in with the players and see what's going on. Maybe Evenstar thought he lost that. Let's just update it. I mean, Zone gets the win there, 100%. But we'll see what's going on. So Zone with the 2-1. Maybe he thought he had lost. Maybe he thought he had lost. Maybe the 3 Stooges in the middle were too much and he didn't have too much. It's hard to say. You can never know what's going through somebody's mind. You never know. There would be a message if he crashed. Yeah, it looks like he withdrew, so we'll have to check. Okay, he left the lobby. Let me go ahead and check. I mean, I don't mind sitting through the lag today. It's totally fine. Because like 80% of the game is fine. It's just a couple moments. Hey, man. All right, checking with him here to see what he wants to do. I do think it was slipping away. It was close. It was actually a very close game. Nurgle made a couple mistakes not holding those objectives, which they could have held, but aside from that, it was pretty scrappy there. Let's see. Maybe his internet died, but then he withdrew. I see him online right now. All right, so as the kids would say, very suspicious. Some funny business. I'm going to eat a victory pistachio here. Getting hungry. It's getting to that time of day. Ogres had that. Oh, yeah, they were... Ogres had that, says Thor. They were certainly in a better position. It was still winnable for Nurgle, though. Still very winnable. Because he had the 3 Stooges. He had a lot of units in the middle. If he could have wrestled the top objective, then it could have been a very tight game, actually. Yeah. I'm checking with Evenstar. Okay, so Evenstar says, this is a problem on my side. It's not lags. Game just crashes. I will try to change the settings. If it happens one more time, I will concede. Sounds good. No problem, man. All right. Okay, one sec. Let's roll. All right, so we're going to go to the next game. So Evenstar is saying he's been having crashing today. I don't know if any of you guys have had like similar experiences, but yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, but you know, we'll move on to the next match. Some people, I mean, there's a new patch, so it could have some compatibility issues with some people's rigs and systems, so You never know. You never know. All right. So we're going to move on to the next match here. Should be quick. Okay, so the next map here is going to be Death's Pass, Crossing of the Sea of Claws, which is kind of an Ogre Kingdoms map, thematically speaking. Oh no, this is the Norskin one. All right, cool. Omega says, you're 3-0 with Cathay. Yeah, we'll play a couple games afterwards as well. I'll play some myself. Yeah, so Evenstar says he's been having this problem ever since the patch today. He didn't have the problem before, apparently. It's not his internet, he says. He says it's some sort of something's going on with the game. I don't know what. Nakamura says, you're allergic? Oh, you're allergic to pistachios. That's rough, dude. It could be something with windowed mode, borderless full screen and all that. Maybe... Yeah, I'll message him. Maybe something with windowed mode. Yeah, I just sent him some suggestions, but that was a close game. I think Evenstar was in a winning position, but it's not his, for his opponent right now, and for both of them, it's like really late. It's like midnight or 1 a.m. almost, so it's not fair to kind of keep dragging them both through the mud there. So it's currently 2-1 for Zone in the grand finals, and we're on the Crossing of Sea of Claws. So these gentlemen are going to do their picks and bans. I'll let them know. And, all right, picks and bans. And Zone. Very cool. So they will do it. And yeah, we'll find out, obviously. If more people start having this issue, hopefully we can identify the cause and we can let CA know, or maybe it's just something with Evenstar's particular setup, or I have no idea. It's a very strange thing because Evenstar has no lag whatsoever, and then there's like a burst of lag, and then like his game seems to come back. It's very, very weird. It's very, very weird. No new maps, unfortunately. No new maps, yeah. I'll still be... So as of now, my current like Total War schedule, guys, is probably 1 to 2 tournaments a week for Total War. That's my current like coverage. And occasionally I'll do some like battles, but for the most part, until we get like Mortal Empires back, it's going to be like, when Mortal Empires comes back, it's going to be like daily heavy Total War coverage with Age of Empires as well. But for now, it's going to be a little bit more diverse until we get those. Chaos Gate, Italian Spartacus played a lot of Chaos Gate, but here's the thing. I don't know how to read your name. My apologies. It looks like you have some sort of a Greek hoplite helmet or something. But, I don't like PvE games that much. I like the most dangerous game. I like to hunt the most dangerous prey. Like, all right, so let's see. All right, so Evenstar is going to be going with, let's go ahead and do this. Reset it. And the map is going to be Crossing. I actually like Crossing of the Sea of Claws. I'm not a huge fan of the 3-lane maps that much. I just think it's not really great for Total War, but in general, I like of the 3-lane maps, I like Crossing of Sea of Claws. I think it's very nice looking, and it plays pretty fun. You get some wild games on that one for sure. All right, so let's look at the picks and bans here. See what we got. Zone up 2-1 here. So it's going to be Tzeentch and Kislev for Evenstar. And Kislev. And then his opponent is going to be Khorne. All righty. And the Corn Dogs have come. Blood for the Blood God. No, sorry guys. I think all of you Cathay enjoyers, I think your dreams have been crushed. I will play a couple Cathay games for you after this. So now Evenstar needs to pick from his remaining 2 factions here. Turin craves Manflesh. Yeah, basically. Like any game where I feel like I can play literally any game except maybe like a Dark Souls game. But I could play like any type of game, strategy, whatever. RPG, and within like a couple days of playing, I will have mastered the game, like in terms of beating the hardest difficulty, Like it happened with Dune. I played Dune for like a couple days against the AI, like 3 days, and I could beat it on the hardest difficulty consistently and easily. It's a little bit more challenging, but it's, I don't know. It doesn't do it for me. I need the most dangerous game. Because when I go into Age of Empires, I get Diamond League, which is good, but then I start getting my butt kicked. So that motivates me to want to play more, to like learn how to like ascend, right? To a higher skill level. Songs of Conquest I like because it's PvE or PvP also. Like the PvP in Songs of Conquest is actually really good. All right, we're going to get the cinematic duel for the last one. It's going to be Kislev versus Khorne. So the matchup is set, my friends. And let's do it. Let us do it to it. Yeah, they fixed the snow maps a little bit. That's good. I'm glad to hear. So we're not going to get snow blinded on this last map, huh? Have you played There Are Billions? That's versus AI though, so it doesn't really call to me. Yeah, it doesn't really call to me. I feel like I would just figure out what the OP strategy is, and then the AI would just wouldn't have a chance unless I modded it to be like stupidly difficult, which, you know, it is what it is. They just don't want to play Cathay because it's unfair to the other guy. Yeah. That's why they're not playing Cathay. They don't want to be too strong. I like how just nobody's even giving Cathay a chance. I wonder, did anybody in chat today play in the tournament and play Cathay? Songs of Conquest FFA when? I actually recorded a couple 1v1s with Professor Pone, which we're going to be uploading soon. We played 2 that were really good. We both won 1, so you'll be in for a treat. You'll be in for a treat. AI will never... I mean, look, AI can surpass humans, but then it's just kind of like dumb because it's just like... That's like playing against like stockfish in chess. It's like, okay. You know? It's just like, whatever. Like, at that point, it's just like... It's just absurd. But like... Yeah, you have to find a balance with AI. And like, also, I like games for multiplayer because I like playing with friends or like playing against people. You know, it's kind of a communal experience as well. I'm going to experiment with Celestial Guards and Compass. Samurai Warrior, you do it. Nakamura says, they are billions basically makes sure you die. It's a bit of a grind, though. Yeah, it's just grindy, huh? It's just grindy. Samurai, I believe in you, dude. I believe we'll see Samurai Warrior in the grand finals with the Wujing War Compass spam. I'm gonna try some Wujing after this. I'm going to do some Wujing. I will do a head-to-head campaign again when the old world comes back. So when we get the old factions, I'll do head-to-head. But for now, it's none of it really excites me. Like, I have pretty much zero interest in the campaign right now for Total War. But when the old world gets added in, I'll be doing campaigns again. I started an Iron Dragon one, and I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't get into it. Because, you know, that's the thing with story-driven. Story-driven campaigns are very cool when you finish. But the first couple times, but when you finish them, it's just kind of like... And then you don't have that same cool sandbox experience that Total War provides you. It's a bit of a problem, right? All right. Hey, good night, Jay Phoenix. Take care. I'm going to play Company of Heroes 3 for sure. I'm going to play Company of Heroes 3. It's going to happen. I will cover that. I'll host tournaments. All will be good. So here we are. It is going to be Kostalton with the Zargard build. So Kostalton, Zargard, and an Ice Witch, it looks like. Facing off. Oh no, is that Tempest? Oh, it's actually Tempest. That's right. Evenstar is like the Tempest enjoyer. He's like the only person who just has like a hard-on for the lore of Tempest. He always does it. And then it's going to be the Herald of Khorne. So we have 4 Khorne warriors, 2 spawn, 2 cultists, and then we do also have a... oh, don't you crash on me. I saw the little like turning wheel right there. I did play League. I played League. Yeah, I got Diamond in League, but way back in the day. Back in like 2013, I think. Yeah. Way back when. Back when my hands still functioned a little bit better. I am going to do a League of Legends stream, but I'm obviously pretty terrible now. I don't know any of the new heroes, and everything's changed. Everything has changed, but I like to play Darius. He's my favorite. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Grand Finals, Game 4. Currently, Evenstar is down. Obviously, he did drop out in one of the games. He's having some technical difficulties, so that was the causation for him being behind here. But still, we got some good games. And it is going to be Kossars of Spears, Zargard Great Weapons, Kostalton, Rasputin on the Bear, Frost Maiden of Tempest, with Blizzard, which is actually pretty good against Khorne Halberds, and Hailstorm as well. So that is going to be the build. Now, looking at the forces of the Khorne Dog, it is going to be Herald of Khorne, double Cultist, a bunch of shielded Khorne Warriors, Halberds, and Spawn. So shielded Warriors pretty good for moving up, holding the objectives, though they will be massacred pretty badly by the Zargard. But for the Zargard, you just summon Cultists behind them, or excuse me, Bloodletters, you pile in, you do your thing. Optimus Fine says, we still need to convince you to give Stellaris a try. It's very similar to Dune gameplay-wise. All right, yeah, something to consider. Bring the Blizzard, please. It's coming. Spin to win, baby. Yeah, spin the chariots in circles. We'll see. But I like the Zargard build. It's a little bit, risky, for sure. But if you can, find those good isolations, Zargard Great Weapons will absolutely kick the butts here of these Chaos Warriors. I kind of wish we had seen the big boys, like the ROR ones, but understandably, they're a little bit pricey and... probably not the best pick here. Probably not the best pick. Oh, we will see. Darius isn't the powerhouse he used to be, but he's still good. That's cool. Good to hear, Martin. So Chariots are up in the skirmish. They will be shooting downtown, I would imagine, into the cultists and or spawn. I still have limits on the heavy war sleds today. They got a massive nerf, but you know, I still wanted to tread carefully before reintroducing them into the wild. So we'll kind of keep tabs on the heavy war sleds, see how they perform. Gonna do a little bit of testing this week, and then we'll feel it out. Because you know, I would be hesitant to unrestrict them and then just have like someone roll in with like 8 of them and just have it be super obnoxious, right? So far though, they seem to be doing fine. Their shooting is impactful, but you know, their melee prowess, yeah, they used to have 130 weapon strength. And I believe their mass has been changed, so their mass is now 3,100. Yeah, so they got a massive mass nerf, which is very warranted. It was pretty stupid how tanky they were, for sure. Nyanyo, I think that the ogres are going to be fine. I think ogres are a good faction, and they're in a good place. I think the nerfs were appropriate for the most part, and yeah, I still think they'll be good. It depends, of course. DLC content, like RORs, new lords, they have a lot of stuff that could completely change their paradigm, so... War sleds got a little bit bugged out there. Didn't look like they fully charged, and the 2 cultists are going to be rushing out to intercept them, which is a very, very good idea. The cultists are one of the best answers Khorne has had for the heavy war sleds for a long time, but it looks like we have some light skirmishing in the middle as Khorne is going to be moving up and sending the Hellforged host. So we do have the ROR of Doom moving on over to the side here, so they're going to be jumping probably to hold that objective, while Khorne just bullies up here in the middle. So the Snow Leopards are a great choice as well. Excellent anti-large tool, and considering the cultists are on horseback, they're going to be a pretty prime-time target. But here we do need to see the cultists and heralds move in and help. Ghostalton and the leopards getting a little bit of damage in, and it does actually force out a summon. So that is actually a massive win for Evenstar. Evenstar just heavily outplayed Zone right there. Basically baited out the cultist summon, and now the summons are going to be pretty much dead in the water. They're just going to waddle here. At the very least, if you could get them engaged with some Zargard or something, like, you got to just go try and get some value. The objectives are going to be opening up soon, and the back objective is being guarded by a Zargard with great weapons, so it's going to take some powerful Khorne units, because Zargard with great weapons will defeat any Khorne infantry with the exception of the Exalted Bloodletters, which I believe they just barely lose to. It's a bit of a pitched fight, but the Bloodletters do very well there. But Khorne gets his paws in the middle. High ground objective is going to be taken by the Hellforged host. So they're going to move up there and get that. Middle objective will be taken by Khorne. They'll have the 2 cap, and Kislev is up on value right now, and they did bait out one of the summons, which was very, very nice. Do war sleds still, when they go over a cliff, do they explode? I don't know, because there's only a couple maps where that happens. None of the domination maps trigger that. That's only more so in campaign or a couple land battle maps, which obviously we don't see too much anymore. But heavy war sleds here, yeah, we see a little bit of lag coming in from Evenstar. He said he was having some connection issues, which is a bit of a shame. Might be an anticlimactic final, but it's okay. You know, it happens every now and then, and it's a new patch, exploring some new territory. Hopefully the players will subside here. We'll see. We'll see if we can get back in it. Cathay's greatest defense isn't the Great Wall. Cathay's greatest defense is the fact that they never get picked, so they never have to actually be defeated in combat. Cathay is undefeated today. They haven't lost a single game. It's because they haven't been playing a single game. But yeah, it seems like Evenstar might be crashing. We'll see if he can subside. I'm going to go ahead and check in the Discord and see what he's saying. Okay, it looks like he's still wrestling with his computer. He better pay his hamster overtime to support this. And it looks like it might have subsided. To be honest, terraces are an IRL nightmare for chariots as well. Yeah, it's true. I'm sure chariots do not like going over cliffs. It's probably pretty rough. Okay, so the summit is gone. Looks like he managed to survive, and yeah, we should be fine. Honestly, the lag isn't really that bad. Hopefully he'll just play through it. Heavy war sleds can move around. They could jump down here and grab that if they want to. Khorne does have a firm grasp on the middle, and it looks like they're eyeing the high ground objective, but the Hellforged Legion should get that. Like, I don't know why Zone isn't going to be getting that. A pretty massive mistake if he doesn't. Because the Hellforged Legion would probably massacre the Zargard and maybe potentially another unit, especially if he sends some Khorne dogs or something over there. But it seems like Evenstar's connection is really, really struggling right now. Yeah, we might have to just pay the price here, guys. But hey, you know what? Zone played a great set of games today, and Evenstar's going to drop. I think he doesn't want to put his opponent or us through that. So Zone will get the victory. A bit anticlimactic, but hey, he still had a great series against Random, and overall did very well. Hopefully Evenstar can sort out his problems, because we will have the Grand Championship coming up. And thing is, all right, let's see. Could be patch. Seems like you're the only one. All right. So sorry about that, guys. It is what it is. GG, well played. So Zone is going to be getting the victory, but I'm sure we'll see Evenstar back. And Evenstar already has a really solidified spot in the grand final, so I'm just typing to the players. And we can go from there. All right, who's ready for some Cathay? Yeah, Zone says he feels bad for Evenstar, so do I. You know, what we can do is we can have, we could... It is up to you. So what I'm suggesting a potential alternative for those guys. So Zone will probably get the W, but let us see what they want to do and if they can get by that. All right. So hopefully you can iron out that problem. And now it is time for some Haggard Cathay gameplay. I will rise from the ashes and bring Cathay back to its former glory. So if you guys want to stream snipe now, now's a good time to hunt me down and when I'm vulnerable playing Cathay. A Zone Turin showdown. We could. I could ask him. I'll battle him if he's down. Let me see if he wants to. Oh no. He's got to go to bed. I think it's like late for him. Okay. Sorry about that, Evenstar, man. Hopefully you can iron out whatever that problem is. You know, you're always a great challenger, and we'll try it. So, cool. Man, this is going to be fun. We'll do some FFA games too. We'll play a little bit, guys. We got more fun to be had today. All right, so let's go ahead and invite player. Copy this. And there we go. All right, so you get your makeshift grand finals here. Yeah, internet issue sucks for sure, but there's nothing you can do about it. It could happen in any game, any esport, so. Let the man sleep, he has 2 young kids. I told him, he wanted to play. He wanted to play. So we'll do Arnheim. I'm going to go Cathay. So Zone, you go whoever you want, dude. I'm going to just suffer for the people and play Grand Cathay. So, because nobody has suffered. I'm probably just going to get wrecked super hard. I don't even know how to play Cathay, really. Good luck, have fun. I will go Cathay. Since we have no in-game chat, I literally have to message him. Cathay here, brother. So Zone is going to be jumping into the leaderboard after that. Oh, God, and of course he's going Corn. Oh, this is going to be brutal. Okay, so I got counterpicked. We're going to try, though. I got some schemes. Okay, so we go with you. I think we get you on this. Storm of Shadows. I got some tricks up my sleeve, though. This old man's... He's not in danger. Oh, the ROR. The Dune Dragons. The Dune Dragons are coming. Yes. Yeah, Pone, you might have to rise from the ashes, man. All right, so let's bring all the fun stuff. You guys, I'm basically every fantasy you have about Grand Cathay is being fulfilled right now, so just treat yourselves. It's gonna be bad though. I feel like it's gonna end pretty poorly. All right, so we need another one of you. The Dune Dragons, so rad, dude. Oh wow, Crane Gunner's got a cost increase. Holy shit, they're like 1,200 now. My god damn. I don't know if I like that much. Kind of sucks. Well, it is what it is, I guess. All right, so let's throw some Chevys on these guys. Okay, looks fine. Guys. Okay, looks fine. This army is pretty heavy duty, to say the least. So we got you guys, got 2 of those. I honestly think in terms of shooting, that's probably going to be one of my best bets. Iron Hill Gunner might be okay. Just bring one of those. Man, they're really expensive. They're really expensive, guys. Shai Halud needs to feast. Has he followed us into this game as well? All right, well, apparently he has. Okay. I don't think I'm going to play Sentinel because Sentinel is very, like, old school meta. I want to try some new stuff. Can't afford that. We have you. And some Jade Lancers. Jade Lancer's got a pretty big charge bonus buff as well. All right, cool. So Zone saying he won this matchup earlier today. He already played this matchup today, and he's saying he already won it. I dare you to manual fire? Oh, we'll see. Maybe I will. Maybe I will, my friends. A lot of fun stuff in the books. I don't know how confident I feel with this army. I really don't. But we're going to give it a good college try. Good luck, have fun. The Great Maw hungers. The Great Maw being a mighty sandworm of Dune. Are Crane Gunners like Giselles? Yeah, they function in a similar manner, but they actually have armor-piercing shot, or their shots go through formations. So that could be pretty cool. Is there any way I could actually afford that? I don't think so. Man, Crane Gunners are pricey. So let's actually cut the ready up. I'm going to switch something out in my build real quick and see if I can make it work. So we'll get you guys, this. And as far as these chevrons go, let's see if what I can squeeze out here. Do you have any money that I don't need to spend here? Did the Jade Amulet get nerfed, or is that shit just still crazy good? I feel like it's still probably just going to be crazy good. All right, let's turn you guys up. Dude, you guys know what's coming though, right? You know the wrath of the Wu Jing will be felt. Do we want more Crane Gunners? Do you want a Fire Rain Rocket? None of that feels super great, to be honest. All right, let's get some Chevys off you guys. Chevrons down. And Peasants. All right, let's see how the hell this goes. I have no idea. I don't really know much about Gundam Wing, no. Or the Gundam series. Not enough longbows. I do have some longbows. I do. I probably should have brought 2, though. I think they fixed the Sky Junk bug, didn't they? Where the one where you could just like rapid fire that. I'm pretty sure they fixed that. Remember to change your banner. Oh, I have the basic banner, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, please don't crash, game. Come on, for the love of the Dark Gods, don't crash. Okay, I think we're good. Come on. Get there. Get there. I believe. Okay, one sec. Get this rolling. So the Wu Jing War Compass might not be great against Khorne, but statements have to be made. And there are a few stronger statements than that. So I went with an elite build of the... So firstly, when you play Cathay, you guys ready for some pro tips? First thing you want to do is turn off formation attack, or else you're going to lose. Aside from this, we have triple Dragon Guard, backed up by a Dragon-Blooded Lord. The Wu Jing War Compass will charge valiantly into battle with its bound spells. We have a Crane Gunner back here. Why is he not in that formation? There you go. 3 and then 4. And then longbows are just there to protect it. So this is the army. It's pretty great. Need more Wookiee? Well, he was there. He was hanging out, but he's taking a little break now. All right, cool. Thank you guys for joining today. It's been quite a bit of fun. Now we're just gonna have the post battle. Sorry, the tournament ending was anticlimactic. Nothing you can do. You know, internet problems. Some people have them sometimes, but pray to Shai Halud for good load times. We are. All right, can't see his army size. I think did they change that? Not sure. Well, he might have been waiting for me. All right, so let's move up. Let's go get you. Let's get the Crane Gunners moving up, and this as well. So what does his army look like? Okay, Exalted Bloodthirster up in the sky. It's gonna be scary, but I can run away from him. So we do also have some shooting for him as well. So what do I want to summon in to deal with that guy? The Crane Gunners for sure want to give him the biz. Yeah, the Cultists are just such a pain in the ass to deal with, man. They're such a pain. Just unholy amount of difficulty. Usually I like having Crane Gunners and reinforcements. I think it's a little bit better. Plague of Rust would have been nice. I probably should have gone Plague of Rust too, because Plague of Rusting the Greater Demon is really strong. Okay, do we want to go with the cannon from downtown? I mean, his army's pretty static, so why not? All right, let's get you up. Move you guys over here. Let the Goon Squad go. We have Storm of Shadows, and cannons should be able to put some pressure on him. Arnheim is like one of Cathay's few good maps, I think. Okay, Crane Gunners got a big price increase to go with that buff, though. I don't know if that's worth. We're gonna have to find out, like, because most good players in tournaments will just juke you and shit, right? With the other things. Let's get some Peasant Spears to just give some harmony to this. Got to pay the Cathay tax and turn off the goods. Let's see if we can rip a shot at his lord while he's not paying attention. That would be very nice. Okay, so we got this. We were kind of parked on this objective. Is he going to play the high ground? Yeah, he's got chariots up there, so I can't really do much about that. It's so weird having a Cathay ROR, you know? It's so strange. Okay, so he's paying attention now, which means we just switch to other units, right? It's pointless to shoot somebody if they're juking like that. We probably want to get some Jade Lancers up to control any Fleshhounds coming through. So 1, 2, let's get you guys up, pull you guys here. And we're going to wrestle for this objective. We are going to try our best. Crane Gunners, don't want to move them up too much. Got to be careful. We can go up a little bit like so. We have the Dragon-Blooded Lords. We can sneak some peasants up to get that high ground objective too. So we just start going after the troops now, right? So the cultists are coming. Obviously going to be looking to cause some problems. So let's get you back. Get these Jade Lancers up, move you this way. And the dreaded Wujing War Compass stands at the ready. So yeah, we got to deal with that cultist somehow. It's going to be incredibly difficult, man. Let's pull some of these halberds back here, see if they can screen. You guys start tearing into the infantry. And the cannon's doing good work. It's getting some value in there for sure. Okay, Crane Gunner's ripping shots into the heavy infantry, and okay, they seem to be doing okay. Let's go roadblock those guys, and then we can also use one of these Celestial Dragon boys. Alright, just keep hustling. Looks like some chariots are coming into the back. Let's go ahead and attack them with the Long Riders. And we need to get more of the Jade Lancers out. Great. So that should stop that. The Celestial Dragon boys are here. Let's get the Wujing War Compass active. And we can, do we want to use any sort of slowing things on them? We can. Let's run you guys away. Actually, we can have these attack here. And alright, so it seems like a decent little fight. Let's go ahead and summon another support spell here. We're going to save the Wujing charges for now. Jade Lancers can hammer into them. And it seems to be going okay. Yep. Crane Gunners, you guys keep just hustling away. Let's let the halberds do this. And just sandwich them if we can. Alright, so now let's get the longbows going here. Spears need to go protect them. And we can go ahead and drop just a fat... It's actually not too many good areas where we could do that. So we're going to have to just kind of be conservative with that. So Wujing War Compass has some bound spells. Let's go ahead and do one right here. And longbows need to come back and just kill this this pressure here. Unfortunately, we're probably going to lose the cannon crew. Pull you guys back. Get the halberds moving up. Cav can retreat here. Wujing War Compass kind of just dunked on my own units a little bit. Ooh, the Hellforged Host. That's a pretty good target for that, isn't it? Alright, how are the Furies doing? Value's pretty close, but that's not a good thing for Cathay. Alright, so let's get the guns moving up. We could start trying to shoot a little bit. Have you guys into the warriors. Get you guys back. And how is the dreaded Wujing? It's doing okay. It's not amazing. We need to get up and use some serious shit here. Let's go ahead and pop these guys with that Storm of the Night if we can. Corn Dogs are on their way back. We should be able to head them off with these guys here. So let's see if that works out. In the meantime, let's shoot into these warriors. Let's get these Lancers hammering in. What are these? These are Bloodletters of Corn? Yeah. He's got a lot of summons on the battlefield, right? So we need to just kind of survive that, right? Warriors, turn around and fight. Keep juking here. What's up on the high ground? Okay, Corn Dogs. So we can actually just send you peasants up there. Turn off formation attack. Remember, you always have to pay your Cathay tax. Cathay players, we can't have a good time for free. We have to just suffer. So, yeah, the Cav unit's getting a little bit busy there. Do we want to come down and summon another halberd unit? Wujing War Compass has more charges. So let's do that here. See if we can nuke those guys, and then we can summon a halberd unit down here as well. Alright, and that's going to go down. Time to summon. Crane Gunners are still blasting away. Spears, shoot, and shoot. Long Riders, disengage. Get some of these Cav back here as well. See if we can last samurai some of these chariots a little bit. See if we can slow them down. Nice, nice. Oh yeah, look at that beautiful fire right there. Hopefully you can actually kill these chariots. Corn does have the objectives pretty well, but we're gonna move up on that point there. See what we can do. All right, let's get on them. Iron Hill Gunners kind of getting pushed a little bit. I guess Spears can go fight the Corn Dogs, and Longbows can come over here. If we could just break those chariots, that'd be really nice. Corn is sitting here. Let's see if we can get a freebie. If he's not paying attention. How's the middle going? It's actually not going too badly. Comet. Cool. And let's go, help out right there as well. Backfield's getting really messy, though. We did lose a cannon, but maybe one of these Iron Hails can escape here. Alright, Longbows, let's get him in. Have him come help clean up. Hopefully we can rally these guys back. I did get the Talons of the Night on those guys. That actually did some fat damage. Alright, and it looks like we finally won the battle in the middle, which is pretty crazy. Top objective, we will get that one. Great. All right, so take down the hounds if we can. The flesh hounds of Khorne. Cannon crew, can we re-equip or are they still broken? Okay, they might work now. Let's move up into that point. That one cultist is still trapped there. We have the 21 Celestial Dragon Guard. Oh, look, the Wujing War Compass endures. All right, turn off formation attack, please. Please and thank you. You guys take down these Lancers. Move you guys up. What do we want to do? Yeah, it looks like we have that high ground objective. So let's slow these guys down just to make sure we get it. Longbow Riders doing work. Doing some serious work, man. The Greater Demon is a bit of a problem, but I think we'll be able to do something. Okay, let's get you guys over here. Sorry guys, I'm super focused. I'm super focused here. Wujing has done good. We got the little slow there, which is cute. We're gonna get this objective. Let's go get that Khorne Chariot, which he's actually gonna send back. So spears, attack. Keep you guys hustling up to the point. We do have Talons of the Night, so let's do that right here on these guys. Kind of try and move out of the way a little bit. And yeah, those Peasant Spears were able to kind of wrestle the high ground, which is good. All right, so move up. Send you guys back to start healing. We need to keep the longbows in play, though, 100%. You guys go after the Corn Dogs. Head over here. And just keep hustling, man. Keep hustling. We need to get that point. Wujing War Compass attack. The dreaded Compass of Doom. We need to just kill all these Corn Dogs if we can. Up on the point, Wujing is kind of out of steam here, but that's okay. We could slow that thing again. Actually, you know what? Saving Winds Magic is probably just better. Okay, get up on the point, please, and thank you. Now, what can we resummon here? Jade Lancers are going to be great. Iron Hail Gunners need to start making their way back up. Let's unsummon the cannon. Go here. Formation attack is turned off. Eventually, Khorne is going to get the high ground from us. Like, eventually, it's going to happen. There's no stopping it. Look how good those units are doing there, man. All right, longbows. Need to get these guys. Run the gunners back. Yeah, we got it. Nice. We got the objective. That's pretty cool. Usually, Cathay, it's impossible to get objectives from Khorne. So clearly, some of the changes have been felt. Get you guys up on the point here to go help the Wujing, which we could just let the Wujing fight to the bitter end. It's totally fine. Jade Lancers, peel these guys off. Iron Hail Gunners are on their way up, so let's move them here. And yeah, my poor peasants are going to lose that one. Is there anything I can actually send over here to help? Yeah, we can send some of these guys, and maybe they'll get there in time. Who knows? All right, get up on the point. You guys fight. You guys fight. Iron Hill Gunners kind of got trapped. We have another unit coming. Move them down here. We have Talons of the Night. We can do Talons of the Night for sure. We can go do that up here, actually. You know what? Maybe this is better. No, those guys will hold. We need to go do it up here. All right, so can we actually clean these guys up? Longbow Riders doing their thing. Like, I feel like we're doing pretty good in some ways. Okay, let's drop it like right here. The attrition there is like good, right? That's good for us. Longbow Riders, just rear charge into them, try and break them. Iron Hill Gunners are on their way over. Those longbows are broken. Now we can actually resummon a cannon, which is going to be pretty impactful. Start shooting these Chaos Warriors here. Yeah, Talons of the Night's going down. Looks like we did do a lot of damage there, but it kind of got our peasants also. So now we can summon some Celestial Dragon Guard. Yep, let's get them up. Now it's time for the second wind. It's time for the second wind. So Iron Hails, let's blast them. Let's blast them. And we have some slowing abilities. Let's just slow the big demon, kind of keep him in check. And you guys need to move up on that point. Great. So unfortunately, it looks like Khorne's going to get this high ground objective from us. Do we have any more peasants to send over there? I don't think so. Let's blast them. You guys hammer into the back. We're holding on to the middle, but just barely. Let's go ahead and attack that guy with our Longbow Riders. Oh my god, the Wujing War Compass needs to be unsummoned. The UI needs to be fixed for sure. So yeah, get on that. We need it, brothers. We need it. Do we have any sort of cab to protect those Iron Hills? Not at the moment. I think we have some in the summoning pool. I don't know if they'll get there in time. We'll try. Alright, so the Cathay infantry should capture that side point. And now we just need to fight these guys and just try and get our guns away. Shoot the Lord if you can. And we'll have another slow in a second. How's this high ground? Do we still have this? We don't, unfortunately. That's a shame. Alright, you guys come back. Let's get on the objective. Have anything else we can kind of bring over here? We do. Turn off formation attack. Looking good. And yeah, Jade Lancers seem to be doing okay. We're going to get this one, which will cut off the Khorne points for a moment. Storm Shadows, yeah, not really worth using. And Celestial Boys have this one. Let's go after these Flesh Hounds. Go after the Flesh Hounds here. We need to get that high ground objective, man. That needs to happen. That's got to be a top priority for sure, but I just don't have anything cheap. Long riders, yep, let's go intercept here if we can. Iron Hill Gunners got taken out, no surprises. And cannon, what do we want to shoot at? Let's shoot at the Bloodthirster, I guess. Yeah, they're going to start taking this objective from us here. I could just go for broke. We need to hold this one. We need to hold this one. We have some Celestial Dragon Guard here. That should be enough to hold it, actually. In the high ground objective, we need to like get a blob on these guys somehow. Yeah, so you guys attack these warriors. You come up here. Because we're going to have to triple cap him. I think value's pretty close, but I think we have taken it over. Oh, Wujing War Compass, actually. This is the first time you're ever going to hear a Wujing War Compass might be good here. Because it might actually be good here, which is crazy. How's our cannon doing? All right, let's blast this cultist. If he's not paying attention, that's certainly a nice pick. Come shoot the Lord if we can. We have Celestial Dragon Guard up on the point, which is good. These guys are chilling. Yep, I think we got this point here, at least. Yeah, Cathay feels better after the changes. I mean, I'm playing the guy who was in the top 4 of the tournament today. Who ended up winning the tournament, and we're potentially beating Khorne with Cathay is a big step forward. All right, Jade Lancer's getting a little charge bonus, quite nice. All right, and Celestial Dragon Guard carry us home. Storm of Shadows slow down the reinforcements. You guys need to pull back onto that point. I don't know why they're like stuck. There we go. Why can I not like click there? That's very buggy. All right, are we gonna get this one back? We need it because we can't let him have it. Yeah, we do have more capture weight. We gotta prioritize the top. Yeah, Wujing's coming. We'll show him the wrath of the Wujing. And then these guys are slowed. Let's go ahead and do Talons of the Night right there. If he's not paying attention, he's gonna walk right into it. Yeah, he's not. Oh, he is paying attention. Hey, but at the very least, it keeps him from getting to the objective, right? It still kind of tickled the pickle of that unit. Okay, the cultist got popped in the face. Let's start shooting the big Bloodthirster. Looks like these guys are in a little bit of danger. Are we going to get the high ground objective? I think so. With the Wujing here, we'll do a Celestial Comet like right back here. That should wreck those guys. Bring you guns back. And the Corn Dogs are almost dead. Let's go ahead and recharge into them. Now, what can I summon here to try and clinch the game? ROR sound like a good choice. It's going to take a minute for them to get there, but as long as we triple cap the high ground, I think we got it. All right, so let's get you. Looks like the Wujing did actually do some damage. So let's move it in. We're going to need the triple cap, though, 100%. What can we summon here? Yeah, maybe this was a bit of a mistake. All right, you guys fight here. Keep them off that objective. Formation attack is turned on, lovely. It's so annoying having to constantly cycle that. All right, you run here. I should have summoned the Long Riders. I should have summoned them. Yeah, Wujing War Compass, put some respect on its name, dude. Put some respect on the Wujing's name. All right, let's go ahead and do Storm of Shadows on this guy to kind of keep him from being as impactful. Shoot him. Charge. You guys come over here. You guys intercept. Cannon's still doing some work, wearing down the Greater Demon. All right, and we have the ROR Celestial Boys on their way too. Yeah, so if they blob here, I'm gonna have a full chub. How much is it to overcast? Yeah, okay, I have enough. All right, let's get him. Top objective is ours. Dude, the Wujing War Compass. Here's the Talons of the Night. You guys ready? Oh, yeah, that's a good share. Oh, my God. Look at those units melt. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's send you guys back. The cannon needs to just keep shooting, putting some stress on him. We'll move the peasants over to that objective. Aye. Get on the point. Actually, no, we can win with the 2-cap now. It doesn't matter, but we still should deny this if we can. Celestial Dragon Guard need to get on that. Oh. Okay, just force path on it. Come on, boys. Come on. And if they can hold it long enough, then we can let's slow him down. Wujing War Compass needs to drop a fat comet right on the Khorne's head. Grand Cathay has it, but not for long. All right, so you spears need to hustle over here. Let's go get you guys to intercept. You guys to intercept. Let's go ahead and summon some Long Riders because they can make the most difference right now. They're like fast and furious, right? All right, team. Fight here. Celestial Dragon Guard might be able to wrestle this objective back, actually. And the Wujing War Compass is coming. My opponents will tremble. All right, looking good. Cannonballs are hitting home. We gotta respect this one too. Let's move down there. All right, 1 and 2. Let's keep going. Yeah, it's the Hellforged Legion. That's no joke, but we got it. Yeah, baby, let's go. Woo! Cathay's got it. See, on other maps, though, that wouldn't have been super possible. But on this one, it was. Dude, I can't believe we got that game. Holy shit. Cathay vs. Khorne is super stressful, but we did it. We did it. Yeah, the Celestial Dragon Guard did okay. The Wujing War Compass actually was good. Check that out, dude. 1400 on the War Compass. And it did get summoned twice, though, but that's still not bad, considering the magic it gives you. Crane Gunners were very strong until they got shut down, but against Khorne, it's going to be very, very hard. 1400 on these guys. What else did well? Cannon. Great value. Cannon. Iron Hills both paid for themselves, which is good. GG. Well played, man. Super scrappy. That army wasn't actually a meme army, though. I had a theory that this army would work, to be fair. I had a feeling it would work with the new changes. Because the Cathay, there's some of the cost reductions on Celestial Dragon Guard. The Wujing actually being good now. I think it's a step in the right direction. Let me see if he wants to play more. GG, well played. We'll try some other like unorthodox stuff here too. We'll do Itza next, I think. We'll do a battle for Itza. I'm gonna see if he wants to do like one more game or something. He did bring the chariots. Actually, aren't bad against Cathay though. They can be a little bit tough for sure. Turin Crane Gunners brought the shielded Khorne Warriors to half with 2 volleys. Yeah, exactly. But he shut them down. Yeah, we used the ROR that game. We had the Dune Dragons, which what do they do? I think they have an aura that like helps nearby units, and they do magic damage too, so they're good against demons. That's kind of the plan. GG, well played. Get some rest. Hey, well played. Great game, man. He's heading to bed. Congratulations on him for winning the tournament today too. Yeah, so we did that's what we did this game. We used the Dune Dragons. They were in the fight the whole time. Charge Reflection, Spell Resist 20%. Okay, so they have Spell Resist, which isn't amazing, but it's okay. You need more pylons. Hey, Puggington wants to play. All right, let's do it. I'll do one more with Puggington, then I got a jam. So let's get a Cathay loss right here. That's gonna be the plan. It's a me. It's a. All right, so it's a. Let me message Puggington. Okay, looks good. We had our Cathay glory. Now it's time for some wild stuff. Are Khorne Minotaurs any good? So let's see how much they cost now. 14. Okay, they're definitely cheaper. Looks like he's gonna go Kislev, which will be fun. Let's play as the Jade Custodians. The Dune Guard, yeah, they have magic attacks. So against demons, they do a lot more damage. Okay, he's gonna go Kislev here. This is a matchup that before, it could go either way. Definitely could go either way. But we will do this. Okay, so let's go ahead and start making the army. Wookiee Claws here. Hey, so we got a donation from Super. Thanks for the entertaining years. And we had one from, from Super. Thank you for the $8.99, man. Greatly appreciate that. Yeah, we're probably just going to do a 1v1 pwn, because then we can go play some songs a little bit later. All right, so against Kislev, how do I want to play against Kislev? Interesting. I kind of have some weird theories about this matchup, about things that would be good. That probably still isn't good. All right. Storm of Shadows seems like a really good spell. So how do I beat Kislev? I mean, I have some general ideas of things that would be good against him. Although on this map, man, things are a little bit questionable for sure. We'll bring that bad boy. Celestial Dragon Guard against Kislev? I don't know. Doesn't feel like an amazing idea. We could consider them. I've always liked the Celestial Dragon Crossbowman against these guys. It feels like it can do some work. I'm gonna try something kind of off the rails and see how it works. Okay, 3, 4. Might as well just have fun. Let's go for it. Let's bring some cool units. Some neat, fun things. 81 gold short, man. Oh, that's brutal. That is a brutal one. Khorne mirror match feels like... Dude, that was a stressful game, though, man. That was a really stressful match that I had to just play there. It was very sweaty. I was certainly sweating bullets. Okay, so we got you guys. probably want to get some of these, although the shielded guys might not be bad either, just with like basic stat line upgrades. I don't know how they actually trade against Kossars. How do we want Terracotta Sentinels? I don't think so. I don't think that's in my purview here. Oh, that's probably actually pretty good too. Yeah, you know, I actually really like that shit. That seems even better. What am I doing? I should be getting these guys. There we go. That is what the hell I'm talking about. You guys just hear me like talking to myself here. Yeah, it's great. Okay. Seems fine to me. Let's summon in another one of these potentially. Halberds, of course, are always good in this matchup. And do we want Jade Lancers? I don't know if we do. We probably need some cheapo guys. That's one thing they do a lot better than us is the Cav. You know, Kislev knows how to play the Cav game very well. But I still think for Cathay, you want a couple of like roadblocks. So what if he goes, how do I dig out SEMs? That's kind of the problem. If he's going to like have a really degenerate blob, like how do I stop that? You know, that's my concern. Because we don't have any like fighty hero characters. The Crane Gunners did good. I think they were fine. I mean, my opponent prioritized killing them, so I certainly paid a pretty big price for that. But do we want a blimp? Like a blimp could be okay too. All right. Well, this build is getting very interesting very quickly. It quickly devolved into just being like a complete meme. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those guys I think are always pretty useful to have. Okay, just de-chevron some of these guys. We don't need to get too obsessive. All right, good luck, have fun. No idea what's going to happen, but we'll hopefully find out. Zhao Ming, no big dragons. Safety Alchemist with Final Transmutation. Yeah, that actually would have been a good idea. I didn't look at chat until I already had started loading in, but that would have been a very, very good idea. All right, so let's get Wookiee Claw, thank you. All set. And we're set. Thank you guys for joining today. If you enjoyed the stream, do drop a like. Overall thoughts on the patch, I think it's a step in the right direction. Obviously, the functionality performance of missile units and SEMs fighting is a foundation upon which the game should be built. I like the RORs. It's fun. They're free. Can't complain about that. Obviously, though, the game's going to be like peak when Mortal Empires comes out. Like this game's going to be so awesome when that happens. We saw Skull Crushers actually do very well today in the tournament. So I went with a very similar build, guys. It's no RORs this time. I have some Crane Gunners to try out. Yeah, looks good. Move you guys over a little bit. And we have a Junk. The Junk, the idea is to give harmony to my Celestials, which I actually think are a really good unit. So we have, no, you should be in 3, 2. And then the Wujing War Compass is going to roll up, and I figure it's pretty good because it can drop bombardments on like those really heavy bricks of Kislev infantry. I don't know, we'll see if it works. Wish me luck. All right, good luck to the mighty Puggington. We'll lock that up. Let's party. I would imagine he doesn't have too much to set up here. Hopefully it's not just SEM spam. That would be my weakness. Okay, it looks like it's not. So it's going to be a reasonable army here. Let's get the Junk floating. Dude, he is going to get the Wujing so hard. Okay, so Boyar, Armored Kossars. What do we want to summon in as our first unit? Probably just more infantry, to be honest. I could do another Crane Gunner. Let's just... He's got 10 units, so he has a shit ton of stuff hidden in the bushes back there. Yeah, so let's just get something to protect us with first. Get some Jade Lancers, just so he can't, like, ramrod me with his cav. So we need to, like, square up like this, to the point where he can't quite surround us. So we have a Frost Maiden of Tempest. We're going to start giving him some junk. So let's start blasting. Do a little bit of scooting and shooting. He's trying to dodge it, but oh, dodge. To no avail. Crane Gunners feel pretty good here, too. They certainly feel pretty good. Yeah, I see him running away. We're going to square up, start shooting now. Wujing War Compass can come and like sit on the objective here. And Crane Gunners should be in range to start shooting now. Let's see how they do against these guys. Okay, you guys are here. You guys are here. You guys are here. You have harmony. Where are his other treacherous cav units? Okay, so they're over here. Crane Gunners, we just gotta shoot whatever we can reach. What are these? These are Griffin Legion. Ooh. Homeboy's getting Griffin Legion. That's a little bit scary, actually. Griffin Legion could be a bit of a problem. So the Wujing War Compass can just literally solo hold that objective. And we'll move the Celestial Dragon Guard up to fight with the junk. Yeah, Crane Gunners hit pretty hard. You can see, like, look how badly they wrecked those Kossars. Which is what they should do. I mean, it's kind of dumb how little damage they did before. He's going to want to flank me, for sure. But we are getting a pretty good little value lead here, I would say. Shoot those Griffin Legions. Yep, still getting nice pot shots, and the shots are piercing, so you can see they go through and actually do quite a bit. Vanguard units, he could have some of those really sneaky dervishes in there. Okay, so the Boyar's up on the high ground. Spears are chilling. I think we just play the two objectives, honestly. I'm more than down for that. Let's shoot these armored Kossars. Gotta make sure I don't get my Lord sniped by some stupid shit. How's the junk doing? Yeah, not bad, actually. Holy shit, that did a lot against that Griffin Legion. And we just need more roadblocks. Just roadblocks. Make sure he can't, like, swarm in and just get me. Crane Gunners just keep melting those infantry. We almost have 1,000 value lead. He's not engaging me, so, I mean, he's just gonna let me shoot him a little. I'm down for that. Alright, so we'll capture that objective, and then we'll capture the middle one. Ooh, these Crane Gunners are really good. They're really, really good, guys. I like how he's just juking with the Griffin Legion back there. And what does he have coming out of the bushes? Okay, Patriarch. Got it. Ooh, man, the Griffin Legion's actually kind of getting hammered by that piece. Yeah, Crane Gunners should be like this, I think. Oh, God, not the bear. I think he must have heard me saying that I have no answer for SEMs. So here it is. I mean, I have halberds, right? That's pretty much it. All right, so let's go ahead and slow the bear down a little bit, get it to pump its brakes, move you up, pull you guys back. We got that objective, and we're gonna get the back objective too. So the bear has been slowed down. It's getting popped pretty good. We have our pause. Ooh, Ice Guard with swords. Interesting. All right, so let's go ahead and do this on you. And then the Wujing War Compass needs to start heading over here. All right, so let's go, Wujing. Yeah, nice. Look at the Ice Guard got wrecked. That's a beauty right there. All right, you guys go here. You sit back here. And now Cathay. We just want to further accentuate our strengths here in the middle. All right, so let's move you guys up and take off formation attack, obviously. Oh, that was a mistake. Did not mean to do that. Holy shit. Okay, can we get back here? Can we get some halberds to take down that Griffin Legion, perhaps? All right, Crane Gunners are back in business. Let's start popping the Griffin Legion if we can. Just kind of sit and protect here. Wujing War Compass is ready to party, and we can go ahead and start dropping some fat nukes. Yeah, do some timing pushes. Griffin Legion's getting the biz. Keep shooting here. And you know what? I don't normally do this with Cathay, but I think actually getting like 2 spears to move up here and steal this is going to be a good idea. It's a little bit of a bug where I can't quite click on that. It's very weird. All right, so Celestial Dragon Guard are doing really good work. We have our own dudes to fight here, so let's go ahead and do this. Pull the Crane Gunners back. As an Empire main, I'm pretty used to like hiding my guns and shit. So you know, we're used to this. And we have the Frost Maiden. Let's go ahead and goon that character. And we have some more targets here. Great. So let's get the Ice Guard again with that. All right, Celestial Dragon Guard need to chill on the objective. Let's fight here. Get these Iron Hail Gunners back. We got the 2 shitty peasants going up to get the objective, so hopefully they'll make it eventually. Side objective isn't being held by anything, but you know, it's trying its best. Kossovite dervishes are looking to penetrate in. I do have some peasant horsemen, so let's get them engaged. So 1 here and 1 here. He really wants these guys bad. He definitely does. All right, so let's get our halberd summons. The Celestial Dragon Guard are doing great work, by the way. Just great work. All right, nuke these guys with the business. Seems good. Celestial Dragon Guard holding on like Chads. Jade Lancers can go hammer down these Ice Guard ladies. And overall, the guns are still in line, which is a huge win for us. Shoot some of these Kossovite dervishes. We are crushing on value, like absolutely crushing right now. Maybe all these players today should have played Cathay in the tournament. They laughed, but Cathay seems to be pretty strong. Reginald's a really, really high-level player. And if this is working against him, then, you know, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. He could easily come back, too. Yeah, how are the peasants doing? All it takes is, like, 1 breach. Ooh, that's going to be nice. That'll be a nice one right there. Really get those guys. Halberds move it up. Celestial Dragon Guard. Let's just kind of keep pushing back into their spawn zone here. And we got a big, big blob fight here. Peasant Horsemen, let's withdraw you guys. Get back in more of a defensive posture. And come on, Cathay. Yeah, now we're going to get the triple cap. So, you know, I don't know about all this talk about not capturing objectives. I strongly disagree with it, but, you know, to each their own. To each their own. All right, let's get the whooshing on the objective. Get the junk to blast them off. You guys come over here. And do we want to summon our halberds here? Yeah, I think it's worth it. There's actually a shit ton of cav units there. Crane gunners seem to be pretty beast mode, though. Like, pretty beast mode. All right, we got another one. Let's summon him in. Blast these guys. He does have a lot of cav, though. He might be able to just overwhelm both my crane gunners here, so that could have been a mistake. All right, get on the objectives. Celestials still fighting, causing problems. We got peasants up on the high ground. I need to get some, like, horsemen of some sort. Yeah, but they're all, like, busy getting wrecked. So too is the elemental bear, though. That thing is definitely paying the price. Yeah, we need to finish that Griffin Legion, man. They're just going to keep running through all my shit. Storm Shadows. Slow them down. On the objective you go. We need to reinforce this one. You guys come back here. Charge these guys down. We'll just try and protect him back here. We need to finish off that damn bear. Oh, he's going after the fake ones. Those are the fake Celestials. Yes, the gambit has worked. How are we looking here? The junk is still dropping fat steaming payloads on the other faction here. Woojing War Compass. We have some bombards. Let's do a little bit of a timing there, see if you can get lucky. And the two peasants are just not going to let that objective go easily, that's for sure. So, do I have any Jade Lancer summons? I don't. I do have halberds. So let's do that. Turn off the formation attack. Pull you guys back, and we can also attack here. See if we can kind of clean them up a little bit. Alright, so the army of Kislev is running a little bit bare. I mean, I think the patch helped Cathay a shitload. Like, the Woojing War Compass is super good. Like, having a piece like that is just mega valuable. We'll just move the blimp up to get the harmony going. Like, this, it almost feels like the Jade Lancers getting a charge bonus, that actually made a nice little difference as well. Get you guys in, fight the armor. I think a lot of people were always sleeping on the, what's it called also? On the Celestial Dragon Guard. Like, I feel like they're a very underrated unit. Do we want to go get some bombardments? We do. Okay, we actually have a good opportunity here to get these Zargard. Let's go do the junk, move back here. And the Woojing War Compass will be back. Let's summon that thing. It's pretty good, man. It's actually pretty good. It's so weird saying that. Okay, a little bit of lag there. Okay, should subside. So we're going to get... Oh, he brought the ROR. The ROR great weapons. Oh, too bad they're just going to get Shrek'd here. Oh, man. There's no escaping the dragon's talons. Oh! We're going to drop a bomb on him, too, while we go through. Oh, that's so brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal stuff. Okay, middle objective is a little bit in control of my opponent here, but thankfully he's got very little on there. I'll send you guys back. Summon in some infantry. Move them up to the point. And I think we're good. Yeah, so now it's the point of no return. I don't think you can get all of these back. He's got very little capture weight over there. Crane gunners are just thumping on these Griffin Legion here. We can go ahead and fight here on the ground. Yeah, we need to make sure we don't get like triple capped. I don't think he can get up to the top quick enough. So I think we're pretty good there. Woojing War Compass, unleash your fully operational Woojing War Compass. And then we'll do a comet right there. So the comet is going to just basically keep him from getting onto the objective. Oh, look at the Woojing! Yeah? Oh, he dodged it. Okay. It's okay. Ah, it still kind of hit a little bit. Let's stop the reinforcements from getting there. Crane gunners are blasting. We're up by about 5,000 value. Let's get some more cav. Go take down these dervishes, pull them back. Yes, good. Dude, look at the blimp just sending a message back here. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, GG. I think it's over at this point. There's just simply not enough. Man, Cathay seems pretty good. Cathay seems pretty good. I mean, those are good players, and I think some of the new units, I mean, I don't know about every matchup, but I mean, okay, let's look at this objectively. What in my build has changed? The cost of Celestial Dragon Guard is slightly less. Crane Gunner's massive buff, so they're very good now. Woojing War Compass is an awesome piece of equipment for control. It gets 4 nukes for free, which is really good, and also increases your Winds of Magic, so you'll notice my caster is doing more. The junk is always pretty good against these guys. This thing got 1600 value, so this is like similar to my old playstyle, but the units are just better now. And yeah, seemed pretty good, man. I was happy with that. GG to Pug. The Ice Guards, yeah, some of them got some decent value. Spin to win. I should have spinned to win. I should have. All right, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed the Cathay showcase. I think that was a much more fun way to kind of end the stream. We are going to go chill out, hang out with the smoking hot wife today. Reginald Puggington says those crane gunners are no joke. Yeah, now that's what Jazales would have done. Like Jazales would have done that kind of damage, right? But now Cathay has something that does that kind of damage. And they're a little bit slower than Jazales. Jazales have 36 speed or I think something around that. So yeah, new Cathay seems good. GG, well played, man. That was a great game, Pug. I'm glad you brought the epic Dazen's Hearthblades here. But they're actually decent against Cathay armor, so I like that. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you enjoyed the stream. Greatly appreciate you all. Those are the Cathay showcase matches. Well played to Pug and everybody who played today. And thank you so much for the donations, especially from Garland, man. Thank you. That was huge. And we'll be back soon. Cathay, I'm looking forward to seeing people play Cathay. I think people who play Empire very well will be very good at Cathay because it honestly feels the same. It feels like you're playing the Empire. Wuxing War Compass is good now. It really is. All right. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you next time. And that is it for today.